Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents One Night with an Earl by Tina Gabrielle. Narrated by Gabrielle Baker. Chapter 1. London, May 1817. Miss Anna Gardner was determined to lose her virginity that night, and yet, as she stood outside one of the salons of the elite brothel, her courage threatened to fail her. Even though no one could possibly recognize her in the shockingly daring red gown and half-mask, a tight knot formed in her stomach. Could she do this? Could she spend a night with a strange man? A rustle of silk reminded her she was not alone. A woman must be in charge of her own pleasure. How? Anna's heart beat wildly as she glanced at the woman beside her. Madame Crescent owned the infamous establishment known as the Silver Chalice. A woman in her early 50s, she had a slender waist, fair hair, pale blue eyes, and few wrinkles. If Anna had met the madame at a ball or garden party, she would assume she was a titled lady or a rich merchant's wife. She was still surprised the proprietress of Sin had agreed to her proposition. One night, one man of her choosing, no names. Confidence is as alluring as beauty. It will allow you to be in control, Madame said. Panic rioted within Anna. Confidence? Any second now she'd turn and sprint for the front door. She took a deep breath. She needed to distract herself. Taking a deep breath, she studied her surroundings. The elegant salon could have been in any wealthy nobleman's home. With mahogany furnishings, a pale gold and blue striped sofa, gilt mirrors, and blue velvet curtains, it was fashionably decorated. But one had only to look closely to note differences. A small marble statue on a dainty end table portrayed an amorous couple entwined in each other's arms. A painting above the fireplace exhibited a blonde woman reclining on a settee without a stitch of clothing, except for her white silk stockings tied with red bows at her plump thighs. Her legs were sprawled across the arm of the settee, one hand covering a breast, while the other shockingly rested between her legs. Her eyes were heavy-lidded with passion. Anna wanted to experience that passion. At 29 years of age, she was not entirely ignorant of what occurred between the sexes. She'd overheard the servants gossip about their own amorous encounters at Malvern Manor, where Anna was employed as a chaperone to Lord and Lady Malvern's daughter. Her position was little more than a step up from one of the servants, a position that offered little hope of ever having an amorous encounter of her own. Her circumstances had led her to the Silver Chalice, the most elite brothel in London. The owner, Madame Crescent, which Anna doubted was her true name, had agreed to meet her when she'd knocked on her door. Madame sat across from her in a private sitting-room and, without a hint of judgment in her eyes, listened to Anna's request. She desired to spend a night with a lover before her looming 30th birthday. Life was passing her by, and she wanted something for herself. She was proud that she'd taken this much control over her situation, but now that she was observing the men in the room, the composure she'd spent years perfecting was but a fragile shell around her. According to the madame, a nobleman, Lord Elton, was to marry in a week and had brought along his friends to celebrate. What might Elton's fiancée think if she were to see her betrothed now? No one yet had noticed her or the madame, and she had a chance to observe the room's occupants. Half a dozen men were drinking, laughing, and enjoying the charms of the demi-mondes who strolled about the room. Each of the women was beautiful, one blonde, one brunette, and one red-haired. The blonde trailed her fingertips across the shoulders of a man's jacket and leaned forward to whisper something in his ear. From his wide grin, he appeared quite receptive to whatever she'd suggested. The brunette bent low as she served a gentleman a tumbler of whiskey. The tops of her rouged nipples revealed to his hungry gaze. The red-haired courtesan sat on a man's lap and wrapped an arm around his neck as he slipped a finger inside her bodice to fondle a breast. Her eyes slid half-closed, and she sighed as if enjoying each stroke. "Oh, my God." "As I told you when you first came to me, a clever woman holds much power," Madame said. Power. It was something Anna had never had in life. If anything, she'd struggled simply to survive. Her downward spiral had begun after her mother's death. Her grief-stricken father, a baron, had gambled away the family home to an unscrupulous peer, the tuition needed for her younger brother's schooling and her own dowry. The fickle men of the beau monde had quickly turned their attention elsewhere once they learned her father had gambled most everything away. Then her father committed the ultimate betrayal by taking his own life, leaving Anna to pick up the pieces. The scandal had ruined the family name. Any lingering hopes Anna had of marriage and a future were lost. In the 10 years since, she'd changed her name, her identity, her very essence to obtain employment and survive. No longer Miss Anahit Woodbridge, daughter of an English baron and a wealthy Middle Eastern woman, she was now Anna Gardner, a companion to society's daughters. Her employment as a chaperone was not exciting, but it was an honest living. It also allowed her to provide additional funds for her younger brother, Adam. She'd sold her mother's jewels to pay for his boarding school, but she regularly sent the school all additional income she could spare. Adam was only 15 years old and still needed clothes, shoes, books, and everything else growing boys required. "As promised, your identity will be kept secret," Madame Crescent said. Anna reached up to touch the half-mask. Madame had given her the scarlet dress and mask and had advised her, in a detailed and crude manner, how the girls that worked here prevented unwanted pregnancies. As for the other women in the room, Anna was aware of all her differences. She had grown to look more like her Middle Eastern mother than her English father. Her thick, oftentimes unruly hair was vastly different from the fine hair of many English ladies. Their chignons and buns were shiny and smooth, while her dark curls battled her efforts to tame them. The frequent rain and humidity in London caused stray wisps of curls to spring free of even her tightest buns. She was also conscious of the way her skin easily bronzed beneath the summer sun. But she'd grown proud of her heritage. Her mother's voice was never far away. "You are special, Anait. You come from a long lineage leading back to Arabian sheikhs and Armenian kings, both existing well before the reign of any English monarch." "Do you see anyone you'd like to do the honour?" Madame Crescent asked. The honour. She meant take her virginity. A woman of Anna's age was viewed as a spinster. Correction, by society's standards, she was considered an old, mouldy book on the lowest shelf. Her life as a chaperone was dull and duty-bound. She liked her young charge, but the girl's parents, particularly her mother, Lady Malvern, were insufferable. Anna studied the men in the room. Which one? Definitely not the ruddy-faced, intoxicated groom. She had already decided to dislike him. The others were a rowdy bunch enjoying the women's charms. The Earl of Moor, the Viscount Sutherland, the Marquis of Elton. She recognised them from when she'd chaperoned her young charge to her first balls and routs around town. From where she stood, she could hear them clearly. "I'm eager to head upstairs. Madame Crescent said there's a chit with breasts the size of large melons in the green room," Moore said. "Keep your cock in your pants and have another drink with us, Moore." Sutherland reached for a nearby decanter and poured amber-coloured alcohol into both of their glasses. Some missed and splashed on the cuff of his ruffled shirt. He didn't seem to notice. Elton grasped the blonde around the waist and tugged her close. "I agree with Moore that we should head upstairs." He squeezed her tight, and she giggled. "This won't take long, Sutherland." "I'm sure it won't," Sutherland said, then threw back his head and laughed. Elton's eyes narrowed. "Speak for yourself. From what I heard, you didn't perform last time." More raucous laughter. Had she not heard them speak with her own ears, Anna never would have believed these gentlemen could behave in such a fashion. She cringed just thinking of any of them with her fresh-faced charge. Or herself. "I had no idea," Anna whispered. "Ah, you are shocked by their talk. Men do not behave in the same fashion with ladies as they do with their friends. Still, there must be someone," Madame Crescent said. And then Anna saw another, sitting in the back of the room. She hadn't seen him at first. Dark-haired and striking, he had a sculpted mouth and tanned face. Even in this group of noble-born men, his presence was compelling. Each of the women had eyed him, and some of the men had made an effort to speak to him. He wasn't the most handsome man in the room. That distinction fell to Elton. But it wasn't entirely his looks that caught her attention. Rather, an air of isolation surrounded him, and he gave the impression that he was unaware of any stir he made. Nor did he care what others thought of him. She didn't recognise him from her duties as she did the others. He kept himself separate from the rest, but still within hearing distance, as if he was there, but did not want to be. Aloof, alert, and to her, intriguing. As Anna watched, he unwound himself from the couch, strode to the sideboard, and poured himself another drink. He was tall, a few inches over 6 feet, and lean. He moved like an athlete, and his steps were too sure to be intoxicated like his friends. A divot in his chin caught her attention. From where she stood, she couldn't see the colour of his eyes. He had an innately captivating presence. The red-haired courtesan wasted no time sidling up to him with a sensual smile. His lips tugged in a grin, but he shook his head. She pouted, then left to entwine her arm with one of the others. "Him. I see you've selected. A wise choice for a lady's first," Madame Crescent said. "Who is he?" She had not heard any of the others address him by name. "Names are not important here. Just as you guard your identity with your mask, you should not inquire as to his." Of course, she didn't want to know anyway. One night, one time, that's all she sought. Then she'd spend the rest of her years as a spinster. Oliver Bedford, the Earl of Drake, was not in a good mood. The last establishment he wished to attend tonight was this bordello. When he woke that morning, He anticipated an undisturbed evening going over the many ledgers of his estates in order to meet with his stewards later that week. Instead, he had been dragged from his home by a group of dandies whose company he scorned. The men of fashion were his brother's friends, not his. Oliver could use a good bout in the boxing ring. He'd learned the best way to ease his frustration and grief was in a roped-off ring with gloves, skill, and a worthy opponent. Then he could return to Drake House and focus on his duties. Instead, he had to take his brother's place. Not only had he inherited his earldom, but somehow he'd inherited his friends. Damn you, Henry, for dying. The news had upended his world. Overnight, he'd had to leave the country, where he'd been spending extended time meeting with stewards at each of his family's estates, to return to town.
Would you prefer a different drink? If not whiskey, we have anything else you desire.
The blonde courtesan had approached. She was beautiful, with honey-coloured curls, a heart-shaped face, and lush breasts. Her painted lips were curved in a seductive smile, and he knew she offered much more than simply fine spirits. How had she managed to extricate herself from Moore's clutches? He politely declined her offer of liquor and more. Oliver wasn't interested in what she offered. He was only here to celebrate the Marquis of Elton's last night of freedom before he was shackled in matrimony to the daughter of a duke. Elton had been Henry's best friend, and Oliver would now take his brother's place at the wedding, as well as all the celebrations, which was why he was at the Silver Chalice. In Oliver's opinion, it was another excuse to drink to excess and indulge in self-satiation. Nor would Elton change his ways when vows were exchanged. More likely, he'd bed his virgin wife, then join with his cavorting friends the same night. Oliver's father had been no different. His brother, Henry, had taken after his sire. And they both were dead. Oliver did his best not only to avoid his brother's friends, but their haunts, the clubs, gaming hells, theatres, private parties which lasted until dawn, and bordellos with an endless stream of smooth-speaking courtesans. He didn't hold it against his brother's friends. They could have their fun tonight. He just wanted nothing to do with the Silver Chalice. But if he couldn't avoid tonight, he at least could drink himself into a stupor, then stumble to his home and forget the evening. A flash of red in the doorway caught his eye. A woman in a red silk dress with a half-mask entered the salon. He nearly dropped the fine whiskey. She was quite simply stunning. Dark curls were artfully piled upon her head, and a fat lock curled around her chin to frame a stunningly lovely face. Her complexion was dusky, a shade darker than that of most English ladies. The tight dress was designed to display her curves to perfection. A pearl clasp between her breasts drew a man's eye to the abundance of creamy skin rounded enticingly above her bodice. A slit in the skirt revealed one shapely, silk-clad leg as she walked. She had the type of mouth that made a man think of carnal thoughts and a desire to suck those plump pink lips. She was tall for a woman, and would just reach his chin, and fit nicely against him. Something about her was different from the other women in the room, delectably different. She appeared hesitant, yet confident, a fascinating contradiction of virginal innocence wrapped in a temptress's body. His reaction was swift. The thudding of his heart drowned out the coarse conversation in the room. He couldn't tear his gaze away from her. Across the room, their eyes met and held, and his cock took notice. "Good evening, my lords." Her graceful curtsy revealed the tops of her breasts. Her voice was not overly honey-sweet and false like the other women, but smooth and smoky, like fine mulled wine. It made him want to hear that voice, low and husky, as he unbuttoned the red silk to expose more of her skin. She'd be warm, welcoming and bewitching, just what he needed to forget his burdens. God, what was he thinking? He didn't need a distraction, no matter how lovely. Then she took a step forward in his direction, then another. All rational thought fled. Hell, yes. Others noticed her too. "What do we have here?" the Viscount Sutherland asked. The Earl of Moor sneered. "Sod off, I saw her first." Of the group, Oliver liked Moor the least. Selfish and crude, he was often the group's ringleader. "You have the blonde," Sutherland protested. "Why fight? There's plenty to go around," the Marquis of Elton said. Well into his cups, with one of the women sprawled across his lap, his bride was clearly not on his mind. All the while, the lady in red glided toward the back of the room. Toward him. Oliver willed it with all his might. Maybe it was the whiskey, but he was agreeable, no matter what she'd offered. God, what was wrong with him? Moore stumbled to his feet, seeming not to care that his chair crashed to the floor. Alcohol wafted from his pores. Oliver thought Moore intended to challenge his friends, but instead he grasped the woman's arm as she moved past him. "Just what I've been waiting for. We're going to have a grand time together," Moore said. She was closer now. Behind the mask the woman's eyes widened, and the hazel colour fascinated Oliver. She didn't want more. It was clear in the stiffening of her spine, the tension in her shoulders, the parting of her lips. Oliver knew even before she attempted to tug her arm free to speak. "Not this evening, my lord," she said. "Why not?" Like a dog with a tasty bone, Moore was as relentless as he was intoxicated. His fingers tightened on the woman's arm, enough to cause a slight gasp of pain from her, and that was all it took for Oliver to intervene. He would never force a woman, and he'd be damned if he would allow another to do so. He stood and strode to Moore. "She's mine for the evening." Moore glowered. "All the demi-mondes are free for the taking at the Silver Chalice. Go back to your corner, my lord." Oliver's fist clenched at his side, and he wanted nothing more than to break Moore's bulbous nose, challenge the brute in a ring. He could do none of those things here, but he refused to let her go to the pompous pig. He tried another way, one in which a bull-headed man like Moore would consider. "She was sent to me by Madame Crescent herself. Why do you think I've been waiting?" "He's right, my lord," she spoke up. Moore ignored her and focused on Oliver. "Oh, I didn't know you frequented this place, or any place where a man could have fun." Oliver narrowed his gaze. "Don't be an idiot. If you want to anger the madame, then by all means do so. But you'd have to find another bawdy house in the future, and we all know the Silver Chalice offers the best." Oliver reached for the lady, and this time Moore released his grasp. Oliver experienced a searing satisfaction as she unhesitatingly slipped her hand in his. Her perfume, a delicate lavender, wafted to him, and his eyes took in the flawless curve of her cheek. "Come with me." He led her straight to the door. Chapter 2. Anna's heart beat wildly in her chest as the handsome stranger led her out the door. Lord Moore's grip had been cruel, his demeanour threatening, and her heart beat in fear, not anticipation. She had been about to release an unladylike curse and follow with a swift kick to his groin when the stranger intervened. Moore was not the man she'd wanted, but this man was different. Dark-haired and dark-eyed, he was even taller than he'd appeared across the room. She was not a small woman, but her head barely reached his chin. His large hand swallowed her gloved one, and her skin tingled in awareness beneath the silk. The rich tumble of his voice matched the intensity of his gaze. "You should not have entered a wolf's den without first knowing how to escape." "I would have managed fine on my own." He had yet to smile. Heart-thumping, she took in the rest of him as they walked. Strong jaw, rugged profile, broad chest. She could almost feel the power that coiled within him as he moved. She was reminded of her lack of experience, and her nerves tensed, different ones this time. The brothel was a maze of corridors and doors. Behind a door there was a light feminine laugh, a smack of flesh, then a masculine moan. Sweet Lord! She was at the Silver Chalice by her own design. She wouldn't lose her nerve now. Did she have the courage to lead him to the private room Madame Crescent had reserved for her for the evening? He stopped in the middle of the corridor. Candlelight from a sconce cast shadows on the flocked papered walls. Releasing her hand, he let out a breath and watched her. His eyes weren't black, but a colour that reminded her of the rich chocolate that she preferred to drink each morning. Below his full lips, her gaze was drawn to the divot in his chin. Her fingers itched to reach out and trace the mark, to kiss it. From the way he watched her, she was certain he felt the same way, felt the sizzle between them, and that he was attracted to her. She drew a deep breath and summoned her courage. "You should go now." She blinked in surprise. She now realized where he'd led her, to the corridor nearest the vestibule. He hadn't meant to lead her upstairs to share the night, but for her to flee the Silver Chalice. Her breath quickened, and her cheeks grew warm with humiliation. Had she misinterpreted so badly? What made her believe she could pull this off? She was as far from a seductress as a woman could be. Foolish Anna. Go back to your dull working life, your cold empty bed. Spend night after night wondering about the pleasurable experience that slipped through your fingers because you were not bold enough to seize it. Her embarrassment quickly turned to annoyance, then determination. This was her one chance, and she'd never get an opportunity like this again. She understood the risks, had contemplated each and every one in detail for weeks before arriving here tonight and slipping into the tight red dress. Tomorrow she would return to Malvern Manor with memories which would have to suffice for the rest of her days. Raising her chin, she spoke in a husky whisper. "I don't want to go, and I don't think you want me to either." Long, anxious moments passed as their gazes held one another. Her heart pounded so loudly she wondered how he didn't hear it. As he watched her, she had the strange impression that he was battling his own restraint. How odd! Didn't most men who walked through the brothel's doors expect to be led to one of the rooms? Finally, he let out a slow breath, his chest rising and falling beneath a meticulously tailored coat that emphasized his broad shoulders. "You should not have fallen into Moore's hands."
"I did not intend to seek out Moore, but you."
She boldly laid a hand on his chest. Beneath layers of broadcloth and linen, his own heart beat strong and sure. His gaze narrowed. "Why?"
"I saw someone I desired."
He hissed in a breath, and her confidence grew. Her first instinct had been right. He was attracted to her. She was sure of it now.
"Would you like to kiss me, my lord?"
"Yes, very much."
"And still you hesitate."
"I do not do this." A flash of anger crossed his face, and once more she had the impression he was fighting something, like a man dying of thirst but who feared the well was poisoned.
"Do what? Kiss a woman?"
"No. Frequent brothels."
"Neither do I."
The words were on the tip of her tongue, but she held back. He mustn't suspect a thing. Besides, if he spoke the truth about not seeking out demi-mondes, then perhaps he would not notice her inexperience. But that was foolish thinking. Just because he was not one of Madame Crescent's frequent customers did not mean he was sexually inexperienced. She'd have to convince him otherwise regarding herself.
"Allow me to make the choice for you, then."
Standing on tiptoe, she leaned forward, raised her chin, and closed her eyes. And waited. Seconds ticked by. She cracked her eyes to find his gaze fastened on her mouth. What would it take for this man to kiss her? She wasn't entirely innocent, and had taken a turn once or twice in the gardens of a ball, and had been kissed before. But that was years ago, when she'd had a dowry and suitors. Her mother may have been from the Middle East, but her father was an English baron, and Anna had been accepted by most of society. His fingers clenched at his sides. "You're intent on carrying this out, then?"
"Yes."
She challenged him, challenged herself. She held her breath and kept her eyes open as he lowered his head. Rather than capture her mouth in a wet, sloppy kiss, his tongue leisurely licked her full underlip. Her lips tingled, and she sucked in a breath. The touch was nothing like the awkward kisses she'd experienced. "I've been wanting to do that since I first saw you." He had? A delightful shiver of wanting ran through her, and she parted her lips and grasped his upper arms. Her pulse raced as if she had run around the perimeter of her family's summer estate on a warm afternoon after a long winter of dreary cold. Then he lowered his head once more and sucked in her full bottom lip as if he were taking a red cherry into his mouth. Oh, my! Her prior experiences had not prepared her. Wet, sloppy kisses from over-eager fops and dandies pulling her into garden mazes could not compare. He tasted like fine whiskey and dangerous male. "More!" her mind cried out. Sizzling heat ran through her veins and made her legs weak. She leaned into the kiss and was rewarded when his possessive hand snaked around her waist and he pulled her flush against him. His mouth slanted over hers and kissed her fully. Her lips parted, and his tongue slipped inside to explore the recesses of her mouth. He may have been holding a part of himself back from this, but once he'd committed to kissing her, he did nothing in half measure. She found herself thrust against the wall, one hand clutching his lapel, the other hand wrapped around his shoulder. His hands rested flat against the wall, and he caged her with his large body. She didn't feel trapped, only thoroughly ravished by his skillful mouth. Broadcloth scraped against silk, and the heat from his hard body seeped into her soft curves. When he tore his lips from hers, his dark eyes blazed. "Which is your room?" She was driving him wild. Oliver had planned on escorting her out of the salon, away from Moore's clutches and to safety. The lady in red either could have walked out of the Silver Chalice or sought the solace of her room, alone. Instead, she'd boldly propositioned him. "Would you like to kiss me?" Christ! She'd plied her trade well. He was shocked at his fierce response to the first touch of her lips. He prided himself on his steel control, his regimented lifestyle, his determination to put duty first. He did not judge courtesans for their trade. They needed to earn a living after all, but he had never been tempted by one. Then he'd kissed her. Her lush mouth had captivated him from the beginning, and she had not disappointed him. Her lips were sweet and soft and tasted of innocence. She was very, very good, and he would have sworn her passion had not been feigned. He may have broken the kiss, but he was loath to release her. When he held her curves flush against him, his cock hardened even more, a feat he didn't think possible. He wanted to lift her red skirts and bury himself balls deep right there against the wall. He was surprised at his reaction. He'd told her the truth, at least. He despised his brother's usual haunts, and brothels were on the top of his list to avoid. His gaze roved and lazily appraised her. She had a lovely swan-like neck, and he wanted to kiss her there, then travel to the tops of her breasts, which swelled enticingly above the red bodice. The more he stared, the more he found her flawless. "My room is upstairs," she said, her voice lilting. He stepped back, and she placed her hand on his sleeve as if they were taking a leisurely stroll in Hyde Park. Her lips were curved in a satisfied smile as she led him down the corridor, away from the vestibule. He continued to study her freely. Her profile was perfect. Smooth, dusky skin, straight teeth, glossy raven curls stylishly piled upon her head. He longed to release the pins, to see how far the curls would reach down her back. She wasn't fresh-faced from the schoolroom, but nor was she old. The corridors were lit with sconces, and erotic sounds came from behind several of the doors. She made 2 wrong turns, as if she didn't know the layout of the establishment. He frowned. She should know it like the back of her hand. Time meant money to these girls. Was she putting on a show? "Are you lost?" Panic flashed in her eyes, but she lowered her gaze, and when she raised her head again, her hazel eyes were calm. "Nonsense. My room is right ahead." One more turn, then she came to a door at the end of the hall, opened it and entered. He followed, and she closed the door, leaning against the wood. The room was lit by candlelight. It was elaborately decorated like the salon, but the colour scheme was different. From the cushions on the sofa to the curtains to a gilt-framed mirror, all was a pale gold. In the centre of the room, a bed sat on a pedestal, draped in sheer, shimmering gold panels. An oversized leather chair rested in the corner. He turned to face her. "What's your name?" "Lady Scarlet." I could have guessed by your dress. What is your true name?" She was an arm's length away, close enough for him to reach out and pull her to him, or for her to dart away.
"Names are unnecessary, don't you agree?" she asked.
"Wise choice. Call me Oliver." He was still uncomfortable with his newly minted title of the Earl of Drake. It belonged to his brother and was a constant reminder of his loss.
"Oliver," she breathed.
The use of his Christian name on her lips did as much to arouse him as had their passionate kiss in the corridor. He wanted to kiss her again.
"Would you like a drink?"
Without waiting for his answer, she headed for the sideboard, removed her gloves, and reached for a decanter. If he didn't know better, he'd swear she was nervous. Perhaps she was relatively new to her profession. He'd like to believe he was her first, but knew better. "I prefer whiskey." He settled in the large leather chair and watched her. Her fingers were slim and graceful as she poured 2 crystal glasses. He found himself fascinated with her and frowned. What was it about her that had lured him to this room in one of the most expensive brothels in town? He wasn't a gambler, and avoided the gambling halls and gambling rooms at balls, but he would bet a large sum that she was different. Her movements were smooth, almost ladylike, as she approached to hand him a glass. He sipped the alcohol and watched her. "Last chance to change your mind." His voice was thick in his throat. She tilted her head to the side and regarded him. He held his breath, waiting for her decision and hoping she'd... She came close to pluck the glass from his hands, set it on an end table, then sat herself across his lap. She wrapped slender arms around his neck and pressed her lips to his. His restraint snapped. Bloody hell. Whatever she was selling, he was purchasing. He kissed her hotly, fiercely, and she met him with equal measure. Her nails sank into his hair, holding him close. His heart thundered, a combination of need and anger. Hot anger, that one scarlet-clad woman could easily decimate his restraint. It was a combustible combination, and her eagerness served to heighten his raging lust. He wasn't satisfied with such limited foreplay for long. He tore his lips from hers to trail a path down her neck to the tops of her breasts. She hissed in a breath and arched her back, offering her breasts to him.
"Yes,"
she said breathlessly.
"Don't hold back."
Either she was a talented actress meant for Drury Lane, or she was just as aroused as he was. Her bodice was low, so low that when she breathed deeply, he could see the tops of her nipples. He dipped a finger inside and touched a rosy peak, and she gasped sweetly. Her fingers tightened almost painfully in his hair. Her response was like a lit match to dry straw. He burned with need. Had it been that long since his last sexual encounter? Or was Lady Scarlet his secret fantasy? Had she somehow released a pent-up need unacknowledged even to himself? His hand reached for the hem of her skirt, and his fingers travelled past her ankle to her calf. Her legs were long and slim, and he wanted them wrapped around his waist as he took her.
"It feels even more wonderful than I ever thought."
She let out a soft, wondrous sigh. He lifted his head to look into her eyes. The half-mask may be part of her costume, but his fingers itched to remove it. Holding her close and basked in candlelight, the chips of green in her hazel eyes fascinated him. He suddenly longed for the intimacy of removing this barrier between them. His voice was hoarse as he issued the command, "Take off the mask." Chapter 3. Anna's eyes flew open. No, the mask must remain. She held her breath, afraid Oliver would insist or try to remove it himself. This was not negotiable, and as important to her as the use of the false name Lady Scarlet. Her heartbeat escalated, but when he at last nodded, her relief was profound. She pressed her lips to his in a sweet distraction. He groaned. His fingers removed the pins from her hair, and the masses of dark curls cascaded down her back. "I've wanted to see your hair unbound the first moment I saw you. It's the colour of a velvet black sky." He wrapped a curl around his finger, then cradled her face and kissed her. His kiss was urgent and exploratory, more demanding this time. Soon she was just as heated, and she clutched the lapels of his coat. She wanted desperately for him to remove it. She longed to feel his chest, to see what he looked like beneath the layers of tailored clothing. As if reading her mind, his hands went to his coat. She assisted him, nearly tearing the garment from his arms. He tossed it to the carpet. Her fingers were at the fastenings of his shirt, and he tugged it from the waist of his trousers, and she helped lift it over his head. Her greedy gaze took him in. His wide shoulders were muscled, and his arms were brawny. A sprinkling of hair covered his chest, then trailed down his lean abdomen, disappearing where his trousers began. She'd once seen a painting of the Greek god of war, Ares, and thought no man could look like the artist had portrayed him. She'd been wrong. Oliver was long and lean and as beautiful as the painted god. "Ares," she whispered. "What?" She raised her eyes to him. "You remind me of a classical painting of the Greek god of war." He chuckled. "No one has said that before." "You must take exercise." "I'm a pugilist. Do you tell all your men this?" "All my men?" She bit her tongue. "No, my lord." "Oliver," he corrected. Her lips twitched with amusement. "No, Oliver. I've never told another man he looked like a classical painting." "Let's see what you look like, shall we?" His tone was teasing, light. She was suddenly thankful for the dim candlelight in the room. She suspected her heated cheeks had turned an uncomely shade of pink. Could she do this? She considered everything that had already occurred this night, and whether she would be attracted to Oliver had she met him years ago at a ball or at one of the beau monde's many routes. Years ago, when she'd had a dowry and suitors had expressed interest. Yes. Absolutely yes. She stood and offered her back. "If you would be kind enough to help me with my fastenings." He rose from the chair, and his fingers were at her back before she could finish her request. He pushed aside her hair, and she felt his breath on her neck, and she hoped her knees wouldn't give out. He worked deliberately as, inch by inch, he unbuttoned the red silk, then unlaced her stays. She held the gaping gown to her breasts. Each brush of his fingers sent tremors down her spine and heated a secret place between her thighs. "Red will forever be my favourite colour," he murmured at her neck. She turned to face him, then released her hold on the fabric. The silk slid sensuously down her body to pool at her feet. Her corset followed. She stood before him in the sheer chemise and silk stockings that Lady Crescent had provided. The gauzy fabric was far from her usual cotton chemise, and the stockings were so fine her legs felt naked. She reached down to remove her shoes, then met his eyes. His gaze raked her from head to toe. Lovely. She sucked in a breath and calmed her racing heart. What now? Should she wait for him to act? A woman must be in charge of her own pleasure. Madame Crescent's advice bolstered her courage. She alone was responsible for how the evening progressed. She would not squander this opportunity. Anna boldly reached for the hem of the chemise and lifted it over her head. It whisked to the carpet. She stood before him naked except for the silk stockings. It took all her bravery to meet his dark eyes. His gaze was riveted on her face, then moved slowly over her body. His nostrils flared and his eyes widened when his attention lowered to the hairless skin between her legs. She'd wondered what he would think. Women from her mother's culture removed their body hair by sugar waxing or using sukkah, a custom that dated back thousands of years to the Egyptians. When Anna had grown into womanhood, her mother took her to visit an Arab woman in the Soho district who prepared the wax by heating sugar, lemon and water until a sticky wax formed on trays. After years of applying the sukkah, the hair grew in more sparsely over time until the skin remained hairless and smooth. With heated cheeks, Anna had confessed her secret to Madame Crescent, but Madame had merely shrugged and told Anna not to worry, that a man would find it novel. But now, facing Oliver without a stitch of clothing, a trickle of unease coursed down Anna's spine that wasn't entirely due to her nakedness. Any mention of her Middle Eastern background could possibly lead to her true identity. She could not let that happen. "Do you find it unattractive?" "God, no. You're beautiful. You're so smooth and lush. An erotic fantasy." She would not have to concoct a lie after all. Her trepidation eased. His words, along with the fascination in his gaze, caused a delicious tingling in her veins. He swept her into his arms and carried her to the bed. He kissed the breast, licked the tip, then sucked it full into his hot mouth. Anna gasped at the sensations. Never had she imagined a man's touch could cause such pleasure. When he moved to her other breast, she anticipated his touch and wantonly arched her back. She had only one night to remember, and she refused to waste a moment with shyness or inhibitions. He untied the pretty bows of her garters and slipped the stockings off each of her legs. He had long, strong fingers, and the heat of his calloused palm was scorching as he trailed it down her stomach to cup her between her thighs. "You are so lovely and perfect. I want to feast upon you." When he ran a forefinger across the tiny bud at the apex of her thighs, she bit her lip and her eyes fluttered. He dipped a finger inside, then ran the digit over and over her sensitive, aching bud. Sizzling delight made her limbs tremble. Never had she suspected how a skillful man's touch could make her body quiver. "Do you like that?" "Oh, I like it very much." His eyes flared, and stark hunger hardened his features. "God, you are not faking this, are you?" She had lost all ability to answer. Her body was thrumming with need, a need she instinctively knew he could satisfy. "You are so responsive and wet." His finger stalled. She cried out, "Don't stop, please!" He groaned, but thankfully he continued to stroke her. She thrust her breasts toward him, her body arching like a bow. One more delicious stroke, then passion inched through her veins, and she shattered in his arms. "Oh, my!" His searing gaze raked over her. "You were made for sin." He left her to remove his boots and trousers. She raised herself on her elbows to watch. Her eyes widened at the sight of him naked. His cock sprang free, bold and hard. He was all male, all hard, and all beautiful. For the first time, a tremor of uncertainty tugged at her stomach at the size of his body. His face was fierce as he climbed above her. "I can't wait. You've made me lose all reason." "Why is that wrong?" Without answering, he braced himself above her and kissed her as he spread her thighs with his big hands. The crown of his shaft slid down her slickness, then poised at the entrance to her body. He inched inside, and she felt an incredible fullness. There was no pain, and she relaxed. Madame Crescent had been wrong. In one smooth motion he thrust deep inside her, and she gasped and stifled a cry in his shoulder at the sharp sting. He stiffened, a perplexed look flashing across his face. She held up a hand as her breath came in shallow gasps. "Wait a moment." "Wait?" She bit her bottom lip. "You are large." He grit his teeth. "And you're tight." A heartbeat passed, then another. He braced himself above her, and she wiggled her hips. He partly withdrew, then slid inside an inch, then another. "Is it better?" His voice was hoarse. "Yes." "So damned tight." He sounded in pain, and his own breathing was harsh. As he started to move, a rush of moisture erased the sting, and her body stretched to accept him. "Wrap your legs around my waist," he said. She did, and her nails left crescent shapes in his muscular biceps. He groaned once more and increased the pumping of his hips. He leaned forward to kiss her as each thrust touched that secret place between her thighs. She unfurled beneath him, her own need rising again. He thrust deeply once more, and blood coursed through her veins. They moved together, urgent and in unison. He clenched his jaw. "I can't hold off much longer." "Don't stop, not yet." She climbed higher and higher, and this time she knew what to expect. She opened her eyes to watch him, watched the slabs of chest muscle flex as he moved. Her breasts brushed against his chest, her heart thundering as waves of ecstasy pulsed through her. He thrust once, twice more, then threw back his head, a moment of vulnerability crossing his chiseled features. Then he poured his seed inside her. He rolled to the side, taking her with him, his breath hot against her cheek. She memorized everything from the feel of his arms around her to their bodies pressed against each other, to the sheer gold panels cocooning them in the aftermath of their lovemaking. Oliver. One night to last an entire lifetime. Tomorrow would come too soon. Their breathing slowed as he held her. He rose on an elbow and stared down at her. "How were you a virgin?" Her eyes flew open at his brusque tone. It was an accusation more than a question. His expression wasn't soft as she'd expected, but hard, unyielding, and furious. She thought to deny it, but looking into his fierce face, she knew she could not. "It is of no consequence." Perhaps not to you, madame, but it is to me. Better to be businesslike, as Madame Crescent had advised.
If not you, then another man would have accomplished the deed tonight.
A muscle ticked at his jaw, and he ran his fingers through his hair. She tentatively reached out to rest her hand on his chest.
It was incredible for me. Was it not for you?
His expression softened. Yes, it was. He cupped her cheek and brushed his lips against hers, then moved to sit at the edge of the bed.
Are you leaving?
Not yet. Let me help you. He rose and went to a nightstand, poured a pitcher of water into a basin, and dipped a cotton cloth, then returned to her. He proceeded to gently cleanse her of the evidence of their love-making. She knew he was angry at her deception, and she was surprised at his tenderness. She rose from the bed and reached to retrieve the discarded coverlet from the carpet and clutched it to her. Both their gazes were drawn to the evidence of her lost virginity on the sheets. Wordlessly, he helped her with her stays, and then the row of tiny buttons. When he was finished, he brushed his lips on her nape. I'm a selfish bastard, because I don't regret it. Not 1 second. She turned to face him, and her lips curled in a satisfied smile.
Then that makes 2 of us.
Chapter 4. Absolutely not. I don't like the pink one. Lady Malvern's voice was firm.
Mamma, what is wrong with it?
Young Penelope asked. Yes, Anna thought as she sat in the corner of the dress shop. What was wrong with the pink dress? Lady Malvern's lips thinned. It's not the colour, but the cut that is unacceptable for a young lady. The dressmaker's expression was one of pained tolerance. Clearly she was doing her best to accommodate the Marchioness of Malvern and her daughter, while hoping to make a large sale. Anna had sympathy for the Bond Street modiste.
But Lady Samantha wore something similar to Lady Horton's garden party, Penelope protested.
Lady Malvern huffed in disapproval. The bodice is a bit too scandalous, young lady. You must be seen, but not seen. You've only just begun your first season, and it is the best chance to catch a husband. I'll not waste it. She folded her hands across her ample bosom and tapped her foot. What would happen if you didn't receive a voucher to Almack's? What then, Penelope? Anna bit her tongue. Penelope wouldn't care. She was in love with a soldier by the name of Timothy Smithfield, formerly Lieutenant Smithfield, who was currently stationed in Spain. But Lady Malvern would have an epileptic fit if she learned the truth about her 18-year-old daughter. Anna liked her charge. Penelope was slender, with blonde hair and blue eyes that sparkled when she laughed. She was a kind girl and easy to please. But lately, the stress of her first season was making her more melancholy than happy. Penelope gave Anna a pleading look as the dressmaker carried out additional dresses for her. For once, Anna was grateful for her own grey crepe dress. The cut, colour, and lace cap upon her head all made her look more like a dumpling than the daughter of a baron, but at least she didn't have to go through the painful trials that poor Penelope had to endure. If Lady Malvern had her say, the daughter's first season would be hell. It wasn't just Penelope's season that would be difficult. As her chaperone, Anna expected her next months to be just as oppressive. At least she'd have 1 night dressed as Lady Scarlet to get her through the experience, and she'd forever be grateful to Madame Crescent. She'd stowed away the red gown and half-mask in a chest until she could arrange to return them. For all her days, she'd recall her passionate time in Oliver's arms. Just thinking of the man made her face grow warm, and she resisted the urge to press her hands to her flushed cheeks. "You look flushed, Miss Gardner. Are you well?" Lady Malvern asked. Anna's spine straightened, and she met her employer's questioning eyes. She had to be careful. Lady Malvern may be intolerable at times, but she was shrewdly observant. "Yes, my lady," Anna said. Well, you must be. We will be attending the Royal Academy's exhibition, among other events, these few weeks, and I expect you to keep my daughter from any hint of scandal." Anna obediently nodded. "Of course, my lady." "Mamma, you dislike the Royal Academy," Penelope was quick to point out. "I dislike artists, not the lords and ladies that attend," her ladyship quipped. The Royal Academy was one place Anna would love to attend. The artwork was glorious, and she could peruse it at her pleasure while ostensibly watching her charge. Penelope was forced to try on a flurry of more dresses. The poor girl had to spin on the pedestal on command while raising her arms for the dressmaker to measure and pin each garment beneath Lady Malvern's critical eye. Just when Penelope was about to drop from exhaustion, Lady Malvern was satisfied, and they were free to leave the dress shop. Once seated in the carriage, Penelope leaned back on her bench while her mother chatted on and on about the exhibition. Anna adjusted her prim lace cap to tuck in a few errant curls. She ceased listening to her ladyship to look out the window. "I have news to share," Lady Malvern announced, drawing Anna's attention back to her. "An earl will come calling for you tomorrow. I expect you to be charming, Penelope." Penelope's blue eyes widened, and she sat straighter on the leather bench. "An earl?" "I'm friends with his lordship's grandmother. This is your chance, young lady, to charm a suitable bachelor while taking a stroll in Hyde Park." But is that appropriate?" Penelope asked. "Of course. Do not fret, Penelope. A chaperone is not necessary in a crowded park, but nonetheless I've decided that Miss Gardner will accompany you." As soon as the carriage stopped before Malvern House in Piccadilly, Penelope fled to her room. If Lady Malvern noticed her daughter's behaviour, she did not comment upon it. Anna waited 15 minutes before she softly knocked on her charge's door. Penelope's face sagged in relief to see her. "Thank goodness it is you and not my mother." She took Anna's hand, pulled her inside, then shut her bedroom door. "What am I going to do?" "Don't worry, darling. We shall deal with anything that occurs together. Meanwhile, despite my better judgment, I have something that will undoubtedly cheer you." Anna reached into her skirt pocket and withdrew a letter. "I intercepted the Morning Post." Penelope took the letter, her young face beaming with anticipation, like a child who'd been gifted her first pony. "Is it from Lieutenant Smithfield?" "It is." Penelope opened the letter and devoured the words from her sweetheart. Penelope had confessed her love for the soldier soon after she'd earned Anna's trust as her chaperone. Timothy Smithfield was the 6th son of a baron, and as such he'd never inherit the title. Worse, his family was in dire need of funds, and it was well known the oldest brother was in search of an heiress. Timothy Smithfield's only options were the church or the army, and after his family had used connections to purchase a commission for him, he'd been swiftly shipped off. Napoleon was no longer a threat, and it was a promising future. She clutched the letter to her chest and sighed.
The first time we met, we immediately connected and knew we were meant to be together, Penelope said. I was alone at Hatchard's bookshop, and I could not reach the top shelf. Then Timothy appeared, and rather than fetch a wheeled ladder, he bent down and laced his fingers together and lifted me up like I weighed no more than thistledown. For a heartbeat, we were inches apart, and as I gazed up into his eyes, I was lost. She collapsed on the bed, an expression of joy and youthful bliss lighting her eyes. We met multiple times there, and our stolen kisses between the shelves of the leather-bound books were thrilling. He admires my love of books and believes women are as intelligent as men. Can you imagine? My mother believes men dislike well-read women, and I hide my books from her.
Anna let out her own sigh, not one full of infatuation, but concern. Penelope had been secretly corresponding with her beau by sending her letters to the regimental office. Lieutenant Smithfield's letters were processed through the office, then delivered to their home. Anna warned her charge to stop writing letters, but to talk a young girl in love out of reckless behaviour was like lecturing the ceiling. Anna sat beside her on the bed.
You must cease the letters, Penelope.
Penelope sat upright.
I cannot.
Then you must be careful. The letters are scandalous and, if found, could cause your ruin. Worse, if Lady Malvern discovered— Penelope's eyes were imploring.
Please don't tell Mother.
Anna rubbed her right temple. I won't, but be careful. If I hadn't plucked that letter out of the Morning Post, who would have?
I promise to be careful.
If Lady Malvern caught wind of Anna's knowledge or effort to aid her young daughter's infatuation, Anna would be sacked without a reference. Still, she cared for the girl. Penelope's heart would be crushed when her mother's machinations prevailed, and she was married off to a titled gentleman of the beau monde, not a sixth son dependent on his family for a meagre allowance after his return. But until then, Anna would continue to do her best to guide Penelope and never tell her mother. Life was harsh enough for young women. It didn't get any better for spinsters. Penelope stood, folded the letter, then hid it in the bottom of her wardrobe. She turned to face Anna.
What do I do when this Earl comes calling?
Anna pursed her lips. We'll handle him. Oliver sat at his desk in his library and tried to focus on the small column of numbers. His ledgers were always meticulously maintained, and all his correspondence kept up to date. Inheriting the earldom had been a smooth transition when it came to the management of the estate. Oliver had already been keeping the books long before his father and brother had died. They'd never cared for the tasks, had called them tedious and boring. Both had preferred drinking, gambling, and spending evenings at their usual haunts. In contrast, Oliver always felt a sense of obligation for the multitude of servants and tenants who depended on the earldom for their livelihoods. Each column, each carefully written figure, represented a mantle of responsibility. He never resented the work, nor did he have trouble focusing. Until one night at the Silver Chalice. Lady Scarlet. He hadn't wanted to attend the brothel, had no intention of spending the evening with one of the women, but she'd surprised him, in more ways than one. Good God, she'd been a virgin. Even now he could imagine her lavender scent, tangling his fingers in her mahogany curls, kissing her sensual lips. The bare silken skin between her thighs and the intense pleasure as he'd slid inside her slick tightness had made him lose control. The night had been as unexpected as the woman in red. Who was she? A sudden thought occurred to him, and his gut clenched. Had he defiled a duke's daughter? A low knock on the door disturbed his thoughts. "Enter." "My lord, the Dowager requests a visit from you this afternoon." Burke had been the butler for the old Earl of Drake, and Oliver had known him since he was in leading strings. He was loyal to Oliver, had been for years, even when Oliver's father and brother had been alive. His grandmother, the Dowager, didn't need to send a note. She was always welcome to come to his home, but she insisted on residing in her own town home as well as strictly following formalities. He loved her, but he didn't wish to see her. Not today. Not when his thoughts were occupied elsewhere. He was also aware of why she wanted him to visit. As the newly minted Earl of Drake, it was his obligation to marry and produce an heir and spare. Another reason to damn his brother for dying in his mistress's bed. He'd been too young to have his heart give out. At least he'd died the way he'd lived, indulging in pleasure, not caring for anyone else. Oliver scrubbed a hand down his face. "My lord?" Burke persisted. Oliver's gaze snapped back to his butler. He tossed down his pen and pushed back his chair. "I shall send a note to the Dowager that I shall visit her later today. Meanwhile, summon my carriage. I have an errand that requires my attention." 15 minutes later, Oliver found himself outside the Silver Chalice. Only this time, it was mid-afternoon, and he wasn't with his brother's friends. Hell, they were most likely still abed, sleeping off their drunken stupors. He rapped the brass knocker. A young girl in a black dress and white mob cap opened the door. Her eyes darted from his face to his clothing before addressing him. "My lord?" "I need to speak with Madame Crescent." "She's in bed, my lord." "Wake her." The girl gaped. "She doesn't wake until the afternoon." "Wake her now." Something about his expression must have caused alarm, because she made to slam the door. Before she could act, he pressed a palm to the door and pushed his way inside. A flash of fear crossed the girl's face. "I'll tell Madame you are waiting, my lord." She darted up the stairs. Oliver made his way to the salon where he'd first seen Lady Scarlet. The brothel appeared entirely different in the light of the day. Cushions were stained, and most of the used glasses had been removed, but some remained by the sideboard. The decanters were empty of alcohol. It was in need of a good cleaning, and he suspected the girl was one of many who ensured the place was ready each night for more debauchery. The Silver Chalice had a reputation to maintain. 15 minutes later, Madame Crescent floated down the stairs in a pale blue night-rail. She addressed him as if at a formal ball wearing an elegant gown. "Good day, my lord. What is so urgent that you appear at my doorstep before the respectable hour of 2? He almost felt put in his place. Almost. He came right to the point. "I wish to know the true identity of Lady Scarlet." One plucked eyebrow shot up. "Who?" "Do not play games with me, madame. I suspect nothing in this establishment occurs without your knowledge or approval." Her eyes sparkled in amusement. "You are correct. One of the reasons the Silver Chalice is a prominent establishment is because of its confidentiality. I do not reveal the names of my guests or my women. He refused to be waylaid. "How much will it take to learn her identity?" She laughed. A light tinkling sound like a breeze blew through the chandeliers above. "No amount." A knot in Oliver's chest tightened. "She was a virgin. I did not pay the premium price."
"Ah, so you discovered that, did you?"
"What man wouldn't?" Her lips quirked with suppressed humour.
"You'd be surprised. However, my dealings with Lady Scarlet are even more secret than most."
"What do you mean?"
"I mean she does not want her identity revealed."
"Fine. Then I wish to spend tonight with her."
"Impossible."
He didn't like where this was going, not one bit. "She is already reserved for another?"
"No, she no longer works for me."
"Pardon?"
"She chose you, my lord. Be grateful and let it be. One night is all you will share with her."
"Good God! You don't expect me to believe that, do you? Name your price."
"As I said, there is no amount of money."
Oliver glowered. Her resistance was unexpected. Lady Scarlet, or whoever she was, had sold herself to him for a single night. Why? She was a mystery, and he disliked mysteries and loose ends. He'd thought by returning to the brothel to purchase her for another night, he could easily discern her name. Never had he thought she'd just slip away. Chapter 5. As soon as Anna was able to get time to herself, she went to her bedchamber and locked the door. After a quick search, she found the little book she'd successfully hidden in the bottom of a trunk for almost a decade. The leather cover was engraved with an intricate silver cross, which had faded over time, but the hand-painted pictures of the Bible were still vibrant. Her lips silently moved as she read the 36-letter Armenian dialect. It was a rare Bible, one her mother had gifted to her on her 16th birthday. The other gift, a gold cross with roses entwined with vines, was also precious. The only time Anna took off the cross was when she dressed as Lady Scarlet. Anna turned to the Bible's last page, where her mother had written a note, not in Armenian, but in Arabic, the first of 5 languages she'd spoken fluently. To my lovely Anait, I fear that you will encounter cruelty in life. Do not let others' weaknesses shape you. May these words provide you with guidance during difficult times. If only her mother could see her now. Would she disapprove? Anna didn't think so. Her mother had been accepting and understanding. She'd experienced prejudice in her life and had learned at an early age not to judge others for their birth, religious beliefs, or the shade of their skin. Anna's father, the Baron, had not been as accepting as a young Londoner, but his views had changed over time from his travels, his research, and, most importantly, after meeting her mother. Despite their cultural differences, her parents had been a love match. Her father often said he'd fallen in love with her mother, Silver, the first time he'd seen her in a fig orchard in Lebanon. Her mother's family owned acres and acres of land where they'd grown fig trees and exported the fruit throughout the continent. Her mother's father had no interest in the figs, but in rare antiquities, and he'd been a scholar who travelled throughout the Middle East. He'd educated his daughter, and she'd accompanied him on his many travels. As a result, Anna's mother was more knowledgeable than any high-born English lady. When the Baron had passed through the village to meet with her father in search of an ancient relic, he'd seen her. The Baron had never found the relic, He'd ended up asking for her mother's hand in marriage instead. The newly married couple had returned to England with Silver's significant dowry. Who knew figs were so valuable? And the Baron had purchased their country estate, Rosedown, and the first prized hunters and stallions for the stables. It wasn't all perfect. Certain members of the beau monde had gossiped about Silver's background, cruelly prejudiced against her. Years later, Anna had been accepted by most of society. A few had still turned up their noses at her mixed blood, but her own dowry was too large to ignore and had attracted suitors. Still, they'd been happy until her mother had fallen ill and died from a weak heart. Grief-stricken, the Baron started drinking, gambling, staying out until dawn, and spending ridiculous amounts of money. Anna left the London season to return to Rosedown and care for her father and younger brother. But her efforts over the next 2 years had failed. The Baron had been easy pickings for the Earl of Drake. Rosedown was leveraged, then lost in a game of cards. Thereafter, what little will to live the Baron still possessed disappeared along with the estate. Anna found her father dead in his study, a pistol in his hand, a pool of blood staining her mother's favourite Turkish carpet. Debt collectors descended en masse, not satisfied until they'd taken all the furnishings, the silver, the carpets, her pride. Thankfully, Anna had the foresight to hide a few of her mother's jewels and bury them in a box in the garden. Those jewels paid for most of Adam's schooling, but left Anna with little else. Her younger brother may inherit the title, but not a shilling to go with it. Anna could not afford to wait for a proper mourning period to pass. "I tried, Mamma," Anna said out loud, her voice choking on a sob. "I tried everything to survive." After learning the cruel-hearted Earl of Drake had died in a carriage accident soon after her own father, Anna had gone to his heir, Henry. He'd laughed in her face when she'd begged him to do right by her and her younger brother. She had foolishly hoped he would be different from his father, merciful. "A small allowance, my lord," she pleaded. "If not for myself, then for my brother who is only 10. "You seek employment?" Henry was a tall man, heavy-set. His colouring was fair and his eyes a pale blue. "Anything." She was a baron's daughter, a lady, but if employment was her only option to stave off hunger and obtain a roof over her head, then she would happily accept. "You are quite striking with those hazel eyes and dark hair. Your mother was Arab, a nomad, a camel-riding foreigner, wasn't she?" She could still feel the anger that had bubbled in her chest. How dare he insult her mother? She'd been cultured and educated. The arrogant oaf had accomplished nothing in his life but to be born as an earl's heir. "You don't like that, do you?" "No, my lord." "You have much fire in you. A real hellcat." He licked his lips. "I'll offer you a position in my household. In my bed." "How dare you!" She'd spat and raised a hand to slap his arrogant face, but he'd caught it before she could make contact, his grip cruel on her wrist. "I dare anything. You are the one who seeks my coin." He had leaned down until she could see the lust in his eyes. "Earn it." She'd fled. Anna let out a held-in breath at the memory, her fingers tightening on the tiny Bible like a lifeline. Her mother's message had given her strength. Her life may not have turned out as she'd expected or wanted, but she'd survived, and her secrets would remain her own. Chapter 6. By the time Oliver returned home, his disposition was sour. His meeting with Madame Crescent had been completely unsatisfactory. Lady Scarlet's identity remained a mystery, and there was nothing he hated more than uncertainty. His life was as regimented and precise as his ledgers. He found himself inexplicably dissatisfied, and he was more determined than before to find her. But first, he needed to visit the boxing salon and spar with a worthy opponent to relieve some of his frustration. Perhaps that would help until he found the enigmatic Lady Scarlet. "Oliver?" His head lifted at the sound of the feminine voice, to find the dowager sitting on a sofa in the corner of his study. Damnation! Had he been so preoccupied that he hadn't noticed her? He had sent a note earlier advising his grandmother that he would pay her a visit later today. Had she such little patience? His annoyance increased and only deepened his foul mood. His vexation must have been evident on his face. "Do not blame Burke. I let myself into your study," she answered as if reading his mind. She had always been sharp, much more intelligent than her son, Oliver's father. Tall and thin, she had a head of curls that had gently faded to grey. She'd been a beauty in her youth, and had captured her grandfather's eye during the first ball of her first season. His grandmother rose and approached his desk. "I knew you would be here, my boy. It's where you spend most of your days." She understood him well, and the endearment had stayed even after he'd grown into manhood, even after he'd inherited the title. "What is so pressing that you could not wait for my visit?" He kissed her cheek, then motioned for her to occupy one of the chairs before his desk before sitting beside her. "You know why I'm here. It's been almost 6 months since your brother's death. You needn't wait to take a wife." "I'm quite aware of my duty to produce the next crop of Drakes to carry on the family name." She eyed him with a calculating expression. "You were always more responsible than your brother." "That is a low bar indeed." She scoffed. "Oh, don't be stubborn. I loved your father and your brother, but I was never ignorant of their faults." Drinking, gambling, and whoring immediately sprang to his mind. But none of these were the worst of his father's faults. In Oliver's opinion, it was his coldness toward his 2 sons that was his biggest failure. Oliver could count the number of times on one hand that the old Earl had expressed any type of affection toward him or Henry as children. Those affectionate acts ended entirely as Oliver grew older and his father became even more distant and self-centered. He was no different outside the home, and enjoyed the thrill of humiliating a man in order to gain favour with his own reckless set of friends. An incident he wished he could forget stuck in his mind and his gut like a bad meal. "You need to harden, Oliver," his father had said one evening. "There is nothing more despicable than weakness in a man. Come and watch and learn." Despite the criticism, Oliver had been thrilled at his father's attention. Finally, he would get a chance to spend time with his sire, to learn what took him out of the house night after night, perhaps even gain his favour. They'd gone to a gaming hell in Pall Mall. The stench of perspiration and desperation struck Oliver as soon as he'd set foot inside. His father scanned the occupants of the tables, and his eyes had flared in delight when he'd spotted, then challenged the Baron, Lord Woodbridge, to a game of cards. The Baron had been out of his league, both with the amount of free-flowing whisky as well as his lack of skill with cards, and rumour had it he'd recently lost his wife. He lost his sole estate, Rosedown, that evening to Oliver's father. "That's how it's done, Oliver," his father had said, his voice coolly impersonal, as if nothing untoward had occurred and he'd just enjoyed an easy afternoon stroll. "Collect the deed tomorrow." Oliver stood like dead wood. He would never forget the look on Lord Woodbridge's face. Devastation, dismay, disgust. His wretchedness seeped from his pores like pestilence. Less than a week later, Oliver had inquired about the Baron and had learned the man had killed himself at Rosedown. Oliver had been assailed by a terrible sense of bitterness toward his father. After several inquiries, he was disheartened to discover the Baron had a daughter and young son. "Stupidity, even disguised as grief, shall not be rewarded," his father had told him. "Woodbridge's loss is our gain." It wasn't until that moment that Oliver truly acknowledged his father's selfishness and cruelty. Oliver planned to make amends for his father's sins by searching for the daughter to provide a dowry or some means for her, but his efforts had been delayed by his own father's death from a carriage accident, and then, soon after, his brother's death after his heart gave out while he was in bed with his mistress. Oliver had been overwhelmed by the responsibility of inheriting an earldom while grieving the death of his father and brother. By the time he came around to searching for Lord Woodbridge's daughter, he had been unable to find her. "Oliver!" He was pulled out of his reverie by his grandmother's voice. "I understand you miss your brother, but you ascended to more than just this," she said, waving her hand to the neat pile of ledgers and correspondence on his desk. "I'm not ready to pick a bride." He knew nothing of marriage other than his own parents' union, and they had barely tolerated each other and had had a string of lovers. He would put this off for as long as possible. He pushed back his chair to rise when she placed a hand on his sleeve. "Then it's a good thing you have your grandmother, isn't it? I have arranged for you to visit a young woman." That response received his full attention, and he settled back in his chair. "Pardon?" "A lovely young lady, the daughter of Lord and Lady Malvern, is making her first season. I spoke to her mother and arranged everything. You are to arrive at Lady Penelope's home this afternoon." He frowned. "You expect me to court a lady sight unseen?" Her blue eyes flashed a gentle but firm warning. "I expect you to do your duty. A stroll in the park is a simple start." "And if I dislike the girl?" "Then I will respect your wishes. We will find another." Oliver pondered this request. If it would buy him time, he was willing to go along with his grandmother's matchmaking efforts. He could take Lady Penelope for a spin around Hyde Park, talk nonsense, and then drop her off at home and never look back. Meanwhile, he would continue his search for Lady Scarlet. "Fine," he said. "Lady Penelope it is." Chapter 7. "I fear I'll faint," Lady Penelope said. "You'll do no such thing. Everything will go well, I promise," Anna said. "But how? Mother is a dragon when it comes to finding me a rich, titled husband from the upper aristocracy." Anna's thoughts were disquieting. The two were in the drawing-room awaiting the arrival of the gentleman caller. Her young charge was right about her mother. Lady Malvern was not a woman to be trifled with, and that was even more reason to tread carefully when the Earl arrived. A light knock on the door made Anna start, and she glanced at the mantel clock. 4 o'clock. The gentleman caller may be unwanted, but he was certainly punctual. Penelope's breathing was ragged, and she was on the verge of tears. Anna feared she'd vomit, then faint. Anna clutched Penelope's hands and forced a smile. "Do not fret yet." "You will not leave me, will you?" Penelope asked. "Never." The butler opened the door, and voices sounded from the hall. A man's and Lady Malvern's higher-pitched greeting. Something about the deep timbre of the man's voice was familiar, and Anna's brow furrowed. It reminded her of the man from last night. Impossible. She needed to force him from her mind and focus on Penelope. The girl's grip tightened almost painfully on Anna's hand. "Remember to smile," she instructed as she prodded Penelope forward. "Your mother must not suspect a thing." Footsteps sounded down the hall. She stepped to the back of the room and did her best to be inconspicuous, precisely as a respectable chaperone was expected to behave. If all went according to plan, the Earl would visit once and never again. The drawing-room door opened. Lady Malvern entered first. Then the Earl. A sharp intake of breath crossed Anna's lips when he came into view. Tall, dark, and ruggedly handsome. There was no mistaking him. Oliver. Awareness thundered through her like an awakened river. Her skin tightened with memories of their shared pleasure, and her stomach tumbled wildly. Asvadst. Her mother's language rushed through her mind. What in God's name was he doing here? Her thoughts were sluggish. There must be a mistake. How could Oliver be the gentleman caller for Penelope? With steady fingers, Anna smoothed her plain grey crepe gown. For the first time she was grateful for her dowdy clothing and the horrid lace cap. She would be unrecognisable as the vivacious Lady Scarlet. She hoped. Lady Malvern made the introductions. "My lord, this is my daughter, Lady Penelope." She looked to her daughter. "Penelope, it is my great pleasure to introduce the Earl of Drake." This time, Anna could not control an audible gasp. The Earl of Drake! Her body went cold, and her skin prickled with unease. What were the chances? Of all the men who'd crossed the threshold of the Silver Chalice, why did she have to choose him? A suffocating sensation tightened her throat. As the current Earl, Oliver must know what his father had done, and had made no effort to rectify his sire's sins. It also had to know the dereliction of his older brother. And even if he did not know either sin, he still held the deed to Rosedown. Oliver was just as guilty, just as much the enemy. And she'd gifted him with virginity. The knowledge twisted inside her, slicing like a sharp knife. Hate roared in her chest as she glared at him wordlessly across the room, heart pounding. Her fingers fisted in her skirts, and she struggled to hold on to her fragile control. For some reason, his complete inattention pricked her temper and annoyance even more. Son of a dog! More colourful phrases, this time in Arabic, flew through her mind. Lady Penelope. Oliver bowed, his dark eyes focused on the girl's face. It is a pleasure to meet you. Beneath her mother's watchful eyes, Penelope dipped in a proper English curtsy, that had been ingrained in her.
"Welcome to our home, my lord."
Anna swallowed hard. Alarm and anger rippled along her spine. She wanted to shout out in anguish, but duty prevailed. The best course of action would be to excuse herself and retire to her room before she acted rashly. She needed this position and the small salary that accompanied it. And then there was Penelope. Sweet Penelope. Anna couldn't abandon her to her mother's machinations, or to the duplicitous and dangerous Earl of Drake. "It's a lovely afternoon," Lady Malvern said. "Yes, it is. Would you like to ride in the park?" Lord Drake asked. Penelope glanced at her mother, then nodded woodenly. "I'd like that very much." A chaperone wasn't necessary in Hyde Park, not when all of society was out and about during the promenade hour, and a lady's virtue was safe. A small sliver of hope rose in Anna's chest. Perhaps Anna would be excused from the task, and she would not have to guard her tongue. "Miss Gardner will accompany you," Lady Malvern said. Blast! Anna opened her mouth to claim a sudden headache, but her protest broke off in mid-sentence when the Earl's dark gaze turned to her for the first time. Her breathing shallowed. Warmth spiraled through her belly, and images of their entwined naked limbs rose fast in her mind. For a heart-stopping instant, his brow furrowed, but then he looked away as Lady Malvern called for the butler to fetch their cloaks. Anna let out a slow breath. She was furious at her vulnerability to him, and just as angry at his appearance today, but at least he had not recognized her. She would be there for Penelope, no matter how difficult the circumstances. Meanwhile, she would keep her identity secret from the Earl of Drake, locking away Lady Scarlet forever in a secret chamber of her heart. She prayed her disguise would hold. "What are your interests, Lady Penelope?" Oliver asked. Penelope glanced at him beneath lowered lashes. "I enjoy painting and the pianoforte, my lord." Both were appropriate activities for a titled lady. They were also bland and told Oliver very little about her, and he wondered if they were even true. He inwardly sighed. The ride in Hyde Park was tedious. Lady Penelope seemed to have even less of an interest in him than he had in her. It was a clear day, and not a cloud dotted the sky. Hyde Park was in bloom. The dreary London rain had ceased, and bushes flowered, and groves of shady trees and meandering walkways were lovely in May. A gentle breeze blew from the Serpentine River for a pleasant respite. The promenade hour was just beginning, and carriages, phaetons, and lords and ladies on horseback and on foot were out and about. The wheels of Oliver's well-sprung carriage were smooth on the gravel drive. He glanced at Lady Penelope. She was pretty, with fair hair, porcelain skin, a small shapely nose and a slim build. But the girl was barely out of the schoolroom. 18 summers at most, compared to his 33 years. What was his grandmother thinking? You know exactly what she'd been thinking. Many titled men married younger women for the simple reason that they could. Also, a young woman had many childbearing years before her. No doubt the dowager had that in mind when she'd arranged for this outing with Penelope's mother, the Marquis of Malvern. He supposed the company could be worse. Penelope was soft-spoken and had a pleasant smile. She was also as different as night and day from Lady Scarlet. His memories of Scarlet's dark curls, tempting mouth, and lush curves evoked erotic fantasies of their shared night together. She was too worldly to be innocent, yet had been a virgin. Her allure had tantalized him, teased him, and he'd been shocked at his own eager response to throw all caution aside and take what he'd believed was a courtesan to bed at a notorious brothel. For a man who'd never wanted to step foot in the Silver Chalice, he'd broken all his steadfast rules. She'd entranced and bewitched him. He felt none of these feelings for the girl beside him. He did not want to be here, thinking of polite conversation, going through the motions to please his grandmother. What he truly wanted was to find Lady Scarlet and experience another night like their last. Damn! How could she have slipped through his fingers?
"The weather is pleasant, my lord," Penelope said.
His attention returned to her. "Would you like to stop the carriage and walk?" he asked. His groom could jump down and hold the horses as they strolled.
"Yes."
A small cough from the back seat of the carriage reminded him they weren't alone. Her chaperone, Miss Gardner, as he'd heard Lady Malvern address the woman, had accompanied them. Her presence wasn't required in the park. With the promenade of lords and ladies who wanted to be seen rather than to enjoy the outdoors, it was a ridiculous notion that a man could take advantage of a young lady's charms. When he'd first noticed her in the drawing-room, he had a fleeting feeling that he knew her from somewhere, had met her. But he pushed the thought aside. He had no interaction with chaperones of young ladies. And Miss Gardner was as plain and rigid as they came, with her grey gown, dour expression, and ramrod posture that could rival a general's. She was like an overprotective mother hen. He felt a pang of sympathy for Lady Penelope. He didn't know who was worse, her mother or the chaperone.
"What activities do you prefer, my lord?" Penelope asked.
"I enjoy a good game of billiards, but I have little time for pleasure. I'm sure you are aware I recently inherited the title, and I spend much time poring over the ledgers and overseeing the earldom's properties."
"I see. You need a good chatelaine?"
"It would be helpful."
"Which is your favourite estate?"
Oliver did not hesitate. "Rosedown in Hertfordshire. It's not the grandest or largest, but it has magnificent stables and is lovely with its namesake hothouse roses." Another choked cough from the chaperone, louder this time. Oliver turned to the woman. "Are you unwell, miss?" Her eyes were huge. For the first time he'd noticed the hazel colour. A stab of panic shone in her gaze, but she shook her head and lowered her lashes so quickly that he thought it might have been a quirk of the sunlight peeking through the shade of the trees. He studied her anew. Tendrils of dark curly hair escaped the ugly lace cap from the humid air. She had yet to speak, and he had a sudden urge to hear her voice. "How long have you served as Lady Penelope's chaperone?"
"My lord?"
Penelope asked, clearly confused by his probing question.
4 years,
Miss Gardner said. Her voice was firm, but respectfully low, and not as husky as Lady Scarlet's after he'd rescued her from the unwanted attention of the drunken Lord Moore. An odd twinge of disappointment settled in his gut. Ridiculous. What was he thinking? His mind was preoccupied, and he'd allowed himself to believe, for an instant, that Lady Scarlet could be right before him. Was he so bad off that he'd imagined seeing her? And even more to the point, what would it take to get rid of this ridiculous fascination after one night with a dark-haired virago.
"Are you unwell, Anna?" Penelope asked.
"No," Anna said.
"Why do you ask?"
After the Earl of Drake dropped them back home, they went straight to Penelope's bedchamber. Anna knew the girl wanted to avoid her mother.
"The truth is that I was a bit taken aback when Lord Drake addressed you directly," Penelope said.
So was Anna. She joined Penelope to sit beside her on the edge of her bed and chose her words carefully.
"Nonsense. He was just being polite."
Hardly. Had her flushed face betrayed her? She worried Oliver had recognized her, but he was too arrogant to truly look at her for long. She needed to remember that she was here for Penelope. No matter how uncomfortable and angry she was around Oliver. No, she must think of him as Lord Drake from now on. She would fulfill her duties as a proper chaperone. She was still in disbelief that the man she'd spent the night with was the son of her enemy. Even worse, he'd come to court Penelope the very next day. Then Lord Drake had admitted to a preference for Rosedown. Rosedown. Anna's mother adored the estate, and they'd shared many happy memories there. The estate stables produced thoroughbreds for Tattersall's, but it was named after the wild rose bushes on the grounds. An iron and glass conservatory also produced hothouse roses and many other exotic blooms. The Baron had been devoted to her mother and often worked alongside the gardeners in the hothouse to present her mother with lovely flowers. But the rose bushes were her mother's favourite, and she'd taught Anna how to recognise each one. Alba, Maiden's Blush, Old Velvet, Moss, Banksia, and more. The physician had claimed her mother had a weak heart. She'd fallen on the steps one winter and had never recovered. Thereafter, the Baron started drinking, and nothing Anna did could pull him out of his melancholy. Her parents had tried for a second child for years, and her brother Adam was a blessing. But not even Adam, who'd only been a toddler at the time of her mother's death, could make their father smile.
"What should I do if Lord Drake calls again?" Penelope bit her bottom lip. "He is attractive but intimidating with his rigidness."
"You felt threatened?"
"No, nothing like that. It's just that conversing was difficult. He claims he is committed to his duties as the Earl. He wants a chatelaine, but little else in a wife."
She pressed a hand to her heart.
"I felt no passion, and he is far from my fair-haired Lieutenant Smithfield."
Penelope was focused on her soldier. Anna's heart squeezed at the young girl's distress. The likelihood that Penelope would marry Lieutenant Smithfield was slim to none, not if her mother had a say, which she did. Life was heart-wrenchingly unfair. No one knew this more than Anna.
"Lord Drake is old as well," Penelope added.
Not so old. She was a few months shy of her 30th birthday, and after overhearing her ladyship speaking to her maid, she'd learned Lord Drake was only 3 years older. There was a knock on the door. Without waiting for Penelope to answer, Lady Malvern stepped inside. Anna immediately stood. "How was your afternoon ride?" Her ladyship's voice was filled with curiosity.
"It went well, Mother."
"By well, do you mean successful?"
"Yes, it was quite enjoyable."
Penelope's cheeks coloured under her mother's gaze. "Good. I'll reach out to his grandmother and invite her for tea." Lady Malvern turned to the door. A flash of unease crossed Penelope's face.
Is that necessary, Mother?"
Her ladyship turned back. "Of course. I will mention that we are attending the Royal Exhibition. The Dowager will undoubtedly advise her grandson to do the same." Penelope's brows drew downward, and her lips parted, then closed like a fish on a line in distress. Anna hated that the girl was torn, and she wanted to reach out and comfort her. But she also knew better with her employer standing just feet away. She'd have to wait until Lady Malvern departed. But it was not to be. Lady Malvern turned her attention to Anna. "A word, Miss Gardner." Damn. Anna bobbed a curtsy. "Of course, my lady." Anna gave Penelope a reassuring glance before following her employer out of the bedchamber. Lady Malvern's spine was rigid as she walked down the corridor. When the lady passed her bedchamber with its private sitting room to descend the grand staircase, Anna's anxiety increased tenfold. Only one possible room remained downstairs. One room where Anna would be taken. The library was the Marquis's domain. Why meet there? Had they discovered her deception? Had the Earl recognized her and told her employers the truth about her? Good God, was her position at risk? A hot ache grew in her throat. She needed this position, and the small salary that accompanied it, to continue to send her younger brother funds at school. She also needed shelter and food. She couldn't fathom where she'd go or what she'd do. The library door opened, and Anna trailed behind Lady Malvern. Dread pulled in her stomach. The Marquis sat in a leather armchair by the fire, sipping brandy and reading a book. At any other time, the library was one of Anna's favourite rooms in the stately home. Tall shelves filled with leather-bound books from floor to ceiling dominated the room. A wheeled ladder allowed access to the books on the top shelves. The Marquis didn't look pleased with his wife's interruption. His bushy eyebrows furrowed as he set down his drink and his book, and stood. From his expression, this audience must not have been at his request, and the tightness in Anna's chest eased. Whatever Lady Malvern wanted to discuss with her husband, it didn't have to do with Anna's employment. "Pardon the interruption, my lord," Lady Malvern said, her tone firm. "I'd like to discuss our daughter." Lord Malvern let out a long sigh. "What is amiss?" "As you are aware, Lord Drake took Penelope on a ride in Hyde Park." "And?" "I just spoke with her. Despite her insistence otherwise, Penelope is less than enthusiastic." "It was one outing. How much enthusiasm do you expect from the girl?" Unsatisfied with her husband's response, Lady Malvern whirled to Anna. "Miss Gardner, my daughter listens to your guidance. I want you to steer her toward Lord Drake." Anna blinked. "My lady?" "Do not feign ignorance. You know precisely what I mean." "Yes, I do, and I'd rather leave the security of this position before I encourage Penelope to marry the dastardly Earl of Drake." "Perhaps we should allow Penelope to form her opinion of the man on her own," Lord Malvern said. At his unexpected defence, Anna stared at the Marquis anew. Did he know about the old Earl's drinking, gaming, and avarice? Lady Malvern's lips thinned as she turned back to her husband. "I was merely suggesting Miss Gardner gently guide our daughter." "Nonsense. You want Miss Gardner to tell Penelope what to do, because you know your daughter will object if you do so, my dear." Lady Malvern let out an audible huff. "That is entirely untrue. I respect Penelope's judgment." "Good. Then it's settled.
Miss Gardner accompanies her as her chaperone, but does not force an opinion upon our daughter."
He sank in the leather armchair and picked up his drink and his book, effectively dismissing his wife as if he'd snapped at her to depart. Lady Malvern's gaze was shrewd as she eyed Anna outside the library. "His lordship means well, Miss Gardner, but make no mistake. As the lady of the house, I am in charge of hiring and firing the staff." Chapter 8. A knock sounded on Oliver's study door.
"Enter."
"My lord, the man you've summoned is here." Burke stood in the doorway, a question in his gaze.
"See him here, Burke."
Burke bowed, then disappeared. Moments later, a squat, heavy-set man with a thinning head of straw-coloured hair entered his study. Oliver had requested a man who was skilled in investigating and had discretion. Oliver motioned for him to take a seat.
"Mr. Willis, tell me you found her,"
Oliver said. The man handed him a piece of foolscap.
"Not exactly, my lord, but I do have a list of possible women."
Oliver took the proffered list. His brows pinched together as he scanned the contents. Then he reached for a pen in an inkwell in the corner of his desk and proceeded to cross off 2 names out of 5.
"Lady Summersby and Miss Lorenz are not who I'm searching for."
He knew both women from his family connections, and the mere notion that they were Lady Scarlet was ludicrous. His frustration grew, and he was discouraged and irritated. For a man who'd never had trouble forgetting a lover, it was disconcerting. Something about Lady Scarlet was unique. The more he thought about it, the more he was convinced it was the way she made him feel that was different. Fierce, fiery, and free. Free of the guilt of his brother's death, his father's cruelty, his heavy responsibilities as the new Earl. Her awkwardness in the bedroom had intrigued and aroused him, and for the first time he lost his tightly reined control. Rather than regret it, he'd enjoyed it and wanted that feeling again. He'd experienced a connection with Lady Scarlet that he'd never had in the past, and he wanted more. Craved more. Unfortunately, Lady Penelope roused none of these feelings. She would make a proper lord's wife, and she had many childbearing years before her. She was titled, mild-mannered, well-bred. Entirely and utterly boring. He knew he was harshly judging her. After all, who could compare with Lady Scarlet? But knowing he was being unfair to the former did not satisfy this deep-seated need to find the latter. Oliver tapped his fingers on his desk's blotter as he looked at the investigator.
"Was your search based on my criteria?"
"Yes, a well-spoken Englishwoman with a possible Middle Eastern or Mediterranean background."
"That's correct."
Oliver was convinced Lady Scarlet had come from a mixed heritage. Arab, Greek, Egyptian came to mind. Her curly hair had been a glorious mahogany, almost as dark as midnight. He'd never seen an Englishwoman with a similar colour and texture. And her silky skin had been smooth, luscious, and entirely devoid of body hair. And virginal. Even now, days later, the image made his body harden in lust. He'd lain in bed thinking of her, reliving their night together. The lush skin between her thighs had glistened with arousal. For him. A different image rose in his mind. Hazel eyes, a hideous grey crepe gown and lace cap. Lady Penelope's chaperone. Her eyes were the right colour, but everything else about her was wrong. The stiff posture, the pursed lips, the disapproving glare. Then why did he keep thinking of her? The chaperone distrusted him, but he supposed she was doing her job of guiding her young charge, no matter how ridiculously overprotective. But he'd caught a flash of more than mere distrust in her gaze. She despised him. Why? It made no sense. Unless she was someone who had spent the night with him, who was incensed that he then appeared at her home the following day to court her charge. His instinct told him there was more to her than what one saw at first glance. Could that be it? He pictured the chaperone once more. The tight bun could not contain unruly wisps of dark curly hair that protested the lace cap. She was as tall as Lady Scarlet, but no one could discern whether or not she had curves beneath the heavy crepe fabric. What was her name? Green? Garber? No, Miss Gardner. A heightened anticipation struck Oliver's chest, one he hadn't felt since first spotting a lady dressed in red at a notorious brothel. "My lord, shall I keep searching?" Mr. Willis asked. "No, I shall get back to you." He couldn't wait to pay Lady Penelope another visit. A kiss on the base of her spine stirred Anna. Splendidly naked, she turned over and met a muscular male chest. Strong arms held her as his lips trailed a heated path down her neck. She arched her back and wantonly offered her breasts.
"Oh, yes, please kiss me there," she whispered.
Teeth grazed her right nipple, then her left, leaving her aching. His hand followed down her abdomen to brush the throbbing secret bud between her thighs that left her panting for more. Her eyes fluttered open to meet dark eyes. "Remove your mask." His voice was deep, powerful. With trembling fingers, she untied the laces behind her head and then took off the mask. She lay naked before him, exposed in every way. A flash of anger clouded his fierce face. "You? You can no longer hide from me." "No, no, no!" He put his hands behind his head on the pillow, his eyes dark, fiery and gleaming with lust in the candlelight. "Come, take what you want, what you need." Anna moaned and rolled over. The rustle of her coverlet slipping to the floor woke her. She sat up in bed, a sheen of perspiration dotted her brow, and her heart beat swiftly in her chest. The dream had been vivid and lurid. She hugged her pillow to her, her breast still tingling from the memory of his touch. Why him? Why the Earl of Drake? She had betrayed her family in the worst way. Traitor! A snake of betrayal wound its way around her heart and into her head, squeezing, suffocating. Still, no matter how hard she tried, and even knowing who he was, she could not forget him. Oliver had already occupied her waking thoughts, and now he'd invaded her dreams. Chapter 9. The Evermans' ball was one of the most popular of the season, and as a result, a crush of people were in attendance. Carriages lined up along the long drive of the large London mansion. Anna arrived with Lord and Lady Malvern and Penelope, and she trailed behind, surveying the ballroom. Dozens of crystal chandeliers holding hundreds of candles set the Mayfair ballroom ablaze. Anna was dressed in another crepe gown, a dull blue one this time. Her dark curls again were pulled back in a bun at her nape and covered with another respectable lace cap. In contrast, the ball gowns of the ladies of the beau monde were a rainbow-like display from vibrant tones to pastels to the occasional white. The women's hairstyles were just as varied. Dyed ostrich plumes swayed from towering turbans, beside braided cornets and Roman-style ringlets with hair bandeau. But it was the sparkle of diamonds, sapphires and emeralds, the daring abundance of precious stones and gold jewellery of the wealthy, that was dazzling. Not long ago, Anna had owned a dozen ball gowns, and her hair had been fashioned in a stylish chignon by her own lady's maid. Her parents had gifted her with jewels. Her favourite was an emerald necklace her mother had purchased in Lebanon and given Anna on her 16th birthday. The jewel brought out the green flecks in her eyes. Her heart ached under her breast. The gowns and jewels had long since been sold to pay for her brother's schooling, and her hair hadn't been uncovered and styled fashionably at a ball in years. No sense longing for what was lost. Anna followed the Mulvans as they made their way across the ballroom. Voices swelled, glasses clinked, and laughter ebbed and flowed. The orchestra struck up a new tune, and couples whirled by on the dance floor. As the crowd thickened, the air grew stagnant, and the smell of expensive perfume, commingled with sweat, made Anna feel faint. Her gown lay heavy and warm on her skin. She longed to release her hair from the tight pins that pulled at her scalp. She eyed the open French doors. Oh, what she wouldn't give to slip outside and escape, even for a few minutes of respite. A solemn look crossed Penelope's face as she watched the sea of ladies and gentlemen on the dance floor. Anna suspected the girl was thinking of her soldier and wished to be with him in a quiet bookshop rather than at a crowded ballroom facing the gentleman her mother had in mind for her daughter. "All will be well," Anna whispered in Penelope's ear. "Try to enjoy the evening." Unfortunately, Anna was not the only one to notice Penelope's melancholy mood. Lady Mulvern closed her fan and rapped her daughter on her shoulder. "Stand straight and smile, Penelope. You look as if you've sucked on a lemon." Penelope flushed miserably. "Mother, this gown is too stiff. If you'd let me wear the pink one, I'd be able to breathe." Anna agreed. Penelope looked like a frosted cake with all the ruffles and bows. It was the perfect gown to attract a baker, not a lord. "You'd be on display and not in a ladylike manner," Lady Mulvern said sharply. It took great effort for Anna to hold her tongue. "According to Lord Drake's grandmother, he is to be in attendance tonight. I hope he seeks a dance." Penelope dropped her lashes quickly, but not before Anna saw the anguish in her blue eyes. Lord Mulvern came to his daughter's defence. "No sense arguing," he said to his wife. "Let Penelope enjoy the ball." More and more, Anna was growing to like the Marquis of Mulvern, and often wondered how he tolerated his overbearing wife. His admonitions seemed to have an effect. Lady Mulvern touched her fan to her lips to cover her scowl and stopped harassing Penelope. Anna's gaze returned to the ballroom. She fervently hoped Oliver wasn't in attendance tonight, and, if he was, that he would not ask Penelope to dance. If he took her charge for a spin in the gardens, Anna would dutifully have to accompany them. Heaven help her. The ride in Hyde Park had been difficult enough. She didn't know what was worst. That Oliver was the Earl of Drake, that he'd come to court Penelope, or that each night she relived the night she'd spent with the son of the man she'd hated. She did not wish to delve into her feelings or the hot ache in the centre of her chest when she thought of him. A young gentleman approached. His blonde hair was fashioned in the à la Brutus style, favoured by many bucks of the ton, and his green eyes were bright. He introduced himself as Lord Falksley to Lady Malvern and requested a dance from Penelope. Anna knew he was the second son to a marquis and was pleasantly surprised when Lady Malvern approved and Penelope was swept onto the dance floor. Perhaps Falksley was just what her young charge needed to lighten her mood. Several dance sets passed, and Lord Drake was nowhere in sight. Anna began to breathe easier. Until a movement across the room caught her attention. Rather, he caught her attention. With the length of the ballroom and a crush of people between them, she spotted the Earl of Drake's tall figure. A group of men waved at him, and he walked over to greet them. Dressed in finely tailored black and white, Oliver looked striking in evening attire. She recognized the other men from her night at the Silver Chalice. They reminded her of peacocks in their brightly coloured coats, striped and checked waistcoats, high shirt points, and intricately tied cravats. Among his peers, Oliver's powerful build had a commanding presence. She wondered what he had in common with the others. Her brow furrowed as a different question occurred to her for the first time. Why had he been at the brothel that night? Madame Crescent had told her the group of men were celebrating one of their friends' betrothals. The first time she'd seen Oliver, he'd sat apart from the other men. She hadn't thought of the reasoning until now. She pushed her curiosity aside. The truth was, it didn't matter. Had she known Oliver was the Earl of Drake, she never would have been attracted to him. Liar. She'd been drawn to him as soon as she'd seen him, even before he'd intervened to remove her from Lord Moore's cruel grasp in the brothel salon. She'd never looked at another. As if the Earl sensed her attention, he turned, and their gazes met across the crowded ballroom. He raised his glass in acknowledgement. A sharp intake of breath crossed her lips, and she froze. He hadn't recognized her, had he? The sounds of the ballroom faded to a dull hum. The talking, the laughter. No music from the orchestra. The shuffling of footsteps on the hardwood floor. Do not panic. Do not panic. She turned to see if he was looking at anyone behind her, but no one was there. She looked back to find him staring at her. Her heart raced within her chest, and her first instinct was to flee. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm. Logic returned. He only recognized her as Lady Penelope's chaperone. Dull, drab, dutiful. He could not know she was anyone other than Miss Gardner. From the moment Oliver saw Miss Gardner standing away from the crowd like a wallflower, his interest was piqued. She'd been watching him, and when he'd raised his glass to acknowledge her, he'd seen the flash of panic in her eyes. Yes, she should be afraid. Unfortunately, he was waylaid by his brother's friends. "How long must we stay at this dreadful ball?" Sutherland asked. "You will have to deal with your mother's disapproval if you don't ask at least 3 ladies to dance," Elton said, glancing at his new wife, who stood in the corner, speaking with a group of young ladies. "I envy you." "Lud,
She seeks a match for me with the Duke of Bedford's daughter. The woman is chicken-breasted and has the face of a frog."
Sutherland tossed back his head and finished his drink.
"Who cares what she looks like? The Duke settled a huge dowry upon his daughter," Elton said. "Elton's right. You don't need candlelight to produce an heir," the Earl of Moor said.
Oliver's dislike of Moor hadn't improved, and he vividly recalled their fight over Lady Scarlet at the Silver Chalice. Moor, on the other hand, behaved like it had never occurred, probably because he never thought twice about forcing a woman, Cyprian or not. Oliver would still like to challenge him in the boxing ring. Men like Moor never lasted more than one round.
"Let's head to White's afterward. We need to stay abreast of the newest wager on the betting book," Elton said. "What do you think, Drake?"
Oliver's attention snapped back to the group.
"Pardon? Who do you think we should bet on?"
All three pairs of eyes were focused on him.
"For what?"
Oliver asked.
"Have you paid any attention at all? The wager at White's betting book. Who do you think will be the first to bed the newest Drury Lane actress?"
Sutherland asked. This was the reason he disliked his brother's friends. They focused on trivial nonsense, on their own pleasure, rather than their titles and the tenants, servants, and family members who depended upon them for their livelihoods. Duty was a foreign concept.
"Perhaps it will be you, Moor," Oliver said. "Ha! Your answer makes up for your lack of focus, Drake."
He grit his teeth as Moor slapped him on the back. Oliver returned his attention to the chaperone. Miss Gardner's gaze met his, and he sensed her nervousness like a doe ready to flee a hunter. Lady Scarlet. He looked past the unflattering gown and the cap to see the woman beneath. Something about the way the chaperone tilted her head, the fullness of her lips, and the long, slender line of her neck intimately reminded of him of the woman in red. His nostrils flared slightly. A hint of light lavender perfume was etched in his memory. Intrigued, he needed to learn if his instinct was right.
"Enjoy White's. I won't make it tonight."
Oliver barely heard their responses as he walked away. With one purpose, he cut a path through the crowd and headed directly for her. Chapter 10. Oliver bowed as he approached the Malverns.
"Good evening." "Hello there, Drake," Lord Malvern said.
Lady Malvern lowered her fan to greet Oliver with a smile.
"My lord, what a pleasant surprise. We didn't know you would be in attendance."
Since his grandmother had tea with Lady Malvern earlier in the week, he knew the lady was lying.
"A surprise indeed."
Oliver's gaze darted to Miss Gardner. A flash of anger lit her eyes before she demurely lowered her gaze. Oh, yes. He was growing more and more certain of his suspicions. How could he get her alone this evening?
"If you are free to dance, my lord, Lady Penelope is available,"
Lady Malvern said in a not-so-subtle suggestion. He expected her to respond this way when he approached the family. Still, her machinations to get him to court his daughter were bothersome. Miss Gardner shifted her feet. Good. She was nervous. His fingers itched to remove the wretched steel pins from her hair and release the curls from their constraint to see if they reached her waist in glorious dark waves, as he remembered. He'd wager every coin in his purse that she possessed a true throaty laugh. He wanted to extend his hand to Miss Gardner to dance, but he knew that would cause unwanted attention. All in good time. He was growing more and more certain of the chaperone's identity. He turned to Penelope and bowed. "Lady Penelope, may I have the honour of this dance?" Penelope looked just as disinterested as he felt, but she dutifully placed her hand on his sleeve. With one last glance at Miss Gardner, Oliver led the girl to the dance floor. Anna eyed a liveried footman carrying a tray of fluted glasses of sparkling champagne. As soon as he came close, she snatched a glass and made her way toward the open French doors. Chaperones didn't drink and rarely danced. Rather, her role was to fetch, listen, and carry, while smiling through it all. She was no different from any other chaperone or lady's companion. Their lives were solitary. But if she had to watch Oliver dance an entire set with Penelope, then she believed she was entitled to a drink and a few brief minutes of solitude. Her stomach fluttered, and she convinced herself it was due to the champagne. She was not jealous, not one bit. Several couples gathered in a group on the white marble terrace, but no one glanced her way. She snuck down the steps and into the gardens. She hurried on, past a handful of couples, until an isolated path led to a stone bench. She settled on the bench, and the cool air felt wonderful against her heated skin as she sipped the champagne. The strains of the orchestra and the sounds of the ballroom were a distant hum. A cricket chirped, and the leaves of a towering oak rustled from a pleasant breeze. Flowering bushes perfumed the air. The moon hung low like a Roman coin, illuminating the bench. Anna longed to stay here all night, but knew her time was short. Lady Malvern would notice her absence. The bubbly champagne tickled her nose and eased the tension in her shoulders. She sighed and leaned back on the bench. "I was wondering how to get you alone, but I was pleasantly surprised when you made it so easy." She startled from the masculine voice. She stood just as Oliver walked from around a hedge. The glass slipped from her fingers into the grass. Every fibre of her body warned her against him. With great effort, she depicted an ease she didn't feel. "If you are searching for Lady Penelope, she is inside, in the ballroom, my lord." "I'm well aware of her whereabouts, since I just left her after our dance. But I suspect you know that, don't you?"
"Pardon?"
"I admit you are quite good. I didn't suspect you during my first visit to Lord and Lady Malvern's home."
"There must be some mistake."
"Even during that boring ride in Hyde Park, I had an inkling about you, but dismissed it as implausible. But I've learned never to ignore my instincts, and when I saw you again tonight, my eyes were fully open, and I knew."
"I don't know what you are talking about, my lord. Perhaps you have indulged in one too many glasses of champagne."
"The dowdy gowns and that hideous lace cap are a brilliant disguise, Lady Scarlet." Her breath stalled in her throat.
He knows. Was there any sense in denying it any longer? He looked at her the earthy way a man should never look at a lady. But she wasn't a lady any longer. Those days were a distant memory. She'd reinvented herself as Miss Gardner, and no one, not even the Earl of Drake, would destroy everything she'd worked so hard to obtain. She raised her chin. "I'll deny it to my dying breath." His lips twitched. "I never thought you would stand on this bench and announce it to the world." "Good. So we have an understanding."
No, we do not. You were a very difficult woman to find. You should know I returned to the Silver Chalice the day after we met.
He had? If he went to such trouble, then did that mean their night together meant more to him? How much more? Was he fascinated that she'd been a virgin, or was he furious he had been duped into believing he'd spent the night with an experienced ladybird, only to learn she hadn't been employed at the brothel after all? Either way, she was at risk. No, the truth, the real truth, was cleverly hidden. She attempted to calm her racing heart. He could not know who she truly was, the daughter of Lord and Lady Woodbridge, a woman of mixed race who'd once been on the fringes of society, someone whose family name was sullied by her father's suicide. He only knew her as a chaperone, a little Miss Nobody, a woman far beneath his station. She faced him, her fingers knotting in her skirts. Why bother to return to the Silver Chalice at all? He took a step closer, his movements smooth and confident.
Why? I've asked myself the same question 1,000 times over. I did not lie when I said I don't frequent brothels. I attended the brothel that night out of obligation. Then I saw you and everything changed for me. Our evening together was entirely unexpected. Even more unexpected is that I wanted to spend one more night with you.
She blinked. My lord, I...
Imagine my confusion when Madame Crescent wouldn't tell me anything, and I was left to my own devices to try and find you. Then, to my complete surprise, I discover you're a companion to Lady Penelope.
Fear surged through her, and she grew more frantic. He may not know everything about her, but he still had the ability to destroy her. His father had taken everything from her family. His older brother had insulted her in the worst way imaginable, and now Oliver would finish her. And she'd unwittingly chosen him to be her lover. Of all the rotten luck. What do you want, my lord?
I told you. I thought to share what we had once more, but then I discovered your identity as a chaperone. I no longer know what to think. You were a virgin. Why choose me?
He leaned close, very close, until she could feel his warm breath on her cheek. Her pulse quickened, and despite everything between them, every damnable and painful fact about the past, a tantalizing tingling began in the pit of her stomach. What was wrong with her? Her heart leaped in her breast. I told you then it was of no consequence. Beneath the light of the moon, his gaze darkened, and she'd feared she had foolishly provoked him.
I do not agree, madame. It is of consequence to me. I do not make it a common occurrence to deflower ladies, nor do I like to be made a fool of, he said. A choked laugh escaped her lips. If anyone was the fool, it was I. From what I remember, you were quite successful in convincing me to share your bed. I'd like an answer. Why me?
Her face grew hot with humiliation, but her body, her traitorous body, responded to his nearness. Images of their night together were never far from her mind, and with him standing so close, she could smell his cologne, his unique masculine essence, and see the flash of desire darken his eyes. The fine cut of his coat revealed broad shoulders that were not the result of a tailor's padding. She'd memorized every inch of his body that night, his broad chest, the muscles of his abdomen,
the trail of hair that led below his waistband. Sweet Lord! He studied her intently in a way that made her heart thump against her ribs. I lie in bed each night thinking of our time together. Did you think of us?
Yes. Her lips parted, and her mind scrambled to find the best way to handle him. It was to be only one night, my lord.
That's what I told myself when I allowed you to lead me to your room. But then I imagine your long, slim legs wrapped around me, your rose-tipped breasts, all your silken, naked and lush skin between your thighs. Even more devastating, the way I felt when I kissed you, held you. His brazen words caused her cheeks to flush. She didn't fight him, and even though he did not touch her, she found she could not step away. Her voice was a mere whisper.
So you returned to the Silver Chalice, only to learn that I wasn't there?
A muscle ticked by his jaw. Only to learn that I had been duped into thinking I'd slept with a courtesan. But I hadn't at all. Who are you?
You know who I am. I am Miss Gardner. I am employed by Lord and Lady Malvern as a chaperone to their daughter, Lady Penelope.
Ah, Lady Penelope. Does she know?
She felt as if her breath had been cut off. No, no one does. If Lady Malvern knew, I would be turned loose without a reference.
He ran a hand through his dark hair in exasperation. I would never tell. You must know that is not my intent. Powerful relief filled her.
Thank you.
But I would like to know why you donned a red gown and presented yourself as Lady Scarlet. Tell me why you did it.
A man like you would never understand.
Try me. I need to know more about you. She needed to end this. Unlike him, she had everything to lose. She hadn't counted on him visiting Madame Crescent in order to search for her, or for him experiencing a similar longing after their shared evening, no matter how dangerous that longing. Slow to come to her senses, she moved away and met his gaze.
There is nothing more to learn. As for the Silver Chalice, our arrangement was for one night, no more. Stay away from me, Lord Drake.
Chapter 11.
The Evermans' ball turned out to be far from what I expected, Lady Penelope said.
I know you miss your soldier, but didn't you enjoy some of last night? Anna asked. What about your dance with Lord Falksley? He is a handsome enough fellow.
I admit he is pleasant to the eye, but he is not my Lieutenant Smithfield, my Timothy.
Anna feared her young charge's heart was lost, and she would not look at another, no matter how handsome or charming. The two strolled down Ludgate Hill arm in arm. It was a beautiful, cloudless day, and Penelope had expressed an interest in shopping. The afternoon was even more pleasant, since Penelope's mother had a prior commitment with the ladies of a foundling hospital and could not accompany them. They passed a dressmaker's, the latest French modiste, who was all the rage with the ladies of the ton, and headed for the silversmiths and jewellers, Rundle and Bridge. It was Lord Malvern's birthday, and Penelope sought to purchase her father a snuff-box as a gift. The shop's bells chimed as they opened the door. Anna's eyes widened at displays of silver, gold, and precious jewels. Everything from fine jewellery, rings, earbobs, brooches and pendants, all with precious stones of ruby, emerald, and diamond, were a feast for the eyes. As for their other silver and gold work, each piece was exquisite. There were elaborate cups, tureens, tankards, candelabras, sauce boats, incense burners, trays and silver teapots, and much more. Rundle and Bridge were royal goldsmiths and jewellers, and she could understand why their work was in demand with the crown and the aristocracy. A shopkeeper was helping a nobleman, a duke from the way he was addressed as Your Grace. The duke was perusing diamond necklaces, and Anna wondered if it was for his wife or his mistress.
"Look over here, Anna. Which do you think my papa would like?"
Penelope held up 2 snuff boxes, one silver and one gold. Anna joined her friend. "They are both lovely. Lord Malvern will be happy you have thought to select a special gift for his birthday." Penelope did not look up.
"But which one?"
"I'd pick the silver." The artistry depicted a small garden.
"Good choice."
Penelope handed Anna the gold box and kept the silver one. Anna's father had enjoyed snuff, and he'd preferred apricot snuff. As she held the unwanted snuff box in her hands, she could almost smell it. Apricots were from the Mediterranean and the Middle East, and the Baron had grown to love them after his travels, where he'd met Anna's mother. His favourite snuff-box was a gold one with a miniature portrait of his wife inlaid in the mother of pearl.
"It looks like the shopkeeper can help me now."
Penelope headed for the counter with the silver snuff-box in hand. Anna set down the unwanted snuff-box, then wandered to a display of jewellery behind a glass counter. A brooch with a cameo of a lady, a gold box to hold jewels, pearl earbobs, and a ring with a miniature of Queen Charlotte were on display behind the glass. Then she spotted another piece of jewellery. A turquoise scarab necklace with a thick silver chain. Her heart squeezed in her chest, and she felt faint. Her mother's necklace. It was one of her mother's hidden jewels that Anna had sold to another jeweller for funds to pay for her brother's boarding school. The turquoise was her mother's favourite, and she'd purchased it from a travelling Egyptian merchant while she lived in Lebanon. Anna could not tear her gaze away from the necklace. The silver work was as fine as any piece here, the stone as large as a pigeon's egg. The chain was thick silver. Turquoise was considered lucky in her culture. Pawning her mother's jewels had been heartbreaking, but Anna knew deep down that her mother would have told her to do it to help her brother. Anna reached out to touch the glass. How had the necklace ended up here? The jeweller she'd sold the piece to must have turned around and sold it to Rundle and Bridge for a higher price. Or perhaps another had purchased the necklace, then sold it to this jeweller, or left it as surety against a loan. It was not an unknown practice.
"Ready?"
Penelope joined her side. The snuff-box was wrapped in brown paper and tucked under her arm. Anna glanced at the necklace once more before turning away. For a fleeting instant, she wondered how she could ever purchase it back. Impossible. Do not punish yourself with memories of the past. Yes, I'm ready. Anna took Penelope's arm and they left the shop together. You were right earlier, Penelope said as they stepped into the sunlight. Their carriage was parked down the street, but neither was in a rush to end their pleasant afternoon. About what? I may have thought of Lieutenant Smithfield during the ball, but I did enjoy dancing. That's wonderful. You danced with several bachelors, as I recall, not just Lord Falksley. I did. Dancing is vigorous and fun, especially when I'm not under the thumb of my mother's dancing instructor. As for Lord Falksley, even if I found him inspiring, which I do not, he is the second son of the Viscountcy, and Mother aspires for more for me. Anna hoped Lord Malvern would stand up to his wife when it came to Penelope's happiness. The girl may never be able to marry her soldier, but she could at least have some say in her future. Penelope pressed a hand to her chest, her eyes bright.
"But my most exciting dance was with Lord Drake."
Anna's step faltered, but she quickly recovered. "What do you mean? I thought the Earl bored you."
"Oh, he did when we rode in the park, but not last night."
Anna struggled to keep her voice light. "Oh? Why the change?"
"Because he asked me questions about you."
Anna stopped short to face her. "What could he have possibly asked about me?" A teasing light brightened her blue eyes.
"Oh, how long have you been my chaperone? How did Mother find you? Were you recommended by an agency? Do I like you?"
A fluttering stirred deep in her chest. She fought it down. She should be annoyed and worried that Oliver had inquired about her, not flattered. "Goodness, he asked you all those questions during one dance?" Penelope shook her head.
"He did. What on earth is going on between you two?"
"Nothing," she snapped. Anna became aware of pedestrians walking down the street. None had overheard their conversation so far, but when a well-dressed lady glanced their way, her interest obviously piqued, Anna didn't want to take any risks. "Come." Anna took Penelope by the arm and urged her toward their carriage. Once seated inside, Anna waited until the jingle of harness sounds and the carriage was on its way before speaking. "We mustn't ever speak of this." Penelope ignored her.
"Anna, you have become my closest confidant and know my secrets. You may disapprove of my correspondence to Lieutenant Smithfield, but you have never whispered a word to my mother. You can trust me."
Anna's mind raced. A friendship had blossomed between them, and their relationship was much more than mere chaperone and charge. Still, Anna kept her past from her, and Penelope only knew her as Miss Gardner. Concealing her identity never bothered her. She'd acted out of necessity. But her relationship with the Earl of Drake was different. How could she confess she'd struck a deal with Madame Crescent, donned a scandalous red dress, and acted as a courtesan for one night? Anna's desire to experience one night of passion before it slipped from her fingers wasn't easy to explain, especially to a young innocent like Penelope. But Anna had to tell her something. By questioning Penelope about her during their dance, Oliver had made it difficult to concoct a lie. "I did know the Earl," Anna confessed, "but I did not know he was the gentleman who was to arrive at your home that first day. It was a shock."
"You both hid it well during our ride in the park."
"That's because he had no idea who I was that day."
"You find him attractive?"
Penelope asked. It was a statement more than a question. "I did, but no longer. I would never interfere with your future, darling," Anna said.
"Posh. I have no romantic interest in Lord Drake."
Anna regarded her kindly. "Penelope, you must know your mother would not approve of your soldier." The girl's face fell.
"I know, but that is why I want to be sure you are happy."
Warmth spread across Anna's face. Her fingers clutched the padded bench. If only Penelope knew the truth, she'd stop trying to make a match between her and the Earl. "I am older and employed by your family, whereas you are a lovely young lady. My future is set. Yours is bright."
"So? You are very dear to me. There is no reason you cannot find happiness."
A trickle of warning made her spine straighten. "Oh, no. You cannot be thinking what I think you are thinking."
"Why not? Anna, you can be with Lord Drake."
"No, I cannot."
"Why?"
"First, I am a chaperone. Women such as I do not marry earls. Second, I do not like him. Not to mention the scandal of her father's suicide or society's prejudice regarding her mother's Middle Eastern roots."
"Well, I'm not sure I believe that chaperones cannot marry above their station. I believe it would be wonderfully romantic."
Penelope pressed a hand to her heart, and a dreamy expression crossed her face.
"As for your second argument, I do not know why you dislike him, but I do know he is intrigued by you."
"He is not intrigued. More likely furious that he'd been fooled."
"Nonsense! Why else would Lord Drake inquire about you?" Penelope asked.
Anna needed to end this before it grew out of hand. "I have no idea what he was thinking, and nor do I care." Penelope arched an eyebrow and gave her an "I don't believe you for a moment" look.
"Mother says we are to attend the exhibition at the Royal Academy. Knowing her, she will find another excuse to meet with his grandmother to ensure your Earl's presence at the exhibition as well."
Penelope was most likely right about Lady Malvern's efforts. Anna swallowed hard and tried to manage a strong enough argument. "He is not my Earl."
"I sense there is more you are not telling me, but I respect your secrets. You have helped me with Lieutenant Smithfield and have become a good friend. Please know that I'd be honoured to help you."
Anna was growing desperate. "Please, you must cease with this notion." She knew her pleas fell on deaf ears when Penelope gave her a mischievous look.
"Why? I find matchmaking delightful when it doesn't involve myself."
The sound of flesh hitting flesh was just what Oliver needed. He circled his opponent in the ring, rocking back and forth on the balls of his feet, in a smooth, athletic dance. He ducked and wove and avoided blows from the fighter who faced him, the Duke of Warwick, a tall, large and broad-shouldered man. A square ring was roped off with stakes and anchored to the hardwood floor at each corner. Both men were bare-chested and wore boxing gloves. A towering hulk of a man with a gold front tooth stood outside the ring and rested his arms on the ropes while bellowing instructions to both fighters. Tom Cribb was a champion, and one of the few men Oliver respected. Sweat glistened on Oliver's brow, his chest, and ran down his back into the waistband of his trousers. Honest, brutal, and a test of one's strength, skill, and stamina, boxing kept his mind sharp. Unlike his brother's friends who wasted their days drinking, gambling, and whoring, it was the perfect pastime to relieve his frustrations. And he had many. Last night had not gone as he'd planned. He hadn't been able to cease thinking of his night at the Silver Chalice, and now that he'd confirmed Miss Gardner was Lady Scarlet, it did nothing to alleviate the tension in his chest. It only served to whet his appetite. Only she wanted nothing to do with him. Bloody hell! He understood her nervousness regarding her position in the Malvern household. He'd never meant to expose her, and he'd told her that was not his intent. But her dislike of him, her scorn, was surprising. Why? He hadn't mistreated her at the Silver Chalice. She'd received as much pleasure as he had. God, every time he thought of her naked in his arms, his desire, his longing for the special evening they'd shared rose. And despite what she'd claimed, the fact that she'd been a virgin mattered to him.
Watch your right side, Drake. Don't drop your guard or... Oomph! Oliver's opponent took advantage of his distraction to jab a fist into the right side of his chest. Pain seared Oliver's side, and he fought the urge to bend over and clutch his ribs. Serves you right for losing focus. Oliver breathed through the pain and, with great effort, kept his fists raised to shield his face. His feet shuffled on the hardwood floor, and his gaze narrowed on the Duke. "Don't get overly confident, Warwick," Cribb warned a second before Oliver's uppercut connected with Warwick's chin. Warwick's head whipped back, and he staggered, then stumbled forward to catch himself on the ropes. "That's enough for today," Cribb declared. Both men climbed out of the ring. Two boys ran forward to remove their gloves, then dipped metal cups in a bucket of water and offered them to the fighters. Warwick drained his cup and handed it back to one of the youths. "Good fight, although I would have beaten you if Cribb let us continue." Oliver lowered his own cup and laughed. The effort made his ribs ache. "I don't think so. Too bad I bruised that ugly face of yours." The insult was far from the truth. Fair-haired and tall with a muscular build, Warwick was the type of man women stopped to admire on the street. Barmaids lingered and offered him more than just tankards of ale. Not that Warwick would notice or care. "Ha! I'd like to see your ribs tomorrow." Oliver rubbed his aching side. "Let's say it was a draw." Warwick rubbed his chin, then nodded. "Fine. I'd say a drink is in order to ease our aches." "I thought you gave up spirits. They interfere with your work." Warwick was one of Oliver's closest friends. The two had met as boys at Eton, then attended Oxford together. Before either had grown into men, and when they were just skinny boys, Warwick was teased by a school bully. Oliver had stuck up for the young Duke, suffered a black eye, and they had been close friends ever since. The Duke may be a bit eccentric, but highly intelligent. Even Oliver, who prided himself on his own intellect, recognised Warwick's genius. His friend tinkered in his workshop and was an inventor, sometimes successful, sometimes not. "The art of invention," Warwick often said, "is most times accidental success rather than perfectly planned." Warwick may be a duke, a handsome one at that, but he was as far from an eligible bachelor as any commoner. His reputation as a recluse was well known in society. He was rich as Croesus, owned a dozen estates, never entertained, and preferred the country, even during the season. It was a toss-up as to whether the mammas of the ton never had an opportunity to wed their young daughters to him, or if they preferred to avoid him for fear of madness. Either way, Warwick was well satisfied with the arrangement. Perhaps that was what Oliver liked best about his friend. "I never gave up spirits. What made you think so?" Warwick asked, clearly perplexed. "You don't attend clubs," Oliver pointed out. "Doesn't mean I'm not a member of all of them. White's, Brooks, and Boodle's." This caught Oliver by surprise. "Why ask me today?" Warwick's green gaze studied him like one of the complex machines in his workshop. "I know you, Drake. You rarely lose focus in the ring. I may not be the best at interpreting a person's feelings, but I'm confident when it comes to you. Something's irking you, and a drink might loosen your tongue." He reached for Oliver's shirt, which had been discarded on a nearby stool, and tossed it to him. "Get dressed." After their boxing match, Oliver had accompanied Warwick not to one of his clubs, but to a tavern. They'd shared more than a few tankards of ale, and he'd told his friend about his night with Anna at the Silver Chalice. He'd never willingly whisper a word to anyone about that experience, but Warwick was different. Aloof and intelligent, his friend was safe and could keep a secret. God only knew, Warwick had his own. By the time Oliver returned home, he wanted nothing more than a hot bath and the solitude of his study.
"Good afternoon, my lord,"
Burke said. Oliver nodded to the butler as he handed him his hat, then placed a hand on the balustrade of the winding staircase. The alcohol had eased the pain in his side from their sparring match, but now, hours later, the ache had returned.
"The dowager awaits in the blue drawing-room, my lord."
Blast! His grandmother was here? Was he to have no peace? With a scowl on his face, he turned away from the staircase and headed for the drawing-room. His grandmother was sipping a cup of tea when he entered.
"Well, I'd ask where you have been, but from the look of you, I assume you were sparring or drinking," she said.
"Both." She set down her teacup on a saucer on a table.
"How is Warwick? Did he have grease under his fingernails from working on one of his contraptions?"
"I didn't notice. We both wore boxing gloves."
"Of course."
"Is there a reason for your visit?" Oliver asked.
"Do I need a reason to visit my only grandson?"
He knew she didn't mean to remind him that he was the only one left, but the result was the same. A look of anguish crossed her face, deepening the wrinkles around her eyes.
"Pardon, my boy. I didn't mean—"
He sat in a chair across from her and reached out to touch her hand.
"I know. I miss Henry too."
She was a strong woman, and he hated to see any type of anguish in her gaze.
"Shall I ring for more tea?"
he asked. She waved her hand.
"No, my visit will be brief. I've heard from Lady Malvern."
Normally this was not a topic he'd want to discuss. He was not attracted to Penelope. As far as he could discern, the girl was not interested in him either. But now that he knew her chaperone was Lady Scarlet, his attitude had changed.
"I took Lady Penelope for a spin in the park, and I danced with her at the Evermans' ball," he said.
"I'm pleased.
Apparently so was the girl's mother. She is attending the exhibition at the Royal Academy."
"I see.
I'd like you to attend as well."
He was interested, but not for the reason his grandmother hoped. Still, he was careful to hide any eagerness.
"I have no interest in the exhibition." "Most of the people who attend do not, my boy. They are there for social purposes. I suggest you do the same."
His mouth curved in a grin.
"For you, grandmother, I shall."
Chapter 12. On Anna's free day from her duties, she waited until Penelope was off to the draper's with her mother before leaving the house. She was free to spend the afternoon as she wished, and she always spent it in the same way. She walked to the corner and hailed a hackney. A short ride later, she looked out the window to see dwellings in a working-class part of the city near the Baltic Exchange. She alighted and paid the driver. She passed Threadneedle Street and the coffee house where jobbers and traders of the London Stock Exchange gathered to discuss business. Soon the homes grew close together, and although well kept, they were small and old. Here the streets were narrower, but bustling with passers-by, men in coarse corduroy jackets and fez hats, a young girl with baggy pants showing beneath her dress selling flowers, a former soldier with one arm begging for a shilling,
and an older woman selling figs and apricots. The people here were textile traders and merchants, and Anna identified a mix of languages: Arabic, Greek, and Armenian. Whenever Anna visited this part of the city, she experienced many emotions. She looked like these people, with her dark hair and olive complexion. They were her mother's people, and she felt a strong sense of connection. But she was also half English, raised as a baron's daughter. Her mother had talked about her family home and her childhood, but she also sought to raise Anna as a proper English lady. Now, years later, Anna never felt as if she fully belonged in either world. Anna passed an apothecary and a shoemaker before coming up to the row of small homes. She stepped on the porch of one of these, lifted the brass knocker, and rapped once. An old woman opened the door. She appeared to be in her 80s, but with alert brown eyes. Wisps of dyed red hair were visible beneath her gold turban. She wore a red silk belt with 2 pendants of silk and gold thread. The woman's eyes sparkled when she spotted Anna. "Anait, you are early today," she spoke in Arabic. "Good day, Queenie," Anna answered in Arabic, then stepped inside. She embraced the old woman, then kissed both of her cheeks.
"Come, sit."
Queenie showed Anna to a small parlour. The furnishings were well worn, but the side tables were dusted and the floorboards were polished. A faded blue settee occupied a corner of the room, and Queenie motioned for Anna to sit before disappearing behind a blue curtain. Moments later, the woman returned with a tray laden with meze, small plates of tabbouleh salad, hummus, pita wedges, feta cheese, and an assortment of olives. Anna clapped in delight at the feast.
"The young woman who helps me clean and cook was here today. Please eat."
Anna did not need any further encouragement. The tabbouleh salad was full of fresh flavours and slightly tart with lemon. The hummus was smooth and bursting with flavour from the chickpeas, tahini and garlic, and the cheese and olives were delightful. It was a far cry from the English fare at Malvern Manor, and Anna savoured every bite.
"Thank you, Queenie. I missed this."
"English food is bland, no?"
"Not all of it." Anna had a preference for scones.
"You should visit more often so I can feed you."
Queenie's eyes travelled over her.
"You've gotten thin."
Anna chuckled. Queenie always thought she needed a good meal. In their culture, food was the answer to many problems. Queenie had been one of her mother's good friends, and the two had been from the same village in Lebanon. Queenie was Anna's last connection to her own mother, and the older woman had become like a second mother to her over the years. Queenie never spoke of how she'd come to live in London from the Middle East. Some say she was sold to a Turkish harem and convinced the head guard, a eunuch, to leave the gate unlocked for her escape. Others say she was married to a sheikh who lavished her with jewels. Others claimed she met a handsome English sea captain and snuck aboard his ship to flee. No one knew the true story of her past. But Anna's culture prized their elders for their knowledge, and Queenie was well known and respected in their circles. Queenie also knew the truth about Anna's family and why she had sought employment within the Malvern household. Anna sighed. "This is delicious. I miss my mother's cooking."
"Silva was wonderful at preparing all types of dishes, but meat and rice wrapped in grape leaves were her speciality."
They'd had a special grapevine at Rosedown. The grapes were bitter, but the leaves were especially tender. Anna used to help her mother pick the leaves in early spring and then place them in glass jars of brine to preserve them for the long winters.
"I wish I could stay longer," Anna said.
"You cannot leave without sharing a cup of Turkish coffee with me," Queenie said.
"I'd like that. Let me help prepare it."
"As you wish."
Anna followed Queenie into a small kitchen with a hearth for cooking. A narrow table by the hearth was where food would be prepared. A table and chairs were in the corner. Queenie reached for a small pot of hammered copper with a long decorative gold handle. Next, she set aside 2 small porcelain cups, decorated with red and gold exotic birds, and were solid white inside.
"I have memories of preparing this coffee with my mother," Anna said.
Queenie sighed.
"I have fond memories of drinking it with Silver."
It had been a long time since Anna had brewed the coffee, but once she began, it was as if no time had passed at all. Using one of the small porcelain cups, she added 2 cups of water into the copper pot, 2 tablespoons of sugar, and 2 heaping teaspoons of dark coffee.
"A traveling Greek merchant sold me the coffee last week for a hefty price,"
Queenie said, as she took the pot to place it over the hearth. Anna knew not to immediately stir the brew. The sugar would caramelize and enrich the flavour. After a minute, she began to slowly stir until a white foam appeared on the surface. Soon after, the aroma of fresh coffee perfumed the air and made Anna's mouth water. Using a tiny copper spoon, she scooped the foam from the pot and poured it equally into the 2 tiny cups. Once that was done, she poured the rest of the coffee into the cups, placed them on a tray, and carried them back to the parlour. She settled back in her chair, and Queenie raised her cup.
"Drink slowly and savour it."
Anna sipped the brew. It was stronger than any coffee served at the London coffee houses. She had grown accustomed to the dark coffee over the years and enjoyed the rich velvety flavour.
"It's delicious."
She finished the small cup and started to put it down on the saucer when Queenie's hand shot out to touch hers.
"No," the older woman said. "I'd like to read your cup today."
Anna's brows drew together. Why? Queenie was adept at the skill, but she'd visited her mother's friend for years, and she'd never before asked to read her fortune.
"I sense tension in you. A tension that is different."
Anna grew alarmed. The woman was as wise as a wizard, and deep down, Anna did not want to know what the thick grounds would reveal. Would it show her night with the Earl of Drake? Nonsense. She knew the fortune would not reveal a scandalous night at a brothel. Still, she did not wish to have her future told. Not today. Not now. Not when her own thoughts were as tangled as her mother's prized grapevine on its trellis. But there was no arguing with Queenie once her mind was set. The woman took the cup from Anna, placed the saucer on top of the cup, and handed it back to her. Anna hesitated. Queenie was one of the best cup readers she'd had the good fortune to know. The art of fortune reading dated back thousands of years, yet many Englishmen would not believe in such superstitious nonsense. But Anna was only half English. Her other half believed. Queenie nodded as if she could already read Anna's troubled thoughts.
"Your questions will be answered."
"I don't have any questions."
"You can lie to yourself, but never to Queenie."
Anna knew better than to take offence. Queenie was as close as family.
"Good," Queenie said. "Now place it down." Anna flipped her cup so that it was upside down on the saucer. "Now place this on top of your cup." Queenie removed a ring from her finger and handed it to Anna.
"I've never seen a ring used in a reading. What does this mean?"
"The gold will help me see your future." A bead of perspiration began to form between Anna's breasts as she placed the gold ring on the inverted cup. It did not take long for the coffee to seep from the inverted cup into the saucer. It looked like an ominous black blob. Queenie leaned back in her chair. "We will wait a bit." Anna shifted in her chair and tried one last time.
"You do not need to trouble yourself."
"It is not me who is troubled. Remember, I have known you since you were inside your mother's womb. You have endured much hardship since your parents' death, but I sense a different conflict within you this time." The woman was far too perceptive.
"You may be right. My employment is—"
"I assume it is over a man." Unease gripped her stomach.
"You're mistaken,"
Anna lied. "Only a man can cause such angst in a woman." Before she could protest, Queenie snatched Anna's cup and raised it to the sunlight streaming in through the window. "Ah, I was right. You have not been entirely honest with me, but your cup offers enlightenment. You have been seeking answers but have not found any."
Could she tell? No, that comment could apply to anyone.
If Queenie sensed her heightened distress, she chose to ignore it. "The cup reveals your present and future. If we are fortunate, it will show your love life, but your cup will reveal only the next 40 days.
Suppressing her trepidation, Anna forced herself to ask, "What do you see?"
Queenie tipped the cup toward the sunlight. "For your present, I see a mountain." She shook her head, and another wisp of dyed red hair escaped from her turban. "No, it's a volcano. Much energy is coming your way. It can be good or bad energy. There is an opening at the top of the volcano."
"Isn't that good?" Anna asked. "A sealed volcano can mean bad results. Please tell me I have nothing to worry over."
Queenie shrugged. "It means much will be resolved, but not all."
That didn't sound as promising. "What does it say about my future?" Anna asked.
"First, your love life."
"Not yet. There is nothing to see."
"A man. A new man." Queenie looked up from the cup to catch her gaze. "Longing and passion surround him."
"Oh, no." "There is no man. Not any more."
One of Queenie's naturally brown eyebrows arched high. "Denying him does not make him go away."
If only it would. It was a mistake.
If she'd known his identity, she would have avoided him at the Silver Chalice. She may not have chosen anyone else, but she would not be in her current predicament. Why choose me? The heat and urgency in the Earl of Drake's voice shocked her as much as his admission that he had returned to the brothel for her. The predicament she now found herself in was as dangerous as the temptation of his words. Mistake or no, his presence in your life is clear.
Anna eyed the gold ring and grew suspicious. "Does your reading have anything to do with the ring I placed on top of the cup?"
"Ah, I told you I had my suspicions. If the intent of the reading is love or because of a man, A ring is placed on top of the cup and will show your future. If the intent is wealth, then a coin is used."
"You tricked me. You should have told me that was your intent."
"No. If there was no man in your life, then the ring would have revealed nothing."
"There was a man, a very compelling one." "What else do you see?" Anna asked.
There is still your future to read in your cup."
Anticipation replaced anxiety, and to Anna's surprise, she wanted to hear the rest of her reading. Queenie took her sweet time, tilting the cup this way and that.
"For your future," she said, "I see an act, an eye."
Queenie held out her cup, and Anna could see a round shape that resembled an eye. Anna gasped and clasped her fingers in her lap. "What type of eye?" A deep crease appeared between the old woman's eyebrows.
"I cannot tell. It could be a protective eye or—"
"A mean eye, an evil one." Anna's fingers tensed in her lap. Queenie's watery brown eyes met hers, and Anna experienced a feeling of unease. Could her reading have to do with the new Earl of Drake? Oliver's family already had caused the destruction of her own. Could he mean her further harm? Anna's brow furrowed as she looked at Queenie. "Could the man you saw be the reason for the evil act?"
"Like I said, it could be a good eye or a harmful one. But if your man is responsible, then he may either be your salvation or your ruin."
Her heart tumbled in her chest. "Which one?"
"I cannot tell. The lines of your future are broken."
How convenient. Just when she thought she would get some answers, Queenie could not read any further. "That's all you see?" The old woman rose.
"These things are never as clear as one desires." She rubbed her lower back. "I apologize, but I grow weary, and have not felt myself in a while. I'm not as young as I used to be, Anait."
"Of course." Anna helped her gather the cups and carry the tray from the room.
"I see you are still troubled. You must learn to trust yourself. Not all Englishmen are bad. Your mother loved Lord Woodbridge."
"This man is different and dangerous." Queenie waved her hand, and her voice lowered an octave.
"Longing and passion. Oh, to be young once more."
Chapter 13. The days leading up to the Royal Exhibition swiftly passed. As their carriage pulled up in front of Somerset House, Anna had mixed feelings. She gazed out the window at the winding staircase leading up to the impressive white stone building. She'd previously attended the Royal Academy summer exhibition with her family, and she'd enjoyed admiring the paintings and fine works of art. Her mother's eyes had lit with delight when she'd spotted an Arabic mural, and she'd pointed out a grove of fig trees to Anna. For years, Anna had longed to return, but instead of heightened anticipation, today's visit was fraught with worry. Lady Malvern was seated beside Penelope and across from Anna on the padded leather bench. Lord Malvern had claimed an appointment and stayed behind. Penelope looked lovely in a pale yellow silk dress, trimmed with ribbon and a white bonnet adorned with a matching yellow flower.
"Remember to smile, Penelope. You never know who may be in attendance, especially Lord Drake," Lady Malvern said.
"I'll remember, Mamma." Penelope glanced at Anna, her lips curling in a calculated smile before lowering her lashes. Alarm inched along Anna's spine.
What was going on inside Penelope's pretty blonde head? She loved Penelope, but she was too young to understand her matchmaking efforts could mean nothing but trouble for Anna and for herself. Penelope may not know the shocking truth of how Anna and Oliver had met, but it did not matter. They could never be together. Their stations prohibited it. Not to mention the tragic history between their families. Anna's gaze shifted to Lady Malvern. If her employer learned of her daughter's efforts or Anna's passionate night with Oliver, she would be aghast, and Anna's future would be destroyed. No one would retain her as a chaperone, and Anna would not be able to support herself, let alone send any spare income to her brother. Nothing good could come of Penelope's interference. As the carriage door opened and the driver lowered the step, Anna wondered if she should have feigned some illness and stayed behind. Too late now. Anna walked beside Penelope and her ladyship as they ascended the stone steps and entered the Royal Academy. They were met with a crush of the well-dressed people who crowded the vestibule, all vying for a glimpse of each other, every bit as much as the artwork inside the hall.
"Stay close to me, and I'll be sure to look out for Lord Drake," Penelope whispered into Anna's ear.
Lud! She must find a way to squelch her charge's ridiculous plan. They made their way through the vestibule, Lady Malvern stopping to greet ladies on their way. Anna's mind was a crazy mix of dread and anticipation as her gaze darted from gentleman to gentleman. What was wrong with her? She didn't want to see Oliver, did she? She told herself she wanted to spot him first in order to avoid him. Her heart raced as they followed the throng of people into the Royal Academy's main hall. All thoughts temporarily fled from her mind at the wall of artwork displayed before her. Framed paintings hung on the wall, from floor to ceiling in splashes of colourful magnificence. Landscapes, portraits, and still-life paintings by prominent artists, as well as new, aspiring talent, made her gasp in delight. She spotted paintings by leading artists William Hogarth, Thomas Gainsborough, and one of the Academy founders, Joshua Reynolds. It was a rainbow of delight for one's senses. "They are all so beautiful," Anna said.
"I don't see the Earl in this crush," Penelope said, oblivious to the artwork.
Anna tore her gaze away from the paintings to glance at Penelope. "You must end this nonsense. I told you it's not possible, nor do I like him." She lowered her voice, but did not bother to whisper. The thrum of a multitude of conversations prevented anyone from hearing her. Penelope continued to scan the crowd.
"I understand your concerns."
"Do you? Because I'd like to keep my position by your side." Their conversation was cut short when a man approached. "Lady Malvern and Lady Penelope, it's a pleasure to see you both again," a young gentleman said, then bowed.
"Lord Falksley, what a pleasant surprise," Penelope said.
The gentleman's blonde hair gleamed in a shaft of sunlight from one of the Academy's windows. "Are you acquainted with Mr. Closter, the curator?" Falksley pointed to a man speaking with a group huddled by one of the paintings.
"No."
"Shall I introduce you?" Lord Falksley waved the man over. "Mr. Closter, may I introduce the lovely Lady Penelope and her mother, Lady Malvern. This is Miss—"
"Gardner," Anna said.
The curator was a bald, stocky man with bushy eyebrows. "Thank you all for coming. The Academy instructs over 60 young and aspiring artists each year.
you will notice some of the paintings on display are works of our budding talent."
"Fascinating," Lady Malvern said, her voice polite but lacking enthusiasm. Her ladyship was less than eager to spend time with the curator, Anne Falkscley, when a titled earl and his fortune were within her grasp for her daughter. But manners prevailed, and the lady had to remain and listen to the curator's vast knowledge of the artwork, the academy, and even the building. Anna excused herself, claiming she needed to use the ladies' retiring room, and slipped away without notice. Here was her chance to view the other pieces of artwork on display. She wove through the crowd looking for a certain corridor that led to a different wing of the academy. A couple parted, and she spotted an exit. Turning swiftly, she ran straight into a hard body. Her eyes widened at the sight of Oliver. "My lord!" He reached for her arm to steady her, his brows slashing downward.
"Are you all right, Anna?"
Stunned, she could only gaze up at him. Of all the dumb luck! His thumb grazed the skin above her glove, and a flutter stirred deep in her chest. She found her voice. "Yes." As if he realized he was touching her in public, he removed his hand. She knew their conversation in the garden was unfinished in his mind. He looked her over with disconcerting thoroughness, something hot and alarming in his gaze. She understood what it was. Lust. Longing. She experienced the same in her dreams. Blood, she was feeling it now. He opened his mouth as if to say something. She lifted her hand. "No, we should speak in private." One dark eyebrow arched upward. "Where?" The only place that came to mind was where she'd been headed. "An alcove that displays a Greek statue, a nymph. It is in an isolated alcove." He nodded once. "I'll find it. Go now so no one sees us together." She didn't look back as she walked away, fearful others would see the turmoil on her face, or worse, that Oliver would notice. She needed all her wits about her to set things right between them. She left the main hall and glimpsed inside room after room until she found a secluded one, an alcove she'd visited long ago, which featured plaster casts of ancient sculptures. One sculpture was original. The draped female figure, a Greek marble statue that had been so skillfully carved that it looked real. Anna had loved the statue of the nymph clothed in transparent drapery, with one breast covered, the other naked, the first time she'd seen it years ago. The sign read it was created in the early 300s BC by Timotheus and had been part of a temple in Greece. As she waited for Oliver, her stomach was in knots. It would be impossible to completely avoid him during the season, not with Lady Malvern intent on pursuing him for Penelope. Until it became clear Penelope had no interest in the Earl, and he had no interest in Penelope, Lady Malvern would not seek another rich-titled lord for her daughter. If Anna could have a logical conversation with Lord Drake, perhaps future encounters would not be awkward or stressful. 10 minutes passed, then 15. Was he lost, or had he been waylaid? She couldn't wait much longer before Lady Malvern noticed her prolonged absence. Anna focused on the nymph statue to ease her nervousness. The detail was truly striking. As with many ancient statues, either vandalized or simply damaged over time, the head was missing, but it was so lifelike that Anna wanted to reach out and touch the marble to see if she'd awake. She removed her gloves and slipped them into her reticule, then reached out a finger to graze the cool marble.
"Are you waiting for your bridegroom?"
Anna asked, whispering to the nymph. "Or perhaps she is posing for her lover." Anna spun at the sound of the distinctive male voice to see Oliver standing behind her. Her pulse quickened, and her face heated both from his presence as well as the intimacy of her observing the nearly naked nymph. "What took you so long?" she asked. "I did not want anyone to know I was following. Besides, it took a while to extricate myself from Lady Malvern's clutches."
"I see."
He stepped closer, and an unwelcome awareness tingled in her veins. With her back to the nymph, she was aware of every inch of his muscular frame as he moved, and she thought he would make the perfect model for any sculptor. No, no, no! Her wandering mind was her greatest weakness. Where was her resolve? Her sense of self-preservation? She'd asked him here for a reason. She raised her chin. "I sought to meet you so that we can resolve our differences." He didn't move. "Will you indulge me first by answering one question?" She blinked. "One question?" "Why do you dislike me? As I recall, you liked me very much the night we spent together at the Silver Chalice." There was a maddening hint of arrogance about him. He only knew she was Lady Scarlet, not the daughter of the Baron his father ruined. She would never reveal anything. "I told you. That was only for one night." He laughed hoarsely. "Why, for heaven's sake? I can't stop thinking about our shared evening. Don't you feel the same?" Yes, she did. She wasn't an indecisive woman, yet she found it incredibly hard to calm her racing heart when he was standing an arm's length away, watching her intently. Her heartbeat throbbed in her ears as she struggled to keep her anger as a defense. "No," she insisted. His dark gaze travelled over her face and searched her eyes. "Your passion was not feigned that night." "Whatever was between us no longer exists for me." A flash of challenge lit his dark eyes. If that is true, then perhaps you would not mind participating in an experiment." "An experiment?" "A simple kiss." Oh, God! If he kissed her, she'd lose her resolve. There was too much at stake for her. He, on the other hand, had nothing to lose. Rich and powerful, he was no match to her social standing. "I don't think such an experiment will work." "Then you don't mind trying? One kiss, and then I'll respect your wish and never trouble you again." She stared at him, eyes wide, pulse pounding. "One kiss?" She hesitated, her mind considering his request. She could do this. A brief kiss, and then he'd leave her alone. It was a challenge, one she had no intention of losing. She cocked her head to the side. "One kiss, and you'll never seek me out again. Never address me as anything other than Miss Gardner, companion to Lady Penelope?" "Yes." She came close, and his cologne filled her senses, sandalwood and his own essence. She girded her resolve, closed her eyes, pressed her lips to his in a chaste kiss, then quickly moved back. "Nothing. Not even a spark." "That's unfair. I hardly call that a kiss." "You did not specify, and must uphold your part of the bargain." "Not quite. Unless you are afraid." She let out a huff. "I'm not—" He placed a hand on her waist and tugged her closer, cutting off whatever she was about to say. "This is a kiss." He didn't ravage her. She could have resisted if he had, but he chose a different onslaught, one that shattered her defences with skill. His mouth slanted over hers slowly, captured her lips, and savoured her like a ripe strawberry. It reminded her of their first kiss, releasing a flurry of delicious memories. She sighed, a deep, rich sound that she'd heard in her dreams since their one night together. Her fingers touched his biceps, then tightened on the broadcloth, feeling the hard muscles beneath. Her lips parted of their own volition, inviting him to take. He took full advantage and swept inside, deliciously tasting and taking. The hand at her waist urged her forward, and she stepped even closer. Her breasts brushing his chest, her nipples tightening against the fabric of her chemise. Like a trained lover, her body ached for his touch. He moaned. Or was that her? She kissed him back, and her fingers inched to his shoulders, then sank into the silken strands of his hair. She was secretly thrilled she'd removed her gloves. His own fingers moved to her hair. A pin sprang free, and the lace cap fell to the floor. Her eyelids fluttered open. A shaft of sunlight illuminated his handsome face, and she imagined how the nymph must have felt when she first spotted her Greek warrior, all bronzed muscle and power. All her own muscles were taut and aching, battling her, tearing down her sworn resolve with a simple, wondrous kiss. Anna melted beneath his skilled lips, his hands, and the knowledge of the pleasure he could bring her. Their night together came back in a raging rush, and she clung to him, desperate, aching, wanting. He was the one to break the kiss. The flame in his eyes made her heart race. "I think that counts as proof." His voice was gruff. Slowly she grew aware of her surroundings. The dim thrum of the large crowd just a corridor away became a buzzing in her ear. The chill of the marble floor seeped into her slippers, up her spine, and cooled her heated thoughts as effectively as the self-satisfied smile curving his tempting lips. She grew aware of their position. In an open alcove, they could be discovered at any time. Denying her response was fruitless, and yet it was a moment of weakness, nothing more. "I don't believe that to be true. For me, it meant more. You mean more. Perhaps I'm being selfish, but I'm asking you to reconsider spending another night together." It was tempting, more than he knew. Still, she could not act the fool. "I have much more to lose than you, my lord." "I told you I would never whisper a word. I am a man of my word. Your position is secure." "How?" He leaned close to whisper in her ear, his breath caressing her sensitive lobe. "I'll send a carriage for you at night. No one need know. Come to me." The erotic demand and the near brush of his lips sent a shiver down her spine. Her body yearned to obey, but the warning voice inside her head could not be ignored. How could she have thought one night at the Silver Chalice would have ever been sufficient to last a lifetime? Because you did not expect to spend it with him. Of all the men she could have chosen, why had she been drawn to the Earl of Drake? It was all terribly unfair. A large part of her felt like she was betraying her father, and that was the worst feeling of all. "My staff is discreet." His gaze never left hers as he raised her hand and pressed his lips to her naked skin. "Say yes." Her knees nearly buckled at the intimate touch. "My lord,
Miss Gardner? Miss Gardner, are you here?" Anna's eyes widened in horror, and panic welled in her throat.
Lady Malvern, she must not see—"
"Go." Anna scanned the ground for the lace cap, yanked it onto her head, and jabbed in a pin to secure it in place. There was no time to pull on her gloves. Picking up her skirts, she hurried to the entrance of the alcove.
"I'm right here, my lady."
Lady Malvern's expression was cross. "Where have you been?"
"I apologize. I wandered the halls observing the artwork and lost my way."
Lady Malvern's lips thinned as she studied her. Anna feared her cap was askew and her hair somewhat dishevelled. Her lips tingled from Oliver's kisses. Could the woman tell? Holy hell! Lady Malvern marched into the alcove, but Oliver was gone. Anna's heart pounded so loudly she feared Lady Malvern could hear it. Where on earth had he disappeared to? Did the alcove lead to another room? She didn't believe so. "Let's go," her ladyship said with a swish of her skirts. "Lord Drake was preoccupied with other gentlemen, then must have left early. No sense staying." Anna dared one last glimpse inside before trailing behind Lady Malvern. Oliver was nowhere in sight. "Oh, that's rich. You are using your grandmother's matchmaking efforts as an excuse to see your Lady Scarlet?" Warwick asked. "It's Miss Gardner, and yes," Oliver said. Oliver had paid a visit to the Duke. The Mayfair mansion in London was unlike any Oliver had ever stepped foot inside. It was a lavish home with multiple fountains, well-maintained gardens, and acres of land. An enormous crystal chandelier graced the vestibule, along with a large floral arrangement on a dainty table. The servants, including a respectable English butler and an efficient housekeeper, scurried to do the Duke's bidding. But the Duke's private rooms, the study, the library, the billiard room, and the ballroom, were quite different. Oliver was currently in the ballroom, where the Duke was working. A high-pressure engine was on display in the middle of the hardwood dance floor. At least 5 tables around the room held all types of tools and parts that Oliver could not identify. One lone upholstered wooden chair sat in the corner by the open French doors that led to the gardens. Oliver chose to stand. Warwick picked up a wrench and resumed working on the machine where a good amount of grease had leaked onto the hardwood floor. Oliver came close to get a better look. The Duke's inventions were not always practical, and his tinkering had led to failure on more than one occasion. But nevertheless, Oliver admired the man's ingenuity. "What in the world are you working on?" Oliver asked. "Richard Trevithick obtained a patent in 1802 for this high-pressure engine for the first steam-powered locomotive. I'm improving the efficiency of the engine's pistons. I would ask how you intend to accomplish such a task, but I suspect it involves mathematics or physics. As well as heat transfer. Good grief, you make my head hurt without taking any punches." Warwick had the good sense to chuckle without glancing up from his work. "Hand me the other wrench." Oliver scanned the tools on the table, and his brow furrowed at the large selection. "Which one?" 3/4 inch. Oliver chose what he thought was the correct one and handed it to his friend. Warwick shook his head. "The one on the end." Oliver swapped out the tools. "Have you ever held a ball in this ballroom?" Oliver asked. "Whatever for?" Oliver waved his hand. "You know, the usual. Entertainment during the season. Chance to have society's young debutantes and their over-eager mammas competing for your attention? All nonsense. A large part of Oliver agreed. He disliked most balls, although the last one had been quite entertaining. He'd confronted Miss Gardner, or Lady Scarlet, in the gardens. Of course, meeting her at the Royal Academy had been even more pleasurable. He understood her fear of losing her position as a companion, but he could ensure secrecy. He'd also made himself clear that he had no intention of revealing the truth of their night together at the Silver Chalice to her employer. What would it take for her to acknowledge they had shared something special? It was clear she felt the same and yearned to consent. Still, something held her back. Fear? Anger? He'd sensed both in their interactions. But why? Warwick set down the wrench and wiped the grease from his fingers on a rag. Are you really going to pretend to attend to some young debutante just to get closer to Miss Gardner? Are you judging me? Judging a friend is a waste of time. I'm a man of few words, and I'll tell you precisely what I think. You are treading in dangerous waters. Perhaps, but I find myself looking forward to those waters. Warwick turned away from the machinery to look at Oliver for the first time since he'd set foot in the ballroom. We are alike, you and me. You have a strong sense of duty to the earldom. I have a strong sense of duty to my work. That's why we are friends. It was true. Friends were difficult to come by. Good lifelong ones. Oh, he had a passing acquaintance with his brother's friends, but Oliver tolerated them out of respect for his deceased brother. But they were nothing like him, nor did they share the same interests. Whoring, gambling, and drinking had never excited him. But then again, if it wasn't for them, he never would have visited the brothel that night. Even though Lady Scarlet, or Miss Gardner, was nothing like the other women in the brothel, he was fortunate to meet her. She'd made him feel alive, much more than when his ledgers were balanced and his duties completed. What was it about her? His grandmother would never approve of a match between them, but that didn't mean they couldn't share a more pleasurable arrangement. "What about the young lady?" Warwick asked. "You mean Lady Penelope? How might she feel about this farce to get closer to her companion?" Ah, therein lies the rub. He didn't want to hurt the girl or lead her to believe he was interested in making her his wife, but he saw no other way to get closer to Miss Gardner. He rubbed his chin with a thumb and forefinger. There was only one way. He needed to use all the weapons in his arsenal to show Anna that what they had was rare and worth exploring. Chapter 14. Anna parted her bedchamber curtains just as the unmarked black coach parked across the street from the Mulvans' townhome. Time to go. It wasn't difficult to escape the house unnoticed. Her position as a chaperone had some benefits. No one paid her much attention as she left through the servants' door, through the kitchens, and made her way to the street. The carriage door opened, and Anna settled on the bench across from Madame Crescent. "Thank you for coming," Anna said. After her experience at the Royal Academy, she'd reached out to the Madame at the Silver Chalice. She'd passed a shilling to a boy on the street to deliver a note. Anna had debated visiting the brothel herself to speak with its proprietress, but dismissed it as too risky. The interior of the carriage was entirely black, from the leather bench to its drawn curtains. In contrast, Madame Crescent was dressed in a white gown with a sapphire necklace that matched her blue eyes. Long white satin gloves reached her elbows.
Her fair hair was fashionably styled, and she was as poised as one of the patronesses of Almack's. Not for the first time, Anna thought Madame must have been even more stunning in her youthful days. Were the jewels a gift from a lover? Had she been a courtesan herself at a brothel, or a wealthy man's mistress? What was the woman's past? Madame Crescent's blue eyes boldly travelled over Anna. "Why choose such an unflattering dress?" "You knew me as Lady Scarlet, but this," Anna said, sweeping a hand across her companion's uniform of a grey dress, "is who I am on a daily basis." "Tusk, such a waste." "Perhaps, but it cannot be helped." Anna smoothed her skirt. "I cleaned and pressed the red gown, but I dare not risk walking out of the house with it. I will arrange to have it delivered to you." Madame continued to watch her. "As the gown no longer fits me, there is no imminent need. Meanwhile, I thought your summons was regarding another matter, and would come sooner. The Earl of Drake visited the day after your shared evening." Oliver had already told her he'd returned to the brothel. The news had surprised her. "The Earl sought my identity." "He inquired, but I told him nothing." Anna let out a breath. "I'm grateful." Madame arched a well-plucked brow. "When I received your note, I assumed he had discovered your identity on his own?" Anna swallowed. "He has." "You should know it was not only your name he desired when he returned to me. He wanted you." Madame's voice was as even as if she'd been speaking at a tea-party. What was she to say to that? Oliver had made his intentions clear in front of a partly naked statue of a nymph at the art exhibition. "One kiss, and then I'll never trouble you again." A trap. She'd lain awake the entire evening reliving the touch of his lips. She hadn't walked away from him. Rather, he'd been the one to break the kiss. Weakness. She lost all sense of reason when he touched her, and when he'd offered to whisk her away at night in his private carriage for another evening like the one they'd shared, she'd been sorely tempted. Would she have agreed if Lady Malvern hadn't called out her name? It was close, too close. Anna never would have thought she'd be grateful for her ladyship's interference. Anna cleared her throat. "Our arrangement was for one night. Then I was to return to my position in the Malvern household with no one the wiser." She didn't know if she spoke out loud to convince the woman seated across from her, or for herself. Madame tilted her head to the side and regarded her. "May I offer you some advice?" "Anything that will help my predicament?" "Men may request a certain woman when they return to my establishment, but few, very few, desire one as fiercely as Lord Drake desires you." Anna's lips parted, then closed. Her throat closed up, and it was difficult to breathe. The woman leaned across the bench to touch her hand. "The Earl wants you, and now seeing you, I can confidently say you desire him as well." Anna shook her head, her voice weak. "There is too much risk." "You fear for your heart?" "No, my position. You of all the women in London should know life for a woman without family and a means to care for herself can be disastrous." Madame's eyes searched Anna's face, seeming to reach into her thoughts. "I have seen more than my share of struggle, and as a fellow woman I am on your side whatever you decide. We must stick together." A knot eased in Anna's chest at her support. "Thank you. But I also sense there is more to your story, more you are withholding." Anna hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. Madame Crescent was highly perceptive, and Anna now understood why she was so successful in her chosen profession. There was no shortage of brothels in town, yet the Silver Chalice was the most elite and attracted wealthy noblemen. Madame's intuition told her what her patrons desired, even before they knew it themselves. She was also exceedingly good at keeping secrets. Anna decided it was safe to reveal part of the truth. "His family is responsible for my own family's downfall." Madame leaned back on the bench, her lips pursed. "I see. That is quite unexpected. And you blame Lord Drake?" "How can I not? He reaped the benefit of his father's ruthlessness against mine at the gaming tables. I had hopes for my future, other than wearing unbecoming gowns and working as a chaperone, and other than spending my days living in another lady's household, only half a step above one of the servants." Madame paused. "Is it fair to blame the son for his father's sins?" "Yes, as long as Rosedown is one of his estates." "He is the current Earl of Drake, a powerful and wealthy man. He must know the truth, and he has given me no reason to trust him." "Yet you are still drawn to him, and from what I observed he is not willing to give up on his pursuit. From my experience, a dominant man will not easily be dismissed." Anna recognized the wisdom in the woman's words. She was also honest enough with herself to admit she had a powerful instinctive response to Oliver. She had asked him to meet her in a private alcove at the Royal Academy to talk. It had only taken one skillful kiss from him to cause her blood to race to her cheeks and for her hurried breathing to match her quickened pulse. It was frightening how a single kiss could easily decimate her will. Madame settled back on her bench and ran her fingers over her sapphire necklace. "On second thought, I do believe you should keep the red dress. You see, I'm curious to learn what you decide, and it is your choice. Life is difficult for us, but I believe a clever woman is an equal to any man. The question is, do you want to spend more time with him?" It was tempting, so tempting. It would be easy to forget his family's treachery, to forget the risks to her livelihood and, even more frightening, to her heart. "Perhaps, but I fear discovery." "I once told you a woman must be in charge of her own pleasure." Still, reason prevailed. "The risks are too high." Madame Crescent's lips curved in a smile. "I have been in this business long enough to understand the rules of propriety only apply in the daylight. In other words, if you are not seen, no one will be the wiser." Chapter 15. "I am pleased you could join us this afternoon. I had hoped you would not have any other social calls," the Dowager said, as she greeted the group of ladies in the vestibule. "We were looking forward to joining you, weren't we, Penelope?" Lady Malvern turned to her daughter. Penelope's smile was bright. "Oh, yes, my lady. Your home is lovely." Anna shifted beneath her charge. She knew why Penelope was in a good mood. Penelope hoped Lord Drake would grace the ladies with his presence during his grandmother's gathering, but not for the reason her mother or the Dowager believed. Anna adjusted her lace cap to ensure it covered all of her hair. She'd taken extra precautions and worn her most uncomely gown, a dishwater brown. She'd been worried the Dowager would recognize her from a decade ago, but her fears ebbed when the elderly woman looked right past her and focused on Penelope. Of course. A butler led them to an elegant drawing-room where 3 other ladies waited. Anna recognized Lady Stevenson, Lady Oslo, and Lady Thorne, all influential society patronesses. During their carriage ride, Lady Malvern had explained the group faithfully gathered each month to work on their needlepoint and to gossip. Since Penelope hated needlepoint and lacked the patience to sit with a needle and thread, Anna knew the true reason they'd been invited. Both Lady Malvern and the Dowager anticipated a match between Penelope and Lord Drake. The independent Dowager lived in her own London residence and not with her grandson, but she had mentioned to Penelope's mother that his lordship may pay a visit. The door opened, and a maid wheeled in a tea tray and freshly baked scones.
"Have a scone and remember to smile,"
Penelope said, leaning close and whispering into Anna's ear. Anna feigned a smile at Lady Stevenson, then lowered her voice to answer Penelope.
"You do realise you are encouraging your mother by letting her believe you have romantic feelings for the Earl?"
Penelope picked up a teacup and saucer.
"Posh, I already told you that it will help me delay her matchmaking efforts with some other eligible bachelor. Meanwhile, I wrote Lieutenant Smithfield another letter."
Anna glared.
"Penelope, I told you not to,"
she hissed beneath her breath.
"I know, but it's too late. I sent it to the regimental office yesterday. I'm only telling you so that you feel free to engage his lordship."
Anna struggled to remain calm. She regretted ever aiding Penelope's infatuation with her young soldier in any way. Perhaps she should tell her mother. No, that would be a terrible idea for both herself and Penelope. She'd lose her position, and Penelope... Poor Penelope. Anna would have to be extra cautious around her employer. Sometimes it seemed as if Lady Malvern had eyes behind her head, and Anna feared Penelope, in anger or pent-up frustration, would slip up. If she discovered the girl's infatuation, her ladyship would lock Penelope in her room. Anna loved Penelope and didn't want to crush the girl's spirit or cause her undue harm. It was all terribly unfair. Anna added 2 lumps of sugar to her tea, sipped the brew, then nibbled on a scone. She adored scones, and the cook in the Dowager's household was exceptionally skilled, but Anna barely tasted it. She felt like a boiler ready to explode. Trapped between Penelope and the ladies in the room, she wanted nothing more than to escape. She understood why her nerves were tense. When would Oliver arrive? She scanned the drawing room. It was tastefully decorated in pear wood furnishings, yellow and blue striped settee, matching chairs, and fabulous artwork. She would never take such wealth and privilege for granted. Lady Oslo clapped her hands. "I have wonderful news. My granddaughter is betrothed to Lord Stapleton." "Wonderful news indeed." The Dowager set her teacup on her saucer with a chink. "The reading of the banns is to immediately follow, but I thought to share with you all first," Lady Oslo said.
"The season is coming along. My nephew has a tendre for one of the debutantes," Lady Thorne said. "I find it terribly romantic." Lady Malvern, not to be outdone, turned to her daughter. "I have hopes for Penelope." Penelope choked on a bite of scone and reached for her tea. Her mother shot her a disapproving glance. "Are you enjoying your first season, my dear?" the Dowager asked Penelope. Penelope's cheeks turned a charming shade of pink. "It is turning out quite unexpectedly, my lady."
"Ah," the Dowager sighed. "I recall my first ball, long ago. I was full of anticipation and excitement."
All the older women nodded in agreement.
I was a fit of nerves. My biggest fear was an empty dance card, Lady Thorne added.
I met Lord Stevenson at my first event and promptly stepped on his toes while dancing. Horrid, Lady Stevenson said. Lady Oslo chuckled. You still step on his toes. Lady Stevenson's lips quirked. You're right, and he still knows better than to complain. The women laughed, and Anna found them likeable and amusing. Just then a butler appeared. You have a visitor, my lady. The Earl of Drake. Heavens, no. If her nerves were tense before, they were tightly wound as clock springs now. Please see him here, Harvey, the dowager said. Moments later, a tall figure appeared in the drawing-room doorway. The dowager's eyes lit with pleasure. Ah, here is my grandson now. The Earl bowed. Good day, ladies. You are all looking lovely as usual. As he walked close to greet each lady, Anna's gaze was riveted. Dressed in a navy coat of superfine wool, a striped waistcoat of paler blue, thigh-hugging trousers of soft doeskin and hessians, he was strikingly handsome. A dark wave of hair fell rakishly across his forehead as he bent to kiss his grandmother's cheek. Anna's eyes took in the divot in his chin and his full lips. She vividly recalled the brush of those lips upon hers. Skillful, sensual, seductive. He greeted each woman personally, and when his gaze finally met hers, the timbre of his voice resonated deep in her bones. Miss Gardner. Her corset felt laced too tight, and she found it difficult to draw breath. Her own voice escaped her, and she could only nod in greeting. Madame Crescent's words came back. From my experience, a dominant man will not easily be dismissed. His attention was brief, and no one present would suspect what had occurred between them, what continued to occur. But Anna saw, and she knew. How could one glance convey so much? Madame suggested she make up her own mind, and that it was her choice. The rules of propriety only apply in the daylight. She feared her heated cheeks would give her away, but the ladies in the room remained oblivious. Only Penelope's eyes twinkled with mischief. If you will excuse me, ladies, Drake said, I must depart to conduct business, and I shall leave you to your needlepoint. He flashed a charming smile, then was gone. It took a long time before Anna was able to breathe easily once more. As the women continued to talk about members of the ton, who was recently married, who was expecting a babe, and such, Anna's own thoughts took a disturbing turn. One day, Oliver would marry and visit here with his own wife on his arm. If not Penelope, then another well-born lady. The notion did not sit well, and she inwardly admonished herself for her foolishness. As the Earl, he'd have to marry and produce an heir and spare, and Earls did not marry chaperones. Both the Earl and his grandmother would desire a lady with an excellent pedigree without a hint of scandal. Anna may have been born the daughter of a baron, but her father's suicide tainted the family name, and her mother's Middle Eastern roots had merely been tolerated by members of the haute ton while she'd been alive. Anna herself would never be accepted, let alone as a prospect for the Earl. Despite the Madame's advice, whatever existed between them was perilous, not just to her position, but to her heart, and she could not allow it to continue. Oliver let out a puff of air,
then leaned back in a large leather chair behind a desk. His grandfather's former chair, desk and library.
"What trouble at Rosedown?"
Oliver had hired Mr. Hamilton, a steward known to keep good books, to look after the Dowager's investments as well as a few of the earldom's estates. He'd planned a quick visit to review his grandmother's latest affairs, then wanted to leave to meet Warwick at the boxing salon. Lately he'd had a good dose of frustration and looked forward to the ring's release. It was difficult enough that Anna was beneath the same roof and he was powerless to speak with her alone. He also knew his grandmother's intent on inviting the Malverns to her afternoon needlepoint gathering. She knew he had an appointment to meet with the steward today, and she'd purposefully invited Lady Malvern and her daughter to join her friends. The Dowager's hope in thrusting Lady Penelope before him at every opportunity was clear as day. For a perceptive woman, he was surprised his grandmother hadn't noticed the sizzling gaze he'd given Miss Gardner instead. He'd decided to reschedule his appointment with Mr. Hamilton rather than succumb to temptation and do something stupid. But Mr. Hamilton would not be waylaid. Hamilton occupied the chair opposite him. Thankfully, the man came straight to the point.
"There is a dispute between two tenant farmers at Rosedown. Benjamin slept with Aidan's betrothed. In retaliation, Aidan threatened to kill Benjamin."
Oliver was accustomed to dealing with a great variety of tenant grievances. He took his role seriously, and when his father or brother paid little heed to arising problems, Oliver had always stepped in to handle matters. He'd met with the tenant farmers to decide which crops to plant each year and which fields to remain fallow. He'd helped thatch roofs and summoned a surgeon to treat ill tenants. He'd overseen the hiring of servants for the earldom's estates, but he'd never had to deal with an infidelity squabble that could end someone's life.
"My lord, there must be a peaceful way to arbitrate the matter," Oliver said. "I attempted to resolve it myself, but the situation at Rosedown is different from your other estates." "How so?"
"Under your supervision, the other estates have thrived, but Rosedown was owned by a neglectful baron for years before your father acquired it."
"You mean before my father stole it from a drunken, grief-stricken baron over a game of cards like child's play? No sense correcting, Hamilton. With due respect, your father and brother took little interest in squabbles. As a result, the tenants are not accustomed to your lordship's care," Hamilton said. He didn't need a reminder about his family's shortcomings. As for the former Lord Woodbridge, he may not approve of how his father won the estate from him, but he did not condone the baron's neglect of his duties. "Then it's time I pay Rosedown a visit." Hamilton's voice was filled with relief. "Thank you, my lord. Don't thank me yet until the problem is solved and no one is killed."
Chapter 16.
"You did what?"
Oliver practically shouted.
"Do not speak to me in such a disrespectful tone, my boy."
It was 2 days later, and the Dowager swept into his study and settled on the sofa, which Oliver observed had fast become her favourite seat in his home. Oliver joined her and crossed his booted feet at the ankles. He swallowed and prayed for patience. Not for the first time his grandmother had arrived unannounced. He'd been working, going over the wine stock in the mansion's cellars to ensure a sufficient amount would be on hand for the winter and any upcoming events. He felt the beginnings of a headache at his temples.
"After learning of your plans to visit one of your country estates, I invited the Malverns to Rosedown for a short respite."
Oliver had mentioned his plans to travel to Hertfordshire briefly, only to let her know he would leave town for a few days. His grandmother suffered from frequent illnesses, even in good weather. Her staff was generally competent to aid the dowager, but when he was in town, he also put himself at her disposal.
"You didn't just invite them. You sent the invitation in my name."
He'd first found out when his butler, Berg, had delivered him Lord and Lady Malvern's response. Oliver immediately knew who was responsible.
"The older I get, the more I see the need to take initiative," she said. "It's highly inconvenient. I have business to attend to at Rosedown, a dispute between the tenants that I hope to resolve quickly. Then you shouldn't mind guests." She pulled out a handkerchief from her reticule and blew her nose.
His annoyance with her was quickly replaced with concern. Sometimes he forgot she was well into her 70s.
"Are you well?" "I went for a walk in the park yesterday. I should know better by now that the flowering blooms this time of year do not agree with me."
Then it was best she did not accompany him to Rosedown. The place was an abundance of flowering shrubs and wild rose bushes, many towering on trellises over 6 feet tall. Oliver rubbed his chin with his thumb and forefinger as he tried to come up with a more convincing argument for why her idea was not the best.
"It's during the season. No doubt the Malverns would rather attend romps, parties, and all other manners of entertainment over a country house party." "It is not a house party," she corrected, "but a short respite, and Lady Malvern was quite receptive." "You mean the ambitious woman is eager to keep her daughter within eyesight?" "She is not the only one."
The dowager waved her hand at the papers littering the surface of his desk.
"We've been over this many times, my boy. You work too hard, and there are other pressing matters that the earldom requires." "You mean a wife and heir?"
Oliver ran a hand through his hair in exasperation. She meant the best for him, but he felt like a fox at a hunt pursued by a pair of bloodhounds masquerading as matrons. The thought had barely crossed his mind when another followed, and he recognized a distinct advantage to his grandmother's matchmaking.
"The Malverns accepted the invitation?"
Oliver inquired. His grandmother nodded, then blew her nose once more.
"Oh, yes. Lady Malvern was quite eager." "And her daughter will accompany the family?" "Of course."
If Penelope attended Rosedown, then Anna would as well. The throbbing in his temple eased a bit, and the tension in his neck and shoulders loosened. An image focused in his mind of a pair of hazel eyes, magnificent curves, and lustrous mahogany hair. Ugly gowns could no longer conceal what lay beneath. His scowl erased, he glanced at his grandmother.
"On second thought, I think it is a splendid idea."
She blinked.
"You do?" "Yes. How else will I know if the lady and I are suited if we don't spend time together? The refreshing country air away from the crush of London ballrooms offers a perfect opportunity."
An opportunity to be close to Anna, to spend time with her, to learn her dreams and desires, and, if all went well, a chance to convince her they should share more than one night, and to bring out the passion he knew simmered beneath the surface. Naturally, Anna was nervous to risk a liaison in London. Too many ears and eyes in the city. But the country was different, isolated, quiet and discreet. Now that he'd considered the benefits of a country sojourn, no matter how brief, he couldn't wait to leave. The dowager nodded,
a satisfied smile curving her mouth. "Splendid. I'll make the arrangements." "Lord Drake has invited us to his country estate in Hertfordshire for a few days." Lady Malvern held the invitation in her hand over breakfast. "I know this is during the season, but I've accepted. The Earl's interest must be growing, Penelope, and I'm pleased."
"That is good news indeed, Mother," Penelope said.
A low buzzing sounded in Anna's ears as she stared, wide-eyed. Rosedown was in Hertfordshire. Surely he wasn't inviting the Malverns to join him there, was he? The earldom had a multitude of estates. Perhaps he meant another. She quickly lost interest in her plate of eggs, sausage, and dry toast. Unable to hold the question to herself any longer, Anna set down her fork. "Which one?" "Pardon?" Lady Malvern said. "Which estate?" Lady Malvern glanced at the invitation, then back at Anna. "Rosedown. Why?" Anna felt the blood drain from her face, and her fingers twisted the napkin on her lap. She drew in a shuddering breath. "I assume my services will not be required for this trip, my lady." Lady Malvern's lips thinned to a sharp line. "Don't be ridiculous. You will accompany us and act as Penelope's chaperone when she is alone with the Earl. I cannot act as such without interfering." Oh, God! This was a nightmare. How could she return to Rosedown, her family home, without weeping at the sight, knowing it no longer belonged to them? It should be her brother's. It was his inheritance, his birthright. Even more concerning, some of the staff might recognize her as Miss Anait Woodbridge, daughter of the previous owner, and not Miss Gardner. Would her unattractive gowns, floppy bonnets, and caps sufficiently conceal her identity? What was Oliver thinking to invite the Malverns? He was not interested in Penelope, nor she in him. Was he doing it to get closer to her? And why was she strangely flattered at the thought? Good grief! What was wrong with her? Did she have some perverse self-destructive wish? Why else could she not control the strong passion within her when he was near, even knowing it was disastrous to her future and devastating to her heart? "Summon your maid to help pack your best gowns," Lady Malvern instructed her daughter. "We leave tomorrow." Her ladyship turned her attention to Anna, her voice coolly disapproving. "You as well, Miss Gardner. We have an Earl to catch." Chapter 17. Anna's gaze was riveted on the scenery outside the coach window as they were carried up a long, winding driveway. It had been a decade since she'd made the 2-day trip, yet many landmarks were vividly familiar. From the 100-year-old oak trees that lined the drive like silent sentinels, to the grazing sheep in the valley, to certain curves and dips in the road. She held her breath as they came closer and closer to Rosedown. A pang of longing pierced her chest, one she'd buried deep in a chamber in her heart, as the manor came into view. Rosedown's white stone wall glinted beneath rays of afternoon sunlight. A fine example of Elizabethan architecture, it was 3 stories with tall decorative chimneys and windows with gilt trim. A fountain in the courtyard, a cherub holding an urn of spilling water, welcomed visitors. A little less than 1,000 acres, Rosedown was considered small compared to many of the vast aristocratic estates, but in Anna's memory, every one of those acres was lovely. The valuable stables were situated to the right of the home, and she spotted several of the prized Rosedown horses in the fields nearby.
A corner of the glass and iron conservatory, where her mother's flowers and roses bloomed under the care of the manor's gardeners, loomed in the distance. They had perfected propagating different types of roses through grafting with success. In a separate garden, rose bushes twined on towering trellises. She could almost smell the delicate fragrance of the blooms. Home. She'd never thought to return here, and certainly not at the invitation of the Earl of Drake. Life could be ironic indeed. Her nerves had been wound tight the entire journey, even well beforehand. She'd woken earlier than the rest of the family and happened to intercept the morning post to snatch a letter from Lieutenant Smithfield. She slipped it in her skirt pocket, and due to the bustling staff getting the household ready to travel, she'd forgotten to mention it to Penelope. The coach rolled to a stop, springs squeaking as the coachman jumped down from his perch. The latch clicked and the door swung open wide. A liveried footman extended his arm. "Welcome to Rosedown." Thankfully he was young, and Anna did not recognize him. For the journey she'd worn a floppy bonnet, which she hoped would better conceal her features from any servants who may have known her during her life here. The footman first aided Lady Malvern's and Penelope's descent. Then it was Anna's turn. She gathered her skirts in one hand, then leaned on his arm as she stepped down from the coach, all the while gazing up at her family home. "I'm still impressed by its beauty," the footman said, noticing Anna's rapt attention. "Lord Drake has made many needed renovations since the former owner's neglect." The Baron had once cared for the manor and taken his duties to heart, but he'd ignored those duties after her mother's death. He'd become melancholy and started drinking. At times he'd been cross, almost cruel. He'd once yelled at Adam for climbing one of the trellises and tearing down a few roses. Adam's fingers had bled from the thorns, not that their father noticed, and Anna had held her younger brother while he cried himself to sleep. Even the servants avoided their father's ire. She wondered what had become of Rosedown's old staff and tenants. Last to exit the coach, Lord Malvern joined his family. Anna trailed behind the group up the stone steps and into a brightly lit entrance hall. A part of her was hesitant to step inside, another eager to return at last. A large chandelier holding dozens of candles drew her gaze. Sunlight from the open door bounced off the chandelier's crystal prisms, creating a magnificent image on the marble floor. A lavish floral arrangement of hothouse blooms in brilliant hues occupied the centre of the vestibule. The sight of the flowers brought back a slew of memories of her mother. She could almost picture her bent over the vase, inhaling the blooms, a soft smile lighting her face, and the sunlight highlighting her glorious mahogany hair. As Anna walked forward, her eyes devoured every new detail. The priceless artwork, the updated furnishings, the oriental carpet leading up the winding staircase to the second-floor balcony. Even the balustrade had been replaced and polished to a high sheen. Before Anna could observe more, a short and plump older woman wearing a dark blue dress approached and smiled at the group in welcome. "I am Mrs. Hannings, Lord Drake's housekeeper. The staff has been looking forward to your visit." Anna's stomach dropped at the appearance of the woman. Mrs. Hannings had been employed at Rosedown for as long as Anna could remember. Anna had toddled into the kitchen on more than one occasion searching for a sweet, and the kind housekeeper had always indulged her, then ushered her out of the hot kitchens before her parents discovered her whereabouts. Of all the staff, Mrs. Hannings could be the one to recognise her. More grateful than ever for the floppy bonnet, Anna lowered her eyes. She prayed the housekeeper would pay more attention to Lord and Lady Malvern than a mere chaperone. "You must be tired from your travels. I will see you to your rooms, then have refreshments delivered in the parlour," Mrs. Hannings said. "We could use a spot of tea. Is his lordship present?" Lady Malvern asked. "He is out riding, but should return shortly to welcome you. Please follow me." A large wire ring of keys at the housekeeper's waist clinked as she walked. They passed the parlour where Anna's gaze was drawn to lavish gilt frames, plasterwork, and damask-covered settees. Despite the unfamiliar decor, she recalled a different time, a different and happier memory. She'd sat beside her father while her mother played the pianoforte. Before her mother could finish, her brother had run into the home with muddy shoes and a worm in each fist. Rather than admonish him, her mother laughed, then had him place the worms in the gardens.
"Why wear that horrible bonnet?"
Anna turned to frown at Penelope. They followed Mrs. Hannings up the grand staircase. "What is so offensive about it?"
"It hides your entire face. I dislike the lace caps, but this is even worse," Penelope hissed.
Penelope's parents and the housekeeper proceeded well ahead of them, out of hearing. Anna reached up to adjust the ribbons of the bonnet beneath her chin. "You forget my position. My dress is entirely acceptable." Penelope turned up her pert nose.
"Nonsense. Are you worried about Lord Drake?"
"No," Anna lied. They made it to the landing. Her stomach was tight, not just from being in her prior home, but in anticipation of facing the lord of the manor as well. Penelope leaned close and lowered her voice further.
"You should not worry. We will see his lordship soon."
That was precisely why Anna was concerned. As they continued down the hall of her childhood home, she began to tire. Her back ached between her shoulder blades from the hours in the coach and the stress of returning to Rosedown. And to him. As they followed the housekeeper, a maid careened around the corner with an armful of clean linen. She stopped short before crashing into them, brown eyes wide, and curtsied.
"Pardon me."
She was young and new, but before Anna could reassure her there was no injury, Mrs. Hannings spoke. "Miss White, please see Miss Gardner to her room, and I will take care of our other guests." The maid bobbed a quick curtsy.
"Yes, Mrs. Hannings."
"Come along, Penelope," Lady Malvern said as she followed the housekeeper. Anna was relieved. The less time she spent in the housekeeper's presence, the less opportunity for her to recognise Anna. Mrs. Hannings's loyalty was to the lord of the manor, and she would be compelled to tell Lord Drake the truth. Anna followed the maid as she led her to a room near the end of the hall, then opened the door.
"You only have to ring if you require anything, miss."
Anna entered, then halted, eyes wide at the sight of the large room. Painted a pale pink, it was lavishly furnished in mahogany, an ebony fireplace with a malachite stone hearth, the bed canopied with billowy sheer curtains. The floor was covered in a thick Indian carpet that Anna longed to walk on barefoot. French doors led to a terrace that overlooked the gardens below. The doors were cracked open, and a pleasant breeze blew inside and cooled her cheeks. From this vantage point, she could see the conservatory and the rolling hills beyond. It had been a guest room when Anna had lived here, and it was opulent. Far too opulent for a chaperone. She whirled to catch the maid before she departed. "There must be some mistake. I'm Lady Penelope's chaperone. Are you certain this room is for me?" The girl's face tinged pink. "Yes, miss. Lord Drake personally saw to all the accommodations. He specifically requested you be shown to this room." He had? What was he thinking? Did he believe they would share a clandestine evening entwined as lovers in the canopied bed? And why did that thought make her pulse quicken? Still, the move was very presumptuous of him. Madame Crescent had warned that a dominant man like the Earl would not easily be dismissed. She'd also advised that it was her choice whether to indulge her pleasures once more. But Anna was more unsure than ever. Her emotions were a whirlwind, and whatever had occurred at the royal exhibition with their shared kiss had changed the moment the coach rolled to a stop before Rosedown. Their arrival here complicated matters. She realized the maid was waiting for her instructions. "Thank you," Anna said. The girl bobbed a quick curtsy, then departed. Anna hurried to lock the door, then sat on the edge of the bed. The crinkle of paper reminded her of the letter from Lieutenant Smithfield hidden in her skirt pocket. She slipped it in a slim drawer in an end table. She'd deal with the letter and Penelope later. She removed the bonnet and dug her fingers into her hair at her temples. She was exhausted, emotionally and physically. Still, her gaze went to the door, and her mind wondered what she would do if Oliver was bold enough to pay her a visit. Chapter 18. A low knock on the door woke Anna. She bolted upright, startled that she had fallen asleep. The mattress was the softest she'd ever slept on, and she'd succumbed to exhaustion. A quick glance at the mantel clock relieved it had only been an hour. Who could it be? Was the Earl bold enough to visit? She hurried to open the door to find Lady Malvern waiting. Anna's brow furrowed, and she rubbed her temple. "Is something amiss with Penelope?" "Penelope is fine and resting in her room." Lady Malvern shut the door and walked inside. Her ladyship had changed from her travelling dress into a green satin dress with epaulettes of lace and a matching emerald necklace. She appeared richly dressed and confident in her position. She eyed Anna's accommodations, and her arched brow revealed what Anna had feared as soon as she'd stepped into the bedchamber. The lavish room was too much to spare on a companion. "I thought to use this time to discuss our strategy." "Our strategy?" "Do not act daft. The Earl is titled and wealthy. We need to stoke his interest in Penelope." Stoke his interest? It sounded ridiculous. But then again, Lady Malvern's ambition was impressive. Had she even asked her daughter how she felt about Lord Drake? "Perhaps it's best if you discuss this with your daughter." "Whatever for?" "Because it's her future." Lady Malvern leaned close, and the shrewdness in her gaze was unmistakable. "That is precisely why I won't discuss it with her. Do you honestly think I don't know her head is filled with nonsense about some romance with another man, most likely one without title or means?" Anna's insides froze, and she struggled to keep an impassive expression. How did she find out? Did she know Lieutenant Smithfield was currently stationed in Spain? And did she know Penelope had been corresponding with her soldier, or that Anna knew the truth and one of his letters was hidden in her end table as they spoke? Impossible. If she knew of Anna's involvement, then she would have been dismissed from her position. Thank goodness, Anna had the foresight to store the letter in the end table and out of sight. "If what you say about Penelope's tendre for another is true, then why are we here?" Anna asked. "All young girls' heads are full of romantic foolishness. Amorous infatuation does not last, nor will it house you in a lovely home with servants, keep you in fine gowns and jewels, and enable you to be part of society. A match with a wealthy earl will ensure all those things." "And what of love?" "Another fallacy. I care for Lord Malvern, of course. We have been together for over 20 years, but my heart did not race when I first saw him in a ballroom. My mother had the good sense to steer me away from the rake who did." It sounded like a sad story to Anna. For the first time she understood Lady Malvern's ambition for Penelope, even if she didn't agree with it. She genuinely believed she acted out of love for her daughter and concern for her future. "If I may ask, why come see me?" Anna asked. "I need you to find out who Penelope cares for and give me the man's name straight away. Then you must dissuade my daughter of inappropriate romantic feelings." "Me? How am I to accomplish either task?" "She trusts you." The notion of abusing her charge's trust did not sit well with Anna. "Is that my sole purpose in accompanying you to Rosedown?" "Of course not. As I told you, I cannot accompany Penelope and Drake on rides in the country. The presence of a girl's mother is generally a deterrence to any amorous advances." There was no arguing that fact. "But you," Lady Malvern said, "are in a unique position to encourage a budding romance between them." If she only knew her daughter was trying her best to encourage Anna and Oliver, Lady Malvern would pitch a fit. "Are you condoning that I accidentally leave the two of them alone at times?" Anna asked. "I trust your judgment, Miss Gardner." The conversation was not going in the direction Anna had anticipated at all. "I will do what I can." "It's settled, then," Lady Malvern said. "I knew I could count on you." Chapter 19. "His lordship requests for you to join everyone in the dining-room this evening," Miss White said. "He has?" Anna whirled to the maid. She had not expected to sit with the family during the evening meal, and she was looking forward to having a tray delivered to her bedchamber. "Yes, miss. Do you require help dressing?" Anna shook her head, then bit the inside of her cheek to stay silent. Her luxurious accommodations had already aroused question by Lady Malvern, and she knew better than to argue with the young maid. There was no sense causing additional gossip among the staff, especially if her protests reached the long-time housekeeper. Anna hurried to dress and entered the dining-room, only to discover that the Malverns were not the only guests at Rosedown. A local landowner, Mr. Cummings, and his wife, Mrs. Eloise Cummings, had joined them. Oliver sat at the head of the table with Lord and Lady Malvern by his side. The Cummings were seated next, followed by Penelope and Anna. Anna dared to meet Oliver's gaze. She glared at him in what she hoped was irritation, a way to let him know that she was annoyed by his high-handedness in assigning her opulent bedchamber, as well as his insistence on her joining everyone here tonight. But her efforts backfired as soon as their eyes met across the table. His meticulously tailored coat made his shoulders appear a mile wide. The snowy white cravat contrasted with his tanned face, and his perfect lips curved in a smile. He looked every inch the lord of Rosedown. And despite everything, the difference in their social standing, the threat to her way of life, and the fact that she was here as a guest in her own home, she feared she was powerless to deny her attraction to him. She snapped open her napkin and placed it on her lap. Other than eating breakfast with Penelope in the early mornings, Anna was not accustomed to sharing meals with the family and often joined the servants in Malvern Hall's kitchens. It was a far cry from her earlier days of dining with her own family, but she'd come to enjoy the easy camaraderie and gossip of the staff. Tonight was entirely different. The door opened, and a procession of servants carried in laden trays of succulent dishes of roasted duck, ham, salmon in a delicate lemon sauce, and a selection of fresh vegetables. A footman stood behind each guest and refilled their empty wineglasses before one had to ask. Anna had simply to nod, and a piece of sliced duck accompanied by asparagus was placed on her plate. The meals were never so lavish when she'd lived here, but then her father had not been as wealthy as the Earl of Drake. Lady Malvern cleared her throat. "Penelope plays the pianoforte exceptionally well, my lord. Is there a music room at Rosedown?" Lady Malvern inquired. "There is," Oliver said. "It's been a while since it has been put to good use." "Lady Malvern," Lord Malvern said, turning his attention to his wife, "I'm sure there will be time to enjoy music during our stay. No need to fit all in on our first evening." Anna thought Lord Malvern's demurral a wise one, especially since Penelope could hardly be described as exceptional when it came to music of any sort. The girl only tolerated lessons at her mother's insistence. "Father's right," Penelope said. "Travelling is exhausting." At her mother's scowl she quickly added, "But I look forward to riding tomorrow." "I'm looking forward to this myself," Mr. Cummings said. "Rosedown has prized horseflesh, and his lordship's horses are the envy of all when they are at auction at Tattersall's." Anna knew their value only too well. Just one of those sales could pay for her brother's schooling for a year. The duck suddenly tasted like ash, and she swallowed, then reached for her wineglass. "I planned a hunt for the gentleman tomorrow," Oliver said. Both Mr. Cummings and Lord Malvern set down their forks, their bland expressions transforming into ones of boyish excitement. "Oh, the poor foxes," Mrs. Cummings said. "Not foxes, but ducks," Mr. Cummings corrected. "Why must men feel the need to hunt either?" Lady Malvern said. "It's sport," Lord Malvern interjected. Anna thought her ladyship's comment amusing, since the woman was more adept at hunting the Earl than her husband could ever be with Rosedown's fowl. Penelope leaned close to Anna. "At least they forgot about the pianoforte." The meal finished, everyone pushed back their chairs. The men would drink port and smoke cigars in the study, while the women gathered in the parlour. Penelope's exhaustion was evident, and her mother dismissed her so that she would appear refreshed the following day. Since Anna's services were no longer needed for the evening, she was more than happy to head for her own room, but she swiftly changed her mind when she came to the library entrance. With its dark panelling and tall shelves crammed with books, it was the one room that had not changed. She'd spent hours reading here as a young girl, but the books did not call to her tonight. The sideboard by a pair of leather armchairs beckoned her instead. Crystal decanters and glass bottles held colourful liquor, but only one interested her, and she couldn't resist a peek. Would her father's arak or tispuri still be here?
The liquor only got better with age, and her heart leaped in her chest when she spotted a bottle of arak. She snatched it, along with a glass. A water pitcher was nearby, and she filled the glass more than halfway with water. Made of grapes and aniseed, which gave it a slight licorice taste, arak was traditionally served with 2 parts water and 1 part alcohol. She could drink in her room, or she could enjoy the one place she loved most at Rosedown. Glancing both ways before leaving, she headed for the French doors leading outside. Moonlight bathed the gardens in an effervescent glow and beckoned to her like a long-lost lover. What was the likelihood that she'd ever return to Rosedown again? She couldn't allow an opportunity like this to pass, especially since no one would notice or care about her absence. The scent of flowering bushes teased her senses. The gardens had been meticulously maintained, even better cared for than she remembered. She walked past a maze, statues of Greek gods, and a fountain smaller than the one in front of the house. Everything was familiar but foreign at the same time. 10 years seemed like a lifetime. She found a bench and poured herself 2 fingers' worth from the bottle into the glass of water, which turned a translucent white. She took a sip and savoured the anise flavour. Her mother had introduced the Baron to arak, and it had fast become one of his favourites. She relished every drop. For the first time since coming home, the tenseness in her shoulders eased. She imagined her home if events had taken a different path. Would she have met a gentleman during the season and married? Would she have had children by now? No doubt her life would have been different. She sighed and sipped the drink. Imagining a future that could never be was a waste of time and effort, and she grudgingly admitted that the estate was better maintained in Lord Drake's care than in her own father's. After consuming more than half of her glass, she rose and meandered down the stone path. The strong liquor made it easier for her to wander in the direction she'd been fearful to visit. The conservatory held too many memories, yet her feet moved of their own accord, propelled by an invisible force as strong as a magnet. Too soon, the glass and iron building loomed before her. Rubbing moisture from the glass door with her sleeve, she glanced inside. She could make out the shapes of potted plants, rows of tables, and gardening supplies. Her mother had spent hours and hours within the glass castle. Anna's fingers brushed the door handle, then pulled back. Even with the liquor warming her veins, the memories would be too vivid, too painful. "I've been looking for you." She spun to find Oliver standing behind her, his face partly illuminated by moonlight and partly in the shadows. Her pulse leaped at the sight of him. "I'm glad you are here," she said. Standing partly in the shadows, she longed to see his full face. The liquor loosened her tongue, and she struggled to recall why she'd been so irritated with him in the first place. "You are?" His voice held an unmistakable hint of hope. "Yes, I have something to say. My accommodations are entirely inappropriate." "How so?" "I'm a chaperone, remember?" His gaze lowered to the bottle and glass in her hands, and he shot her a charming smile. "Are you drinking?" "Is it forbidden?" "Of course not." "Good. You should try the arak. I was pleasantly surprised to find it still here." He gave her a curious look. "Still here?" Damn, the liquor had loosened her tongue. "I meant here at all." "I admit I've never tasted arak."
She clucked her tongue. "You are missing out, my lord. Arak is a traditional and popular drink in the Eastern Mediterranean."
"Oh?" His tone was light.
The words kept flowing, and she waved the bottle as she spoke. "Countries like Lebanon, Syria and Jordan. You must expand your horizons."
"Shall we share, then?"
She shrugged. "It's your home." He offered his arm, and she placed her hand on his sleeve. With one last glance inside at the plants, she let him lead her back on the path to the bench she'd first occupied. He sat beside her, his thigh brushing her skirts. Heat emanated from him, and his familiar cologne was more drugging than the flowers. Only a small amount of water remained in the glass. She poured a good amount from the bottle and handed it to him. It would be strong. "Drink." He sipped the glass, then raised an eyebrow.
"Anise?"
"Many dilute the drink with water."
"Not you."
"I started with water in the glass, but finished it. Besides, I enjoy the full flavour."
"Why am I not surprised? You are not fully English."
Even with the liquor flowing in her veins, she knew this was not going the way she'd wanted. How to answer without revealing too much? She was a bad liar when confronted face to face, and she knew the best way to convince him was to reveal only part of the truth. "My great-grandmother was from Lebanon." Truth. She didn't need to tell him her mother and grandmother were from there as well, or that they also had Armenian and Arabian blood, and that her mother often accompanied her father as he travelled throughout the Middle East in search of antiquities. Oliver gave a quick nod.
"I suspected as much."
He was too perceptive, too intelligent, and she knew better than to ask how he knew. Inquiring opened herself up to more questions she did not wish to answer. He sipped from the glass.
"You have nothing to worry about."
"About my great-grandmother?"
"No, about your accommodations here."
She bit her lip. How had she lost her train of thought? Appearances are important.
"I told you I would never reveal anything to Lord and Lady Malvern about our past. Do you trust me?"
A cloud shifted, and she was able to see his face beneath the full moonlight. He was so handsome that he could steal her reason if she wasn't careful. "Yes, I trust you not to speak with Lady Malvern."
"Then why the concern?"
"Because you placed me in a bedchamber suitable for an honoured guest, not a chaperone. It is a room for a lady." She lowered her voice, as if others were present to hear. "Or a room for lovers."
"Ah, and is that so bad?"
When he looked at her like that, it wasn't bad at all. When had he shifted even closer? "I spoke with Madame Crescent," she felt compelled to tell him.
"Oh?"
"She confirmed you returned to see her the day after our evening together."
"I told you I returned to the Silver Chalice looking for you. What else did she say?"
She hesitated, her face heating from the arak and more. "That I must make the decision on my own if we should indulge in more than one night of pleasure." His eyes darkened, and he inched closer.
"A very wise woman. What did you tell her in return?"
She hadn't told the Madame anything, but her decision had been on her mind, and with Oliver so close with a hint of anise on his breath, her inhibitions seemed far, far away. "I did not have an answer, but I am sure of one thing, something the arak gives me the courage to admit." His eyes were fierce.
"Which is?"
She faced him fully now. "No matter how hard I try, I cannot stop thinking of you." He inhaled between parted lips, his gaze turning hot and ravenous at the same time. "I told you the same." "I'm not certain what to do about my thoughts." "I know. I want to kiss you, Anna. Tell me you want me to." His voice was gruff. She couldn't protest, couldn't move. She licked her suddenly dry lips, and his heated gaze lowered to her mouth. "Tell me," he demanded. She could blame it on the Iraq, but the truth was more damning. "Yes," she said. "I'd like that very much." A thrill of masculine satisfaction coursed through Oliver at Anna's words. "I'd like that very much." He'd thought of little else since her arrival at Rosedown. Oh, he'd done his best to stay away from Anna and not attract unwanted attention. But at every glance across the dining room table, desire simmered through his veins. She was right about her accommodations. He had placed her nearby. If he was to hold a house party, even a short one thrust upon him by his grandmother, then he would take every advantage to get to know her better. Glancing down at Anna, he knew he'd made the right decision. She met him halfway. He was no longer surprised by the fierce desire that raged through him at the mere touch of their lips. Here was a woman who would never feign innocence, even when she had gifted him with her innocence. She kissed him back with equal abandon. He would go entirely wild if he did not have her here and now. Before he knew what he'd done, his fingers had loosened the fastenings of her gown and exposed the tops of her magnificent breasts above her corset. She sighed, a deep-seated sound that spoke of longing and wanting, and pulled his head down. The blood rushed through his veins at her eagerness. He lowered his head to kiss the soft flesh, and her fingers dug into his hair, her nails scraping his scalp and igniting his lust. "Anna," he said, his voice hoarse as he cherished her soft skin. "Miss Gardner?" "By God, not again," Oliver ground out. He helped her arrange her clothing just as Miss White, the young maid, who'd shown Anna her rooms earlier, came rushing into the gardens. "What is it?" Anna asked. "It's Lady Penelope. She's fallen ill." Chapter 20. Anna's heart thumped madly as she rushed into the house and sprinted up the winding staircase. The door to Penelope's room was cracked open an inch, and Anna threw it wide open to find Penelope sobbing on her bed. Lady Malvern was pacing the room. As soon as she saw Anna, her face screwed into a scowl. "Where have you been?" "Out for a bit of fresh air." Her ladyship motioned to her daughter. "I stopped by after meeting with the women in the parlour to speak with Penelope about tomorrow. I found her like this. She is asking for you. See that she calms herself." Anna waited until Lady Malvern departed and shut the door behind her before approaching Penelope to sit by her side on the bed. The girl's complexion was ashen, and tears streaked down her cheeks. Her white dress adorned with lace made her appear even paler. Anna touched her arm. "What's wrong, darling?" Wordlessly, Penelope reached beneath her pillow to pull out a piece of foolscap. Anna recognized the letter she had intercepted in the Morning Post. "I found this in your room. I wasn't snooping, but was looking for paper to write Timothy." Anna had scolded Penelope for continuing to write her soldier in the past. If Anna hadn't found this letter, who would have? And was Penelope upset because she thought Anna had hidden the letter from her?
Penelope, I meant to tell you, but I forgot about— It doesn't matter. But what the letter says does.
What does it say? Anna had never bothered to read it. She'd been too overwhelmed from her visit to Rosedown. Had Penelope's soldier ended their relationship? Had he found another girl in Spain?
Timothy was injured,
Penelope said. Anna gasped.
How badly?
This was unexpected. As far as Anna knew, there were no skirmishes where Mr. Smithfield was stationed.
He was shot in the leg.
But how? There is no war in Spain.
It was a training accident. The bullet lodged in his thigh and was removed by an army surgeon.
Was it?
It was not amputated.
Praise God. It will heal. She hoped it was true. Anna had heard of the horrors of war after Waterloo. She'd seen a former soldier on the street, a beggar with one leg.
My Timothy fears he will have to walk with a cane. He was active and enjoyed riding, hunting and fishing with his brothers, even fencing. He loved a challenge, the test of courage and fair play. How will he be able to do any of those activities now?
I'm so sorry, Penelope. I don't blame you for being upset. What did you tell your mother?
That my menses arrived and I'm overwrought.
Truly? Your mother believed that was the cause of your distress?
I told her I didn't feel well, and that I did not wish to ride with Lord Drake tomorrow. Of course, she argued with me. We fought, and I burst into tears. She believes me over-emotional.
Penelope choked on a sob and blew her nose into a lace handkerchief. After hearing the details, Anna thought it a brilliant excuse. Anna placed an arm around her and held her as she wept. Oh, my sweet Penelope. Her heart ached for the girl, and she wished her pain away. Penelope sniffled and dabbed her eyes with a handkerchief.
I feel horribly guilty.
For what? Penelope lifted her head from Anna's shoulder, her eyes ringed with red.
If Lieutenant Smithfield is injured and unable to serve, do you think he will resign his commission and come home?
It was a possibility, but Anna also knew Penelope's hopes would be shattered. Her mother already suspected her daughter was interested in someone. Lady Malvern would have been against the match if her daughter's penniless soldier was healthy, but now that he was injured, he was even more unsuitable. Her mother had set her sights on a wealthy earl and would settle for nothing less. She needed to tell Penelope of her mother's suspicions, but looking in the girl's troubled face, she knew now was not the time. I hadn't thought of Lieutenant Smithfield returning, but there is no sense getting your hopes up, darling. We must wait and see. Anna rose early and headed for the stables. Last night had been eventful, first with Oliver in the gardens, then with Penelope's bad news regarding her soldier. Anna wanted to cheer her young charge, and she needed time alone to think of how to best aid her. A ride in the country offered the perfect opportunity. Then there was her kiss in the gardens with Oliver last night. She could blame the arak for loosening her inhibitions, but deep down she'd wanted to touch him, to kiss him. Was she a wicked woman at heart, or was she as powerless to control her emotions around him as Penelope any time she thought of her soldier? No matter how hard Anna tried, she could not seem to stay away from the Earl of Drake. Queenie's fortune reading was never far from her mind. He will either be your salvation or your ruin. Which one? Or could it be both? The lines of her future were broken, and even Queenie could not see more in her cup. Anna smoothed the skirts of her smart green riding habit. It was one of the few outfits she'd kept, and it still fit her figure well. Along with her mother's hidden jewels, her ball gowns and formal clothing had been sold long ago to pay for her brother's schooling. Today, she left the bonnet behind and tied her hair back with a matching green ribbon. As she walked across the lawn, 2 gardeners entered the conservatory with tools and pots of fresh soil. Another gardener trimmed hedges and flowering bushes on the property, while a different worker scrubbed the stone benches in the gardens with a brush and a bucket of soap. It was more evidence of the Earl's care of the estate. Anna stepped inside the stable, and the tangy scent of fresh hay and horse was strong. A young stable boy was busy brushing down a horse. He set aside the brush when he spotted her. "Good morning, miss." "Good day. I'd like to ride." "Alone, miss?" "I'm a capable horsewoman." The idea that she needed a chaperone was humorous. The boy rubbed his forehead. "But the estate is large. You may get lost." This argument was even more ridiculous. She knew Rosedown like the back of her hand. After ensuring him she preferred to ride alone, he led out a dappled grey. "This is Lucy. She is gentle and well trained." The fine horse was 15 hands, and Anna reached out to stroke her soft muzzle. She'd often ridden in her youth, and had filched a pair of breeches from one of the stable lads and ridden astride. The stable boy led her to a mounting block, and Anna sat side saddle. She longed to ride astride once again, but knew that was not possible. She urged her mare to a canter and headed north. After she gained confidence, she let the horse have her head and absorb the beauty of their surroundings on a clear day. For the first time in many days, a sense of freedom coursed through her. She spotted a flock of sheep and kept riding past the rolling hills to the spot she'd often go to when she longed to be alone. She came to the top of the hill and spotted a figure upon a bay stallion overlooking a river that cut through the valley. Anna knew who it was by the way he sat in the saddle, tall, confident and commanding. Oliver. He turned as she approached. "Why are you riding by yourself?" His tone irritated her. Gone was the seductive charmer of the prior evening. "I came to be alone to think." "This is where I come to ponder things as well." She looked at him in surprise. They inadvertently shared the same spot? He dismounted and motioned for her. "Come, join me." He helped her dismount, his big hands easily encircling her waist to lower her from the grey. She tried not to think of those hands, large, strong, and skilled, travelling over her skin. If only she didn't know the pleasure he could give her. Together they took in the view. From this vantage she could see for miles. A cool breeze blew tendrils of curls that had escaped from her ribbon, and the sun kissed her cheeks and the bridge of her nose. Overlooking the magnificence of Mother Nature, she breathed in deeply, then glanced at Oliver's handsome profile beneath lowered lashes. What was wrong with her that she was irrationally drawn to him? He was unsuitable for her. You can be lovers. Lovers. The simple word made her pulse skitter and her body warm. Here and now, overlooking the vastness of the land spread out before her, the idea sounded possible. Madame Crescent's advice was wise. Anna was far past the age of marriage, and she knew her place in society. Still, there were risks for her. She brushed her hands on her skirts. She was highly conscious of her hair, barely tamed by the ribbon and curling wildly down her back. She'd left her scarf behind as well, and the well-worn riding habit revealed far too much skin.
"What are you thinking about?" he asked.
"You." "Many things."
"I'd love to know what is going on inside your beautiful head."
She wasn't a vain woman, but the notion that the Earl of Drake thought her beautiful sent a warm rush through her veins. "I was thinking about Penelope," she said.
"Is she well? I understand she was distraught last night."
"She will be fine, but not up to riding today."
"Good to hear she is feeling better."
She changed the subject and asked what was on his mind. "You said you came here to sort out problems. What concerns you today, my lord?" He looked away, and she had the sense he was pondering something before he turned back to her.
"Ride with me, and I'll show you."
"Where?"
"You'll see."
Curiosity arose. Where would he lead her? Once back on their horses, they rode side by side. Her gaze was drawn to the thick saddle muscles in his thighs. He certainly had the power to control a spirited stallion. She swallowed hard. She was never one to lust, to want a man until every cell in her body ached. Together they travelled past several fields until she spotted the thatched roofs of the tenants' cottages. "We are headed there?" she asked.
"Conflict brews among the tenants," Oliver said. "A man slept with another man's betrothed."
"That sounds serious. How will you solve the trouble?"
"I want what is best for my tenants in all my estates. Without the farmers, I would not be able to keep the estates running and pay my servants. It is my duty to look after them."
She was surprised by the vehemence in his voice. He cared, truly cared. Many landowners were only concerned with the income from their estates and spent it gambling on their tailors, their mistresses, or holding lavish parties. Not Oliver. He was different from his father, his brother, even the Baron.
"But the truth is that this is troubling," he said. "This dispute is something I've never had to resolve."
"Why bring me with you?"
"I thought you might have a different perspective. I've spoken with both of the men involved, but I've been unsuccessful in resolving the problem. I fear violence will erupt."
She was taken aback at the seriousness of his request. He sought her opinion. "Have you spoken with the woman?"
"No."
"Don't you think her opinion is important?" He hesitated, his eyebrows drawing together before nodding.
"I do, but I admit to being uncomfortable speaking with her about her betrothed and her lover."
"I'd like to." He was quick to nod.
"I have no objection."
They came to a clearing, and cottages came into view. Children played outside with a hoop. A brown dog with floppy ears barked. Men and women dressed in coarse corduroy and serviceable dresses came outside. 2 men came forward. One was a burly, barrel-chested man with red hair and a beard, the other lean but tall with tawny hair. They stayed apart, but they glowered at each other. Even across the clearing, Anna could see the simmering hatred between them.
"Those are the 2 men. Aidan is the lean one, Benjamin is the red-haired, bearded man. Aidan deflowered Benjamin's betrothed."
"Is that the woman?" Anna spotted a petite blonde standing on a porch, watching the 2 men. Her brown eyes were full of apprehension, and she visibly flinched when the men glanced her way.
"Yes. Her name is Minerva Stanwell. Are you sure you want to speak with her? I do not wish to make you uncomfortable."
"It's not me I'm worried about." He helped her dismount, and she walked to where Minerva stood outside her home. Anna smiled. "Hello, my name is Miss Gardner." "I'm Minerva, but I assume his lordship told you who I am." "He has told me what he knows." "Are you Lord Drake's betrothed?" Her stomach dropped. "Good heavens, no. I'm visiting Rosedown. I'm a companion to a young lady staying there." She tilted her head and pursed her lips. "I saw the way his lordship looked at you when he helped you off your horse. I believe you mean much more to him than some other lady's companion." An unwanted pulse of heat throbbed in her veins. The woman was perceptive. Or was it that obvious? Rather than deny her claim, Anna believed honesty was required between them if she wanted Minerva to speak the truth. "We all have our secrets," Anna said. "May I ask you about yours?" Minerva turned, her eyes meeting Anna's earnest gaze. "Why?" "I want to help. Women must look after one another." Minerva's fingers twisted in her skirts. "My betrothed is not a bad man, but the truth is that I never wanted to marry Benjamin. But my father insists, and I have little say." Anna thought of Penelope. She needed a choice in her life, and marriage was the most important decision of all. "Have you told your father how you feel about Aidan?" "Yes." "Then why did he choose Benjamin?" "Because Benjamin offered to give my family a cow." Anna blinked, uncertain if she heard correctly. "A cow? Your father sold you for a cow?" Minerva lowered her eyes, a tinge of pink colouring her cheeks. "Is that so different from the aristocracy, who sell their young debutantes by dangling rich dowries in front of bachelors?" No, she reckoned it wasn't. Looking back, Anna had suitors, but soon after her father had gambled everything away, those suitors had disappeared. Clearly they'd been more interested in her dowry than her. "I made a decision. One night with the man of my choosing before I'm forced into a loveless marriage. Is that so wrong?" Not at all. She'd made a choice when she'd crossed the threshold of the Silver Chalice to strike a deal with Madame Crescent. Even if Minerva was betrothed and what she did became common knowledge, the similarities were hard to ignore. Anna met Oliver's gaze across the clearing. His dark eyes pierced the distance between them. The ever-present tug of attraction remained. Different, but no less strong than when she'd first seen him in the brothel. "Him," she'd told Madame Crescent. "I want him." Nothing had changed. She still desired Oliver, even more now. Their day together so far had revealed more about him, intriguing things. She turned to Minerva. "No, it is not wrong. What is unjust is that you are forced to marry a man you do not love. I promise to help." "How?" "The Earl of Drake is a good man. He cares for his tenants. Trust me that he will make this right." Minerva grasped her hand. "Thank you, my lady." "I'm not a lady. Not any more." "You are more of a lady than any of the others in that big manor house." "Minerva is in love with Aidan, but Benjamin offered her father a cow in exchange for her hand. Her father agreed," Anna said. A flash of surprise crossed Oliver's face. "A cow?" They were standing alone behind a barn, and the odour from a pig wallowing in mud made her wrinkle her nose. Oliver had joined her here after she'd indicated she wanted a word in private. That was my reaction. "Can you help her?" Anna asked. "I spent the past half hour trying to prevent fisticuffs between Benjamin and Aidan.
Neither man mentioned a cow.
Those two are beyond thinking rationally. He looked at her in astonishment.
I don't know what is more surprising, that I have failed or that you have succeeded splendidly. I'm fortunate you found me this afternoon, and even more grateful you accompanied me here. This is more easily remedied than I thought, Oliver said.
What will you do?
A devilish smile curved his lips. Respect a lady's heart. Chapter 21. They rode back together. After their afternoon sojourn, there was an easy camaraderie between them. Perhaps it was the lovely blue sky and pleasant weather, or perhaps it was him. Either way, Anna felt happy. Suddenly she had an impulse urge to race, like when she was a girl riding over these same fields. She eyed him beneath lowered lashes.
What do you think about a race, my lord?
He cocked a brow. A competition?
First to make it to the large oak around the bend wins.
Without waiting for his reply, she accelerated to a gallop, flashing him a challenging smile as she passed. She heard his shout, but didn't look back. Too soon, with the sleek power of his stallion, he easily passed her. Her mare followed. He was an expert rider, and she enjoyed watching him as much as she enjoyed the thrill of the race. She hadn't felt this alive since her venture to the Silver Chalice. By the time she slowed, she was panting.
It wasn't a fair race with that stallion of yours, she said.
He chuckled. Perhaps, but you are an excellent horsewoman. What other secrets are you hiding?
Too many.
Her smile faded a bit. Growing up riding Rosedown's prized horses was just one part of her past. The secrets that had kept her safe for years sprang to mind.
Tell him just enough of the truth, nothing more.
She shrugged.
I grew up near a horse farm.
His dark eyes watched her. In Hertfordshire?
He was prying. Close by, but not near.
It was the vaguest answer she could think of. From the flash in his gaze, she knew he wanted to inquire, but they were near the stables now. Anna urged her horse down a slope and into the yard. A stable boy ran out to take their mounts. Once more, Oliver helped her dismount, then offered his arm. Anna rested her fingers on his sleeve. Even through her gloves, she could feel the strength and warmth in his forearm.
"Will you tell me how Minerva fares?" she asked.
I spoke with her father and Benjamin. I offered both men compensation to release Minerva from her betrothal to Benjamin.
May I ask what compensation?
3 cows to each of them, Benjamin and Minerva's father.
You didn't?
It is a simple solution.
She laughed. You bribed both men for her freedom?
I don't think of it as a bribe, not if Minerva and Aidan are free to be together.
Unexpected warmth surged through her. You are a romantic at heart.
I never thought so. It is my duty to solve tenant disputes.
You could have forced Minerva to marry Benjamin. As lord of the manor, Aidan would have had to accept your decision.
His gaze darkened. Then maybe you are right. I believe 2 lovers should be together. Her heart fluttered wildly in her breast. Was he speaking of his tenants or themselves? Impossible. They could never be together. She may have been the daughter of a baron, but the gap between them now was as far and wide as the river that ran through Rosedown. A herd of cows would not be sufficient to bridge their differences. The sound of running water drew her attention to the courtyard fountain. Lady Malvern stood on the front steps, staring at them. Her expression suspicious, her eyes narrowed.
Anna dropped her hand from Oliver's sleeve. Anna managed to escape her employer's questioning gaze to flee inside the manor. Oliver must have sensed her anxiety and urged Lady Malvern aside to engage her in conversation while Anna slipped away. For once, she was grateful for his interference. Anna was halfway up the winding staircase when someone appeared at the landing. Anna recognized the stout figure of the housekeeper, Mrs. Hannings. "Miss Gardner, is there anything you need?" She kept her head down.
"No, thank you. I just was on my way to my bedchamber."
"Are you sure? Would you like to switch rooms, perhaps, to your former one when you lived here?" Anna's head snapped up to meet the housekeeper's probing stare. Her heart thudded in her chest.
"How long have you known?"
"As soon as you stepped inside Rosedown. You look just like your mother, Lady Woodbridge. You even share her hazel eye colour." Anna opened her mouth to speak, then closed it. If Mrs. Hannings knew, would others suspect as well? "No one else knows, and I haven't whispered a word," the housekeeper said, as if reading her mind. Anna felt the need to explain before the woman inquired.
"The Malverns have no idea," Anna said. "I took the name Miss Gardner soon after Papa."
She couldn't even voice that he killed himself, but thankfully Mrs. Hannings didn't mention the sinful act either. "And your brother?"
"Away at school."
"How?"
"I buried my mother's jewels in a box by the oak in the gardens, then sold them to pay for Adam's schooling."
She nodded curtly. "That required good foresight. Come, miss, let us speak in private." Rather than lead Anna to her chamber, Mrs. Hannings took her to the kitchens. The heat from the ovens warmed her cheeks, and she inhaled the wonderful smell of freshly baked bread. "Cook has finished with the bread and will return for the midday meal later. Meanwhile, I have something for you." She set a plate before her. Anna's eyes widened in surprise.
"Baklava!"
"It was your mother's favourite, and cook still prepares it in her honour. It's a favourite with the staff as well." Made of thin sheets of hand-rolled phyllo dough, filled with walnuts and cinnamon and sweetened with a sugar syrup, it was a delicacy. Anna picked up the pastry, and her eyes fluttered in delight as she bit into the flaky dessert.
"It's perfect. I haven't had this in so long. Thank you."
The woman's lips curled in a small smile. "Now that I think about the past, it wasn't just your mother who had a taste for it. I remember your brother's sticky fingers all over the pantry from the syrup. I never punished him. I could never resist his chubby cheeks." Anna smiled as more memories returned.
"Adam had adorable cheeks, but a mischievous nature. He'd beg me to sneak him baklava. Anything sweet, really."
"Cook makes other dishes too. Shawarma, shish kebab, and falafel. The old staff remembers your mother well, the kitchen maids and scullery maids. We try to keep many of your mother's traditions alive. A special celebration for Christmas on January 6th. Roasted lamb for Easter. Traditions she observed, mostly privately."
"Why privately?"
"She wanted you to be accepted by the aristocracy, not tainted as a foreigner, as she was at times."
Anna shifted in her chair. "She rarely spoke of difficulties."
"Your mother was a lady. She bore slights with grace, so that you would not have to."
Anna wished with all her heart that her mother was alive. She wanted to learn more, inquire about their shared culture and all that her mother had sacrificed for her.
"Thank you for telling me." Mrs. Hannings occupied the chair across from her. "'Tis a shame what happened to your family. Your parents were lovebirds and happy, but life is cruel,
and took Lady Woodbridge too soon. Your father's soft heart was the cause of his ruin." Anna swallowed a bite of pastry. "He was selfish and weak. The Baron failed us and left me alone to care for my brother." Shocked at her outburst, Anna covered her mouth with her hand. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to—" "Nonsense. There is no need to apologise. I can see you have had a hard go of it. I remember you as a young girl, then a young lady. You were a pleasure. As for your father, he was just a man with a broken heart, a man who made mistakes." "Terrible mistakes." "Yes, but now you have found your own love." "I do care for Penelope." "Not your charge, miss, but the Earl." Shock flew through Anna. "What? I do not love Lord Drake." "You care for the man. I saw it the first time I spotted you together. First when your gazes met across the dining room, then today when you returned together from your ride." "You saw?" "I happened to be looking out the window. Your smile captivated the Earl. He is a duty-driven man, and I have never known him to grin and laugh so easily." Anxiety tugged in her gut. "Does it bother you that the former Earl stole Rosedown from the Baron at the gaming tables? His firstborn son was no better." "I agree the old Earl was a bad man, as well as his first son. But the second son, the current Earl, is different. He takes his position seriously, cares for the estate, and has never mistreated the staff." Anna rubbed her temples. "He is a good man, and Rosedown thrives under his care," Mrs. Hannings continued. "He does not shirk his duties, nor does he drink or gamble. The servants have never seen him with a woman or mistress." She had seen evidence of Oliver's attention with her own eyes. She had already begun to separate Oliver from his father's sins. She also trusted him not to reveal her secrets as Lady Scarlet, and she had come very close to indulging in more. Could she trust him to keep a future liaison secret as well? Chapter 22. Anna had little time to contemplate things with Oliver the following day. The Earl was busy entertaining the gentlemen, and the women had their own activities. A morning walk, shopping in a nearby village, daily afternoon tea on the terrace, and a visiting musician. The evening meal in the dining room was the first time the group was together. When Anna dared to sneak a glance at Drake from over the top of her wineglass, she found him looking back. His lips curled in a smile that made butterfly wings flutter in her chest. Penelope shifted in her seat and drew Anna's attention. The girl looked ashen and had rarely spoken, and Anna's concern grew. She knew Penelope was upset. Lieutenant Smithfield may have been wounded, but he was alive, and the girl must not draw unwanted attention from her mother. Lady Malvern was already suspicious. Anna nudged Penelope's arm. "Eat something." "I have no appetite." "You must think positive thoughts. Your soldier was wounded, not killed." Penelope's fair eyebrows drew downward. "Is that supposed to make me feel better?" "It should. And your melancholy is concerning your mother." Penelope shrugged a shoulder. "My mother thinks I'm ill, and has no idea why I'm upset." "She's more perceptive than you think." Anna longed to say the words out loud, but now was not the time. From across the table, Oliver raised his glass. "A toast to my guests at Rosedown. I may have arrived here for estate purposes, but you have made my visit here much more enjoyable." "Hear, hear!" Lord Malvern and Mr. Cummings cried out, as they raised their wine-glasses in union. Lady Malvern and Mrs. Cummings followed. Anna lifted her own wine and caught the Earl's gaze. A brief look, but enough to see the gleam in his eyes. And suddenly His words seemed meant for her. Her heart thumped an irregular beat, and fearful everyone would see the pull of attraction between them, she tore her eyes away. Anna let out a breath of relief when the meal ended. She scraped her chair back and followed the women into the parlour. For the first time, Anna was glad for Penelope's excuse to retire early. After escorting the girl to her room, Anna closed her chamber door. She removed the lace cap, unpinned her hair, and ran her fingers through the long, curly waves that reached well past her shoulders. By the end of the day, her scalp ached from the pins. She slipped off her shoes. Rather than summon the young maid to change out of her dress, she sat in an armchair, curled her legs beneath her, and opened a book. Homer's Odyssey, that she'd found in the library. Hours later, just as she'd begun to feel sleepy, a low knock on the door sounded. Setting the book aside, she cracked open the door to find Oliver standing outside. "My lord!" She looked right and left to be sure no one was about, then stepped outside. Dressed in shirt-sleeves and trousers without a coat, jacket or cravat, he appeared entirely different from the evening meal. A lock of dark hair fell across his forehead. Perhaps he'd been working on his ledgers in the study late that night. "Hello, Anna." "You cannot be seen outside my door," she whispered, "and I won't invite you inside." "That was not my intent." "Then why are you here?" "I want to show you something. Outside." "What if we are seen?" "You needn't worry. The entire house is asleep. If I promise to act the perfect gentleman, will you come with me?" She pondered the question, but curiosity prevailed. "Give me a minute." She slipped on her shoes and quietly closed her bedchamber door. He escorted her down the grand staircase, through a winding corridor, then outside. He stopped to pick up a blanket on the terrace, tuck it under his arm, then walk into the gardens. "You had that ready?" she asked. "Just in case. I like to be prepared." I admit I'm curious." "The country is different from town in many ways, but I find the late evening my favourite time here," he said. It was a pleasant evening, but dim with only the lights of a crescent moon. Large oak trees and towering trellises made it seem even darker. Her hand tightened on his arm, and she feared tripping on a stone or root. Where was he taking her? As if he sensed her trepidation, his free hand landed on hers. "I won't let you trip." "It's dark." "Not for long." He headed away from the trellises of roses, trees and hedgerows to an open grassy knoll. He spread the blanket on the soft grass and waited for her to sit before joining her. Without the constant presence of coal smoke marring the London sky, you can see the stars clearly here.
"The stars?"
"The constellations." He pointed to the north. "Do you see that group of 7 bright stars? They are called Ursa Major, or the 7 Sisters, and they form a pattern of a plough." She spotted the group of stars. At first, she couldn't make out a plough. Then her eyes put the stars together. "I see it." "The 2 brightest stars point to the North Star." He leaned back on his elbows. His chiselled profile was as mysterious as the stars and planets above.
"It's beautiful."
"And see there? Those clusters of stars form Corona Borealis. It depicts the crown of the Princess Ariadne of Crete when she married the god Dionysus. The myth is he threw the crown into the sky and it turned into stars." As he told the tale of the princess and her god-lover, she saw the semicircular shape of the crown.
"It's amazing. I've seen the night sky all my life, but I've never noticed the shapes the stars form. She turned to him. How did you learn?
I read books on astrology as a boy. I used to imagine my life as an astrologist. Silly, really.
Her stomach flipped, and a hot ache grew in her throat. I don't think that's silly at all.
My mother disagreed. She wasn't an affectionate woman.
She was wrong. She imagined him as a boy seeking maternal love. She knew about the villainous character of his father and brother, of course, but she had no idea his mother had been cold. She wondered how he'd become the man he was.
My grandmother made up for her lack of emotion.
A smile ruffled his lips.
A bit too much. She still does.
I've met her. I thought her a smart woman. He was quiet for a while. The chirping of crickets and the glow of fireflies filled the night. Tonight, no shadows crossed her heart. Their family pasts felt like a distant moment, as far away as the stars, and a strong urge to touch him made her reach for his hand. Without speaking, his fingers entwined with hers. They sat together watching the sky for a full hour. He pointed out other constellations. The mighty Greek hunter, Orion, with his dogs, Canis Major and Canis Minor, as he faced the charging bull, Taurus. Lyra the lyre, a harp-like instrument, and the only musical instrument in the sky. Are all the constellations based on Greek or Roman myths? She asked. He shook his head.
Not all. Lyra's lead star, Vega, is mentioned in a Chinese myth. The Chinese thought of Vega as a princess in love with a herdsman, Altair, another bright star. Vega and Altair secretly spent their days together and ended up neglecting their duties. Vega's father disagreed with his daughter's infatuation and separated Vega and Altair by putting them on opposite sides of the night sky, which the Chinese believe to be a large river.
Star-crossed lovers. How sad.
Not entirely. A miserable Vega extracted a promise from her father. Once a year, a bridge will span the river and allow the two lovers a single evening together.
A brief shiver rippled through her. She may not be a princess, and Oliver far from a herdsman, but there was a river between them, and they had spent one passionate evening in each other's arms. Suddenly, all she could think about was his strength, his scent, and the feel of his powerful body pressed against hers that night.
It's very late. I fear I've been selfish. You need to sleep.
He stood and helped her to her feet. She swallowed. Time had passed too quickly. I enjoyed the evening, my lord. Thank you for bringing me. He lifted her fingers and kissed the back of her hand.
Thank you for joining me.
Awareness thundered through her as she looked up at him. They walked silently to the house and up the staircase until they reached her bedchamber door. He halted outside.
Anna.
Oliver. The longing in her own voice was unmistakable. He gazed down at her with smouldering intensity.
You know I want you, but I will respect your wishes. What I seek most of all is for you to come to me of your own free will.
He lowered his head and brushed his lips against hers.
Sweet dreams.
Heart pounding, Anna entered her room, closed the door, and leaned against the wood. After a moment of utter stillness, she reached up to touch her fingers to her mouth, reliving the devastating softness of his kiss. She was tempted, sorely tempted, to walk down the hall and knock on his door, invite herself inside. How had the tables turned so swiftly?
Chapter 23. Come along, Penelope. A picnic is just what you need. Nothing like fresh country air to lift a girl's spirits, Lady Malvern said, flicking open the curtains in Penelope's room. Penelope sat up in bed and shielded her eyes with her hand in protest.
Mamma, it's bright.
Nonsense! It's well past noon and time to rise. Besides, Lord Drake will join us along with Mr. and Mrs. Cummings. You will have another chance before we depart for home later today. When Penelope continued to protest, Lady Malvern's ample bosom rose and fell in barely suppressed annoyance. She turned her attention to Anna. "Miss Gardner, please see that my daughter is dressed and ready. And for goodness sakes, do something about her puffy eyes. She looks like she's in mourning." With a swish of skirts, Lady Malvern departed. Anna approached Penelope. "Your mother's right, darling. It's been 2 days, and you have been less than enthusiastic. You need to attend this picnic. Rosewater should do the trick for the puffiness beneath your eyes."
"I slept fitfully again all last night. I kept having nightmares of Lieutenant Smithfield's mangled leg."
Penelope rubbed her eyes. The girl hadn't had a good night's sleep since reading the young man's letter. "All will be well, Penelope. Meanwhile, you must not let your mother suspect anything more than she already does." Penelope stood. "What do you mean?" Anna could not put off the truth any longer. Penelope needed to protect herself. Anna vowed to be firmer with the girl in order to protect her. "Your mother suspects you have romantic feelings for another. She does not know about Lieutenant Smithfield, or that you two have been writing each other, but she is aware of something."
"Oh,"
Penelope said, then sat back on the edge of the bed.
"What do I do?"
"Get dressed and attend this picnic. Smile and pretend you have been under the weather but feel better. Eat and drink and converse."
"You must think I'm selfish. I agreed to come here for you to be in close proximity with Lord Drake."
Memories of last night came back in a rush. Stargazing with the Earl had been as surprising as it had been pleasurable. The Earl hadn't pressed her to come to his room, and he hadn't forced himself into hers. Rather, he left her with the choice. Did he know how close she had come to knocking on his own door? But meanwhile, Penelope needed to mind her own business. "Penelope, you must stop your own matchmaking efforts immediately," Anna said. A low knock on the door sounded, and a young maid carried in a bowl of rosewater. "Perfect." Anna took the bowl. "Now let's do something about the circles beneath your eyes, and then get you dressed." Anna strolled outside arm in arm with Penelope to join the group on the lawn, where a table was already set with delicacies prepared by the staff for a picnic. The sun warmed their cheeks and seemed to lift Penelope's spirits. The girl smiled sweetly and greeted Lord Drake and both Mr. and Mrs. Cummings. The rosewater had worked wonders, and Penelope looked youthful in a pale blue dress of fine cambric muslin. Lord and Lady Malvern already were seated on a blanket, with plates of food before them. "We received a surprise today on our way back from a morning ride with Drake," Lord Malvern said. "Oh, what kind of surprise?" Lady Malvern asked. "2 of Rosedown's tenants married," Lord Malvern said. Lady Cummings set her plate down on the blanket.
"A wedding? How lovely!"
"Even more surprising, we learned Lord Drake helped to begin to build a cottage for the newlyweds," Mr. Cummings said. "That's quite admirable." The lack of enthusiasm in Lady Malvern's voice was notable. Clearly she considered the task beneath a nobleman of Drake's stature. Anna stared at Oliver anew.
Not only had he helped with the dispute between the tenants, but he'd helped build a cottage. Anna's lips quirked as she met Oliver's eyes. "What are the happy couple's names?"
"Minerva and Aidan. If not for the help of a special friend, they would not have married," he said, his tone light.
"He must have given them good advice." He flashed a dangerous grin, one that was taunting and tempting at once.
"She did. Excellent advice indeed."
He turned his attention to the group.
"I'm sad you are all departing today. Unfortunately, I won't be accompanying you to town. I must stay a few more days to meet with my steward and finish business."
He was staying behind? Her fingers tightened on her glass, and the lemonade tasted more sour than sweet. She thought they would have a bit more time, even if it was in the company of the Mulvins. It shouldn't matter if he did not accompany them on their travels. Then why did that fact cause her distress?
Hours later, the coach arrived in the drive to return the Mulvins back to town.
Footmen trailed out carrying trunks, portmanteaus and baggage. Anna's visit to Rosedown was at an end. Her thoughts were jagged and painful as a footman arrived to carry her own trunk to the vestibule. She dreaded arriving here and feared the memories would be too painful. She'd been right and wrong. The memories had returned with vivid clarity. She'd worried the staff would recognize her, and even though Mrs. Hannings had seen through the floppy bonnet to identify her, the conversation with the housekeeper in the kitchens over a plate of baklava had been pleasant. But something else had shifted and changed during her time at Rosedown as well. Her relationship with the Earl of Drake had blossomed. A deep part of her, the gut-wrenchingly honest part, admitted she would miss him. She may long to be with him, but she still had fears. Her future, her position, her heart. She let out a long sigh, then fully parted her bedroom curtains to get a better look at the gardens one last time. Sunlight glinted off the iron and glass conservatory in the distance. She'd avoided her mother's domain during her time here, but would she regret it? Do not be a coward. She may fear her growing feelings for the Earl of Drake, but it also could apply to other aspects of her life. Making a hasty decision, she hurried down the stairs and down the hall. If she was quick, she'd have time. Oliver stepped outside the doorway of his study just as she passed by.
"The coach is here."
His tone was solemn. "I'm aware."
"Where are you headed in such a rush?"
It was foolish to believe she could make it to the gardens without being spotted by one of the staff, Mrs. Hannings or the Earl. Of all three choices, she was glad it was him. "I thought to get a bit of fresh air before I'm ensconced in a coach with the family for hours on end."
Partly the truth. "I can escort you. I assume you were headed to the gardens?"
She had run out of time and would soon leave the estate forever. If she wanted to go where she'd wished, then she'd have to ask. Selfishly, it was a chance to spend more time with him, to say goodbye away from prying eyes. "Yes, I hope to see the conservatory." He was quick to offer his arm.
"It would be my pleasure."
As they walked the grounds, she addressed what she hadn't been able to during the picnic. "I didn't know you could build a cottage."
"I only helped. I know better than to claim to be an expert in carpentry."
"Still, I don't believe most aristocrats would pick up a tool."
"I suspect you are correct. My own father and brother would never have lifted a hammer."
At the mention of his family, the fingers of her free hand clenched her skirts. "Oh?" she asked, attempting to keep her voice light.
I like to think of myself as more vested in the people than the luxuries of the estate."
"Careful. You sound selfless."
"I'm not entirely selfless. I kept you up late last night." Some of the tension eased from her shoulders, and her lips curled in a genuine smile.
"I told you it was a lovely evening. I'll be sad when I return to town and the coal smoke mars the night sky. I shall miss the stars."
"Dare I hope that the stars are not all that you will miss?" Her heart stalled in her chest. The truth echoed in her head, her heart. She would miss him terribly.
"No, that is not all. I shall miss you, my lord."
His eyes were deep and turbulent, filled with unmistakable satisfaction. "You should know that I anxiously look forward to returning to London, and to you."
Sweet heaven! The raw need in his gaze made her senses spin. Her lips parted to tell him that she felt the same, but they had arrived at the entrance to the iron and glass building.
"Here we are," he said.
She faced the door, and her image reflected in the glass panel. For a heart-pounding moment, the image shimmered, then altered, and she saw her mother's face staring back at her. A sliver of wariness returned.
"I'm curious. Why choose to visit here before you have to leave?" he asked.
She blinked, and the vision disappeared. What could she say without further drawing his curiosity? "I have yet to tour this part of the estate during my visit."
"The truth? Are you interested in horticulture or gardening?" She recalled the humid air and scent of the flowering plants as much as she recalled her mother's perfume, a light lemongrass.
How could she explain? For a frightening moment, she was tempted to tell him the truth, to tell him about her family's tragic past and what Rosedale meant to her. Her tongue felt heavy and thick in her throat. She'd grown more comfortable around him, even enjoyed spending time with him, and that could be the most dangerous of all. No good could come from the full truth, no matter her growing feelings for him. She was aware of him watching her, of his probing dark eyes that could reach into her soul. She met his gaze and shrugged a shoulder. "I simply like flowers, and I enjoyed the vases of exotic blooms in the manor's vestibule each morning. I assumed they came from this conservatory."
"They do." He watched her quizzically, but did not prod or inquire further. Then he reached past her to open the handle. "Allow me to show you everything." She was lying. Oliver knew Anna was withholding a secret, but why? Why would she conceal something so trivial as her interest in gardening? It made no sense. After their romantic evening stargazing, when they had connected, he knew she was holding back. He hadn't questioned her about her past when they were looking at the night sky. He'd only wanted to share his enjoyment of astrology with her and to please her. At least she'd told him she'd miss him. That was enough to last the long days he'd have to remain in the country. He still wanted to know all her secrets, to peel away her layers until she was physically and emotionally bared. Never had he cared that much about a woman before. He'd had a prior affair with a widow who'd claimed she longed to share his bed. When she'd wanted more, he ended the liaison. She'd cried and shrieked in outrage, but her tears had not affected him. He'd never lied. Rather, she'd grown attached. He'd walked away and had never looked back. But with Anna he wanted more. He ached to know her fears, her triumphs, her past. She'd rarely spoken of her family,
and had only confessed her Middle Eastern roots after a good amount of spirits. It had only served to inflame his interest, his fascination with her. He opened the door and she stepped inside. Humid warmth enveloped them, and the scent of flowers teased his senses. Rows of tables holding variously sized pots of flowering plants and gardening tools crowded the conservatory space. Anna gazed at everything with wide-eyed wonder, and he knew he'd been right about her interest. She walked slowly between each of the rows and studied the tables. Stopping at certain pots, she lowered her head to inhale the sweet-smelling flowers, her lids fluttering in pleasure. He couldn't tear his gaze away from her. Entranced, he watched as wisps of dark hair curled around her face from the humidity, and her hazel eyes shimmered with delight. How had he ever thought her plain in her companion's garb? She was stunning. "You look like a lovely bloom yourself," he said. Her brilliant smile caught him off guard. His gut tightened, and he couldn't tear his gaze from her. "My mother used to call me her little bloom." Her gaze shuttered, and she turned away as if she realized what she'd just said. "Your mother?" At her silence he continued. "I was right then. You do like to garden. Or was it just your mother's favourite pastime?" The guarded look returned. "It doesn't matter. She died long ago." Beads of perspiration formed on his brow. It mattered to him. He also knew not to press her, at least not yet. There were other ways to get a person to talk. He strolled down an aisle, opposite where she stood. "Which is your favourite?" "That's easy. The rose bushes in the gardens outside." He nodded. "I suspect that's how the estate came by its name." She arched a brow. "You don't know?" "Rosedown is one of the earldom's newer country estates. I'm learning the history myself." "I see." Did he detect a hint of censure, or something else? Her fingers trailed down a table. "You have discovered my pastime. What is yours?" She was purposefully changing the topic of conversation. He would go along for now. "You know I like the stars." "A wonderful pastime. But what else? What do you enjoy when you are in town?" "Other than my duties, I do not have much time for pleasurable activities." "I don't believe that. Everyone has something." "I do enjoy boxing." He'd mentioned he was a pugilist the first time he'd met her. "I imagine you train often. You are fit." She blushed as she realized what she'd said. He found it charming. "I enjoy outwitting an opponent, even more than the training." She cocked her head to the side as she regarded him. "I assume you attend Gentleman Jackson's?" "He is not only a champion, but an excellent instructor." Enough about him. He wanted to know more about her. "What else do you like in this conservatory?" She turned her attention back to the rows of pots. "This one is also lovely." Her fingers lingered on the bloom of an orange flower. "I admit ignorance when it comes to plants." "It is a tiger lily." "I shall have a bouquet delivered to you." Her gaze rose to his. "You mustn't. I'm to return to London today, and since you have no interest in Lady Penelope, we should not see each other again. Even now, I risk Lady Malvern's censure if she sees us together in this conservatory. This should be farewell between us." "A farewell? Is that what you want?" His voice was gruff. "No. I told you I will miss you, miss this place. I do not want to leave. The evening we spent beneath the stars was magical."
Anna. His voice echoed in the closed space.
But the truth is that my desires do not matter.
Bloody hell, Anna. Your desires matter to me.
Her lips parted, and he fought the urge to pull her to him and kiss her. He needed her to willingly come to him. Her consent meant much more to him than simple lust.
I told you that I'll send an unmarked carriage at night. No one need know.
Her hazel eyes grew wide. I almost came to your room last night.
Truly?
I wish I had. His heart pounded in his chest. It was his turn to be speechless. He'd lain awake that night thinking of her, wondering if she was as affected as he'd been sitting side by side watching the constellations. She swallowed, and his gaze was drawn to the smooth skin at her throat. He longed to press his lips to the wildly beating pulse there. "All right," she whispered. He was afraid he'd heard wrong, that he'd wanted her so badly that his mind and ears played a cruel trick. But looking into her eyes, he saw what he'd wanted, her own longing. His skin grew hot, and he resisted the urge to shout out in male triumph. "Is that a yes?" "It's a yes, my lord. When you return, send word of your coach." Then, miraculously, she'd stepped close and pressed her lips to his. "I'll be waiting." Chapter 24. The morning after they returned to London, Lady Malvern requested Anna's presence in the dining room. As soon as Anna arrived and pulled out a chair, she sensed tension between mother and daughter. A pile of invitations to parties, birthday celebrations, and balls had arrived during their absence, rested by her ladyship's half-empty plate. Breakfast had been served, but Anna had already eaten in the kitchen. Lady Malvern tossed down her napkin.
"Our visit to Rosedown was hardly a success."
"What do you mean, Mother?"
Penelope asked. Anna felt the need to come to Penelope's defence.
"It was a quick country visit, only a week."
"Nonsense! An ambitious young lady seizes every opportunity." Lady Malvern's gaze narrowed as she glared at her daughter. "Instead, you chose to spend little time with Lord Drake, and you wallowed in your room for 2 days.
Penelope shrank in her chair, a sullen expression on her face. "I told you I did not feel well, and—"
"You acted as if you were on your deathbed. You've never been so indisposed due to your courses in the past." Anna knew Penelope's poor disposition was not physical, but emotional. The girl had been so distressed that even Anna had been helpless to soothe her. Penelope needed to grieve. "The only female who enjoyed his lordship's company this past week was Miss Gardner," her ladyship said. Anna blinked in surprise.
"Pardon?"
"Do not for 1 minute believe that I did not learn that the 2 of you were together the evening Penelope required your attention. The young maid was easily influenced to tell me."
Alarm skittered down Anna's spine. "It was a coincidence and not a planned rendezvous. I required fresh air after the long journey in the coach. Lord Drake happened to be taking an evening stroll." "It's true Anna didn't feel well from travelling," Penelope added.
"Were you still ill days later?"
Anna was genuinely confused. Her mind scrambled to recall when she'd been alone with the Earl, and if anyone could have seen them.
"From your baffled expression, I see I must refresh your memory. You were alone with Lord Drake in the conservatory soon before we were to depart Rosedown."
"How did you—"
Anna bit her lip. "Again, your maid was most helpful. So tell me, do you have an interest in gardening that I'm unaware of?"
If she'd been alarmed before, she was truly panicked now. Beneath the table she wiped sweaty palms on her skirts. She composed her features into a calm facade she'd had plenty of practice perfecting over the years.
Lord Drake noticed my interest in the estate's flowers and politely showed me the conservatory.
I see. Penelope, please give me a moment alone with Miss Gardner.
Mother,
It's not a request, her ladyship snapped. Penelope's gaze darted to her. Anna nodded to let her know it was fine. Penelope pushed back her chair, her steps measured, and shut the door behind her. "Cease with the excuses," Lady Malvern said, then planted her palms flat on the table and leaned forward. Her brown eyes were hard and cold. "I do not care for your reasons. I care only for my daughter's future."
"As do I, my lady."
"I had asked you to determine the identity of the man whom Penelope admires." Anna's mouth was dry, and she eyed a water-glass within reach. She snatched her fingers back. Instinct told her that her livelihood depended on her answer. She'd been homeless, cold, and hungry before, and she swore she'd do what it took to keep this position. Her salary, no matter how small, was a necessity. But since she'd accepted this position, she and Penelope had grown close, and Anna was protective of her charge. She envisioned the young woman's expression when she'd read the letter advising of Lieutenant Smithfield's injury. Penelope's sobs and tear-stained face would be hard to forget. Could Anna betray her trust? Deep down, Anna knew the Malverns would never give their blessing for their only child to marry Lieutenant Smithfield, a sixth son who would never inherit his father's title or any wealth. Lady Malvern had ambitions, and a member of the lower aristocracy was not sufficient for her only daughter. And if Lieutenant Smithfield returned home from Spain injured and lame, it would be even worse. Perhaps Anna should try to convince the girl to burn the lieutenant's letters. "Well?" Lady Malvern's voice was sharp. Anna swallowed as myriad conflicting thoughts assailed her. Her stomach churned.
"I need more time."
She couldn't do it. Wouldn't. Anna knew what it felt like to be betrayed, and she cared too much for Penelope to cause her despair. Her ladyship's gaze narrowed. "More time?" Anna held her head high and met her employer's eyes.
"Penelope was ill. She was not in a condition either to confess anything to me or to properly engage the Earl of Drake."
"Fine. It's good the season is not yet over. I've managed to obtain an invitation to the Earl's private theatre box upon his return to town." How had she managed that? The Earl of Drake remained at Rosedown to conduct his business affairs. Had Lady Malvern been in contact with Lord Drake's grandmother already? She wouldn't put it past the Marchioness. It had only been a day since Anna had left Rosedown, and she already longed to see the Earl. She could still smell the table of fragrant exotic blooms between them in the conservatory when she'd agreed to meet his midnight coach. Her cheeks heated from the memory, as if the humid warmth of the conservatory had brushed her skin. "As for the rest of the Ton's upcoming events, we have choices." Lady Malvern tossed the pile of invitations across the table, and they scattered before Anna like confetti. "Congratulations, Miss Gardner. You may keep your position, but by the end of the month I expect success and my daughter's engagement." The days since their country visit passed slowly. The Earl of Drake had not returned to town. Likely his duties had kept him away. Anna was honest enough with herself to acknowledge she missed him. Not true. She missed him terribly. She found herself gazing at the night sky, hoping to see the 7 stars of the plough, Princess Ariadne's crown, the harp instrument, lyre, or the Chinese story of 2 star-crossed lovers. She could only make out the North Star. The rest were as far away as Oliver. Her emotions were turbulent, and she needed to speak with a long-time acquaintance. Only one person came to mind. Anna descended from a hackney and walked the familiar path past Threadneedle Street to a smaller part of the city. She could hear the cacophony of voices as she rounded the corner. Market day. Once a month, foreign traders arrived to sell their goods. Arabic, Greek, and Mediterranean merchants haggled with buyers over bronze lamps, rare carpets, spices, artwork, and trinkets. The fragrant aroma of roasted meat and vegetables on skewers, and fish seasoned with spices of cumin, anise seed, cardamom, sumac, and turmeric, filled the marketplace. It was a delight for the eyes and senses. Anna wandered the stalls until she spotted a wool shawl with an intricate design of peacocks and vines, and paid the travelling merchant. Soon after, she was at Queenie's door. She knocked, waited, knocked again. Queenie was old, and perhaps she couldn't hear as well. Just as Anna raised her fist to pound on the door once more, it swung open to reveal a young woman. Anna recognized her as the woman who helped prepare Queenie's meals and herbal teas. She was very pretty, with a long dark braid and flawless olive complexion, but it was her stunning blue eyes that captured one's attention and bespoke of her mixed heritage. She was also skilled with herbs, and Queenie had once said Adeline's teas helped with her aching joints. Anna greeted her with a smile. "Hello, Adeline." "Anaït, it's good you came." The thread of worry in her tone caused Anna's stomach to tighten. She stepped inside and shut the door behind her. "What's wrong?" "Queenie's unwell. I prepared a mint tea for her stomach, but there is not much more I can do. You should—" Without waiting for her to finish, Anna was halfway to the bedchamber. She burst inside and halted. Queenie lay upon the bed in the small room. The drapes were drawn, and it was dim, but she could make out her shallow breathing and pale wrinkled skin. Without her customary turban, her dyed red hair looked ghastly against the white sheets. The pit of Anna's stomach churned, and she flew to her bedside. "Dearest Queenie, what is wrong?" Queenie raised her hand to touch Anna's. "Heavens, don't look so distressed. I'm old." "You've always been full of energy whenever I visited." "That's the thing about age, Anna. It comes out of nowhere to visit you, whether you want the visitor or not." A hot ache built in Anna's throat, and she swallowed hard. Queenie was Anna's last connection to her own mother. "I loathe to leave you, but my time is near." Anna couldn't bear the thought. Tears welled in her eyes, and she struggled to blink them away. "Please don't speak like that." "Do not be sad, my child. I have lived a long and full life. You must do the same." A smile touched the woman's mouth. "How is your mysterious lord?" A tear rolled down Anna's cheek, and she swiped it away. She understood that Queenie was trying to change the subject. "I never said he was a lord." "You didn't need to. You are a lady. Do not forget your past." Her past was the problem, especially when it came to the Earl of Drake. Their unsavoury family history was never far from her mind. "I haven't forgotten your reading of my cup or my fortune."
Then you should know it does not mean doom or despair. A reading is not always as it seems.
Queenie coughed. Anna helped her sit and fluffed the pillows behind her. She smoothed the damp red strands of hair away from her clammy skin. Anna knew deep in her bones that this might be the last time she saw her, and the thought was unbearable. "Please do not strain yourself." Anna waited until the coughing subsided, then poured her a cup of water from a pitcher on the nightstand. Queenie sipped the water, then eased back on the pillows. Breathing appeared to be a struggle. Anna had been holding her own breath, and she let it out slowly. She hated watching the old woman suffer.
"What is on the nightstand?"
Queenie asked. Anna almost forgot the package. "I bought something for you." Queenie nodded.
"Open it for me."
Anna tore the paper and unfolded the shawl to spread it across Queenie's lap. The colours brightened the room. Queenie smiled.
"It's lovely, and I'm often cold. Thank you."
Anna swallowed and held a wave of fresh tears in check. She'd cry later, when she was alone. "I wish I could give you more."
"My dear Anait, you have given me years of pleasure. Your visits have cheered me, and I see so much of your mother in you. Silver was a survivor, just as her daughter."
"My mother?"
"Oh, yes. Did she tell you that I once read her cup?"
"No, never." Anna's mother had avoided cup reading, especially from the skilled Queenie. Anna never knew if it was because her mother did not believe in the superstition, or if she believed too much.
"This happened back in Lebanon when Silver was a young woman. I told her she would meet a white man, an Englishman."
"You did?"
"My reading wasn't kind toward him. It said he would take from her and leave devastation in her path. Silver was upset."
Anna gaped. "My mother never told me. I assume the Englishman was my father."
"Yes. My fortune was not wrong."
"But my father adored my mother." Queenie clucked her tongue.
"Silver understood fortunes are tricky. Lord Woodbridge did leave devastation in his wake. Silver's father, your grandfather, never approved of the match."
Anna had never met her grandfather. He'd never come to England and had died in Lebanon. "I was told he enjoyed searching for antiquities, just like my father, and that he offered him part of his vast fig orchard."
Silver told this story to her children. The truth is, your grandfather threatened to kill your father and disowned Silver. She fled to London without her large dowry to marry your father."
"That cannot be true. Father used mother's dowry to purchase Rosedown."
"No. Silver stole one of your grandfather's antiquities before leaving, a valuable Byzantine gold cross, and the funds from the sale were used to purchase the estate."
Anna's pulse leaped, and her hand flew to her own gold cross at her neck.
"Not that one, my child, but a much larger, solid gold cross, one that could sit upon a mantle. I assume the gold was melted down for money."
"I had no idea. Mother hid this story from me."
"She had planned to tell you, but illness took her first. So you see, my fortune was true, but one can still seize happiness. Your parents loved each other, and your mother would not have been happy with another man."
Anna sat quiet, Queenie's words thundering through her mind. Everything she'd thought about her parents' marriage had been turned on its head. What did all this mean when it came to her own life?
Queenie squeezed her hand. Your future lies in your hands, not in a coffee cup. What will you decide?
She'd told Oliver she'd meet his carriage at midnight. Could she be as brave as her mother? Yes, she could. She had no illusions of a future with the Earl. Unlike her father, Oliver had not proposed marriage. Rather, he'd proposed something much more dangerous, something more enticing and intoxicating than the finest wine. Pleasure. She still feared her fortune, but she feared a bleak, unadventurous life more.
Trust yourself, Anait,
Queenie said. Anna sniffled. How will I go on without you?
Queenie reached out to smooth a wisp of hair from Anna's face. You will be fine. You are strong, just like your mother.
Anna's heart bottomed out, a dull ache of despair in her chest. She wanted to hold on to the other woman's hand forever and not let go. She'd lost her mother too young. Now she was to lose another mother figure. How would she bear it? Chapter 25.
Your lady agreed to a liaison?
The Duke of Warwick eyed Oliver with keen interest over his glass.
How did you manage that?
She decided on her own. I needed only to convince her of the benefits. Warwick laughed.
You never lacked for arrogance.
He raised his drink and sipped. They were sitting in a private corner of White's, enjoying the club's finest whisky. Oliver was finally back in London after being held up at Rosedown for 2 long weeks. 2 torturous weeks away from Anna. He'd told her he'd be away for a few days, but assorted events had conspired against him. First, a country gentleman was interested in buying a pair of the estate's matching bays, but was delayed by a heavy rainstorm. Then Rosedown's butler fell ill and needed to be replaced. Oliver couldn't leave until such a vital position in the household was filled. Who knew finding a proper English butler in the country would be so difficult? Even with the housekeeper, Mrs. Hannings's help, it had taken far too long to fill the position. By the time he'd returned to London, he was frustrated, irritable, and eager to see Anna. He'd first stopped by his grandmother's house to check on her, but she was not an early riser and had still been asleep, and he hadn't wanted to disturb her. He'd left a message with her staff that he would visit later that day. He'd been further delayed upon his first visit home by meetings with his secretary, his stewards, and the vast amount of correspondence that had demanded his attention while he was away. Now it was midday, and he couldn't see Anna until after midnight. Meeting with his friend the Duke for whisky, followed by a bout at the boxing salon, would be a good way to ease his tension until tonight. Oliver watched his friend for any sign of censure. Warwick was difficult to read, and his flat, unspeaking eyes prolonged the moment.
"Well?" Oliver inquired. "I told you she agreed to a liaison. Aren't you going to say something? I know how opinionated you can be." "Does my opinion matter? You've never held back before."
Warwick set down his glass, a shaft of light from the overhead chandelier catching on the cut crystal.
"My work on the steel pistons is a damnable distraction."
Oliver lowered his own glass and glared.
"What on earth does that have to do with my situation? I should be working on another invention, but this one keeps pulling me away, much like your lady is preoccupying your time."
Oliver tried to follow.
"So, are you insinuating Miss Gardner is like your high-pressure engine? A distraction from my duties?"
"Precisely.
I must solve the problem with the engine before I can focus on my other designs. There is no other solution. You think once I bed her again, I'll be able to move on? Perhaps. Or perhaps you will spend years on the problem, such as one of my colleagues who has been working on a fossil excavation site in Africa for 15 years. Oliver's mouth twitched with amusement. Now you are comparing her to a fossil? Warwick shrugged a big shoulder. In theory only. Oliver glared. For my closest friend, you are no help at all. I speak the truth, unlike the fools that just strode into this club. A burst of laughter drew Oliver's attention to the entrance of the club and the 3 men who stood there. Bloody hell, Oliver muttered as he spotted Moore, Sutherland and Elton. Ah, your new friends. Warwick's voice was laced with sarcasm. No, my brother's friends. The private corner wasn't private enough. The men spotted Oliver too soon and approached. See who it is. Hello there, Drake. Moore led the pack, who approached their table, his eyes already red-rimmed from excessive drink. Your Grace. Moore's starched shirt points were so high, Oliver wondered if they chafed his chin. Sutherland and Elton came up behind Moore like 2 lackeys. We never did learn what happened after that night at the Silver Chalice, said Sutherland. Of course, we didn't think you'd want us to wait for you to find out either, Drake, Elton chimed in. The trio's coarse laughter grated on Oliver's nerves. How long before they gave up and left? Moore scratched his chin. Come to think of it, we never did see that fine piece you ended up with when we returned a week later. I asked the madame for her, but she said she was no longer there. What happened? Didn't satisfy her, and she quit the brothel for good? A muscle ticked at Oliver's jaw. Moore had asked for Lady Scarlet. He recalled the way the blackguard had grasped her arm that first night. Oliver had felt an unexpected possessiveness for the lady dressed in red, and he'd itched to punch the arrogant dandy in the face. He shouldn't allow their adolescent jokes to irk him now, but the urge to put Moore in his place was back with a vengeance, and his fingers tensed on his glass. The trio didn't notice, but Warwick must have. His eyes darted to Oliver's hand before rising to his face. Oh, don't feel too badly for Drake. He may have a few years on you, but he can take care of himself, in and out of a boxing ring, Warwick said. Moore turned his attention to the Duke. Your Grace, I didn't think you left your home. Warwick's eyes gleamed as though he was playing a game. Only for good company. Come out with us tonight, Elton urged Oliver, then turned to Warwick. The Duke is welcome as well. Didn't you recently wed? Warwick asked. Sutherland rose and smacked Elton on his back. The lady knows her place. What do you say, Drake? Elton asked again. How about you leave your duties behind before you are bored to tears? Oliver shook his head. Not tonight. Suit yourself. The trio departed the club just as they'd entered, loudly and foxed, like a trio of drunken fools. Good God, there isn't a collective full-size brain between them, Warwick said. I agree, but I do owe them my gratitude. How so? If I hadn't accompanied them to the Silver Chalice that night, I would never have met Anna. Your lady friend? I'm sending a coach for her tonight. Even as he said the words, anticipation was keen in his gut. So soon? Soon? I've been waylaid for long enough. Anna has been on my mind the entire time. Warwick studied him. This is no simple liaison, is it? Careful, my friend, before you become completely besotted.
The note came later that afternoon and was delivered by a young boy who'd knocked on the servants' back door and asked for Anna. Look for a coach in the alley at midnight tonight. D. Anna's fingers shook as she folded the letter and put it in her skirt pocket. Glancing both ways down the corridor, she slipped inside Lord Malvern's private study and shut the door. She knew his lordship was out at one of his clubs, and the room would be vacant. She wanted to see the Earl, badly, to lose herself in the comfort of his arms, the pleasure of his kiss, to forget her problems, even if they only shared a few blissful hours together. But the stakes were higher than before. Even beneath the cloak of darkness, there was a risk of discovery. If only the Marchioness had not learned that she'd met the Earl alone at Rosedown, not once, but twice. Her tense conversation with Lady Malvern was hard to forget, and panic squeezed her chest. She opened the top door of the desk, removed a piece of foolscap, and reached for a quill to write her own note. Her hand hesitated above the inkwell. She returned the paper and quill. Delivering a note was dangerous. She needed to see him. But how? She couldn't knock on the front door of his mansion in broad daylight. Their rendezvous wasn't until hours later. Then she remembered where he spent many of his afternoons. It was a chance she was willing to take. With renewed purpose, she left the room and slipped out of the house. Chapter 26. It was not difficult to escape the house unnoticed. Anna departed from the servants' entrance, walked down a path that was used for deliveries, and then made her way to the street. She walked to the corner, then hailed a hackney. Gentleman Jackson's boxing salon was located at 13 Bond Street. Oliver might not be there at this hour, but from their country visit, she knew him to be an early riser, unlike many gentlemen of the ton, who stayed out all night and did not rise until well after noon. She also knew that a lady would never dare to walk through the salon's front doors, but she was well past the age of concern. Straightening her spine, she opened the door and stepped inside. A row of boxing gloves hung on a rack in the corner, and weights and fencing equipment were neatly stored on wooden shelves. Charcoal sketches and canvases of famous bouts and well-known pugilists hung on the walls. One was of a young John Jackson himself, when he'd won the title of English champion from the great Jewish boxer Mendoza in 1795. Voices sounded from deeper within the boxing salon. Male grunts and shouts. For the first time, she reconsidered. What would she find? She peeked around an archway, then froze. 2 roped-off rings in the large room were occupied by men boxing, but her gaze was riveted on only one of the fighters. Oliver. His dark eyes glittered with a fierce intensity as he faced a taller, larger man in a ring. Both men were bare-chested and wore boxing gloves. They circled each other in an athletic dance, sweat beading on their brows. Oh my! She'd seen Oliver's naked chest before. She'd memorized every lean muscle, and she'd lain awake reliving the memory. But this was different. Facing an opponent, he was even more stunningly virile than she remembered. Bronze skin glistened, and sweat trickled down his chest to the waistband of his trousers. His broad shoulders heaved as he breathed. The corrugated muscles of his abdomen flexed as he moved and jabbed at his opponent. She should be repulsed. She'd never witnessed a boxing match before, and wasn't prepared for the sight or sound of gloved fists hitting flesh. Instead, she couldn't tear her gaze away from him. Her blood coursed through her veins like an awakened river, and her legs felt weak. "Stop! A lady is present." The brisk command came from a man leaning on the ropes outside of the ring. He was tall and broad-shouldered, and she recognized him from one of the caricatures she'd once seen in the Morning Post. Gentleman John Jackson, the champion himself. Oliver's head whipped around to her, and their eyes locked. Her pulse pounded under the heat of his gaze. Both Oliver and his opponent stepped out of the ring. A young lad loped over to untie their gloves and tossed them their shirts. Oliver pulled his shirt over his head, and the cotton clung to his sweat-soaked skin. The top buttons were undone, revealing the corded muscles of his throat and a tanned V of flesh. In less than 3 strides, he was by her side.
"Anna, what in God's name are you doing here?" "Is that any way to introduce a Lady Drake?" Mr. Jackson asked.
Oliver glanced over his shoulder, then back to Anna.
"May I introduce Miss Gardner? And this is Mr. Jackson." "It is a pleasure, miss."
The champion bowed as gallantly as if they were standing in a ballroom. "I've heard much about you," Anna said. The champion cracked a wicked grin.
"Ah, do not believe everything you hear. I'm quite reserved."
She smiled at his charming demeanour. She'd heard he was a true gentleman, and his presence at a fight, whether as a referee or a guest, ensured spectators that the match would be fair. Her father enjoyed attending the fights at 5 Courts in St. Martin Lane, Leicester Fields, where up-and-coming fighters had to be approved by Mr. Jackson or other great champions of the day.
"I see your business with Lord Drake is important. I shall leave you two alone."
Mr. Jackson flashed a smile, then wandered off to the second ring, where he began to encourage the 2 remaining boxers. Another man cleared his throat, and Anna turned her attention to the opponent who'd fought the Earl in the ring. Oliver made the introduction.
"And this is His Grace, the Duke of Warwick."
A duke? She'd never been introduced to a duke. She made a deep curtsy. "Your Grace." The duke was strikingly handsome, with a swathe of fair hair. But it was his green eyes, watchful and inquisitive, that captured her attention. His Grace arched his brow, and she wondered what he found amusing.
"I see why Lord Drake is enchanted," Warwick said.
Enchanted? Had Oliver talked about her to the Duke?
Oliver cast him a humorous look. "Do not listen to His Grace's rantings. I hit him 1 too many times today."
Rather than be insulted, the Duke merely grinned.
"Good day, Miss Gardner."
"Good day, Your Grace." What did the Duke mean about...
Never mind him.
Oliver took her arm and steered her to the back of the boxing salon, where they could speak privately. She was highly conscious of other men, boxers, assistants, even 1 or 2 attendees staring at her.
Do not pay them any heed, staring as if they've never seen a lady before.
Most likely because they had never seen a woman in this male domain before. She needed to explain her unexpected presence. "I know what you must be thinking."
"No, I don't think you do."
"You think I shouldn't have intruded here?"
"Not exactly. But come to think of it, how did you know I'd be here today?"
"You mentioned you enjoyed boxing several times a week. I took a chance."
"A chance?"
He watched her carefully.
"Did you receive my note?"
Her skin prickled pleasurably where he touched her arm. Without a cravat, waistcoat or jacket, the thin cotton shirt did little to hide his form. He was inches away, all pure, exquisite male. Even his scent, sweat mingled with his cologne, was temptation itself. It was terribly distracting. He was closely watching her, and she almost forgot what he'd asked. "Yes, I received your note."
Good. I've thought of little else since I wrote it.
Had he? She'd thought of it too, although her summons and lecture from Lady Malvern had been unexpectedly unpleasant. His brow furrowed and a questioning look lit his eyes.
Is something wrong?
She shook her head. No, you don't understand. I'm not changing my mind about meeting you tonight. It's just that...
You are worried?
Panicked, to be more accurate.
Tell me what happened.
Her fingers tightened on the strings of her reticule. The Marchioness knew we were together, not once, but twice at Rosedown.
How?
My young maid must have told her.
An alarming muscle ticked at the Earl's jaw.
Please don't dismiss the girl, Anna said. Lady Malvern can be quite fearful. Either way, the damage is done.
He took her arm and led her out the back door and into the alley.
Wait, what are you?
He shut the door and faced her. Bond Street was bristling with pedestrians, but the alley between buildings was isolated and quiet. His expression was serious. Did she threaten you?
In more ways than one.
What do you mean?
There is more that I haven't told you. My employment means more than just a roof over my head. I have a younger brother, and my salary, no matter how small, helps provide him with clothing, shoes, and necessities.
His eyes sharpened. A younger brother?
No one knows of him, certainly not her ladyship. Adam just turned 15 and is away at school. That's why I did not risk penning you a note, explaining everything, in case it was discovered.
I wish I had known. I admire your loyalty to your brother.
His words affected her more than he could ever know. To have the Earl of Drake admire her? Somehow, along the way, she no longer thought of him as his father's son. Oh, her family's loss still remained an ache deep in her heart, but she'd seen the care Oliver took with Rosedown and its tenants, even if his father and brother would not have bothered. "Can you understand my panic?" she asked.
His expression was serious. I cannot fathom what it is like to walk a day in your shoes. Please know that I want to help, not make things worse. He reached out to finger a loose curl by her temple. His closeness was a welcoming warmth upon her skin, like the caress of first morning sunshine. Her breathing rushed in her ears, in time with the hurried beat of her heart.
My lord,
if you change your mind about tonight, I'll accept your decision. I meant what I said. You coming to me of your own free will means everything to me.
Her gaze lifted to his, to the chiselled features of his face, and she searched for some hint that he knew how he was affecting her.
You are as courageous as you are beautiful, he said. I've long wondered about that night at the Silver Chalice. Why were you at that brothel? I want to understand your motives.
How could he understand her desperate need to escape her dull daily existence for one night, or her past? To have suitors and lovely gowns one day, then to swiftly lose everything the next, had been horrid. The debt collectors did not care if a person was in mourning, and her dreams for her future had been shattered. Striking a bargain with Madame Crescent had been an escape of sorts. One night of pleasure before her looming 30th birthday. My lord, Oliver, His voice was hoarse. You do not have to tell me everything now. I hope you will trust me some day. She may not be able to tell him all her secrets, but she was no longer frightened of him. He may be an aristocrat, an earl, a man well above her station, but the concern she saw in his eyes made her feel safe. She hadn't been frightened of him in a long while, had she?
Rather, she found herself entranced by the raw need in his eyes. He placed a hand on the brick right by her head, his large body leaning in. "Whatever twist of fate brought you to me that first night in the brothel, I'll be forever grateful. The connection I felt with you has increased tenfold. I understand your concern for your brother must come first. What I'm trying to say is that I will not send the coach if you no longer wish it."
"I want it."
Her own restraint slipped. Rather than answer, she decided to show him. Taking a handful of his shirt, she pulled him toward her and pressed her lips to his. He stiffened for a heartbeat, then his lips brushed hers. Once, then twice, almost as if he was afraid she would change her mind. Without a coat or waistcoat, his chest was so muscular, his shoulders so broad. She longed to run her fingers across the expanse of skin, to touch and explore and tease. When she rose on her toes to eagerly deepen the kiss, he groaned and slipped a hand around her back and pulled her close. His mouth slanted across hers, their tongues tangling. The caress of his lips set her body aflame, and she felt like a breathless girl of 18 as she met him with equal fever, savouring every moment. He raised his head, and their eyes met, both catching their breath. She struggled to remember their conversation. When he looked at her like that, she wanted to damn Lady Malvern. All she could think about was Oliver's kiss, and she knew her feelings for him had nothing to do with reason and everything to do with the pang in her chest. "Does this mean—"
"Send the coach, my lord."
He placed a tantalizing kiss in the hollow of her neck, causing her senses to reel. "Thank God." Oliver watched Anna leave the alley. At the entrance to the street, she glanced back, her hazel eyes meeting his. His skin grew hot. He prided himself on his patience. He spent hours at a desk, poring over correspondence, meeting with numerous stewards, secretaries, and staff to manage the earldom's many estates. Duty always came before pleasures. He'd grown up watching the debauchery of his brother. The late-night parties, the string of women, the drinking and gambling. He was not blind to his father's vices or his mother's lovers. His parents had a cold marriage, a consensual agreement to ignore each other's affairs after the heir and spare had been born. He'd been starved for affection as a boy, and his grandmother had been the only constant in his childhood. He was resigned to the fact that he'd marry and produce an heir. He vowed it would be a much more amicable marriage than his own parents' union. He would not tolerate infidelity. But duty was far from his thoughts when he'd spotted Anna in the boxing salon. She'd stopped wearing the floppy bonnets and lace caps, and he'd seen her lovely face across the vast room. It was like a punch to his gut. Need combined with desire had flared hot, tightening every muscle in his body. He couldn't wait for tonight, and when she'd come to him. But that was not the purpose of her visit. She feared discovery, but her reasons were entirely unexpected. He understood her sense of duty, and he hadn't lied when he'd said he found it admirable. For a man who hadn't received love or loyalty from his parents as a child, he knew it was rare. Anna continued to surprise him, and his feelings for her continued to grow. He'd make their night even more memorable than their night at the Silver Chalice. She was no longer a virgin, and there would be no surprises, nothing to keep her from learning all the pleasures he could give her. They could share stolen moments together before they had to return to the burdens of their own lives.
He'd known the truth for a long time, hadn't he? What he wanted was more than one night. Anna in his bed, for a week, for a month, for longer. Chapter 27. Penelope was pacing the drawing room when Anna returned. Her cheeks were flushed, like she'd hurried down the street.
"Where have you been?"
"What is amiss?" Anna went to the door and glanced both ways down the corridor, in fear of a servant, or, heaven forbid, Lady Malvern overhearing before shutting the door.
"I received word that Lieutenant Smithfield has come home," Penelope said.
Anna blinked in surprise. "Pardon?"
"You know the letters he writes take many weeks, even months to reach me."
"So?" Anna knew the post took time to arrive from members of the military out of the country. Spain wasn't as far as Africa, but mail was slow and had to be received by the regimental office in London before being distributed to family members.
"A courier delivered this to me while you were out. Thankfully, I opened the door when it arrived."
Penelope removed a parchment from her skirt pocket. "What does it say?"
"His request for a leave was granted, and he has returned home to fully recover from his injury."
Penelope's face flushed with excitement.
"He's home, Anna."
"Let me see." Anna accepted the letter and scanned the contents. He'd been treated on the field by an army surgeon, then requested leave. It was not during a campaign, and his request was granted. He was currently at his residence on St. James's Street and under a family physician's care. Anna looked up.
The mail he'd sent from abroad must have been delayed by weeks if he had recently written this letter.
Penelope wrung her hands.
"It's true. He must have been wounded a while ago. And to think I had no idea he was suffering all this time."
Anna handed the letter back to her. "No sense feeling guilty about it. You know now." Penelope clutched the letter to her chest and collapsed in a nearby chair.
"I still cannot believe he's back in London."
"It's a good sign he is able to travel, darling. He must be on the mend."
"You're right. It's almost as if I can feel his presence close by."
Anna's disbelief must have been evident in her expression, because Penelope leaned forward on her chair, her blue eyes imploring.
"I have to see him."
Anna shook her head. "Do not even think about it. You cannot visit a bachelor's home by yourself." Pain crossed Penelope's face.
"I know you're right. Will you accompany me? Please, Anna?"
Anna opened her mouth, then closed it. She shook her head once more. "I would be the world's worst chaperone."
"You are not just a chaperone. You are my friend."
"Then as your friend, I still discourage it. Your mother would—" Penelope lifted her chin.
"My mother will never know. And if you do not accompany me, then I shall go on my own."
No matter how foolish, Anna recognized stubbornness when she saw it. The girl was in love, and youthful infatuation could be more reckless, more dangerous than a loaded cannon. And the truth was, how could Anna chastise the girl when not long ago she'd slipped into a scarlet gown and spent the night with a stranger in a notorious brothel?
"Please, Anna."
Penelope lowered her voice, her eyes pleading. The girl must have sensed the warring conflict within Anna. The soft afternoon sunlight from the open curtains highlighted Penelope's blonde hair and fair complexion. She looked incredibly young and naive, and Anna's chest tightened. She also knew Penelope would go with or without her. They'd come this far together. How could she refuse her now? "You must promise to follow my instruction. Go fetch your reticule." After leaving the Duke of Warwick, Oliver took the steps to his grandmother's home 2 at a time,
and lifted the brass knocker. Her butler opened the door before he could rap a third time.
"Good day, Greaves. Is my grandmother awake?"
The butler took Oliver's hat and greatcoat.
"She is anxious to see you upon your return from the country."
Something about the butler's tone took him off guard.
"Is she well?" "Better. Right this way, my lord. She has been expecting you."
Greaves led Oliver into his grandmother's private sitting-room. He helped himself to a glass of sherry from the sideboard and looked outside the window at the street below. Sipping the sherry, he glanced at the door and counted the minutes until her arrival. The dowager sailed into the room. She was well turned out in a walking dress of green satin trimmed with gold braid and tight sleeves. Her hair was swept up high in a stylish fashion, and she wore a pearl necklace with matching pearl earbobs. She looked robust and healthy, clearly recovered from her cold.
"Tell me you made progress with Lady Penelope."
Oliver was careful to school his expression. His worry over her health was for naught. As for her question, he'd anticipated something of an inquisition and was prepared.
"It was brief. The lady was ill for part of the visit."
"Ill?"
"She stayed in her chamber for 2 full days. Otherwise, I do believe the Mulvins enjoyed Rosedown."
Her lips pursed in an obvious show of displeasure.
"I should have attended, cold or not. I assure you, it would not have changed anything."
"You do not like the girl?" He finished the sherry in one swallow. How much to reveal.
"That's not what I meant."
She walked forward and took the empty tumbler from his hand and set it on an end table.
"Don't be daft. I can tell when you are smitten."
He shot her an amused look.
"Smitten? When have I ever been smitten?"
Her eyebrows drew downward.
"I was convinced you felt something for the girl before your departure to the country." "Based on what?"
"You acted differently. Light-hearted. I'm accustomed to seeing you with a solemn expression while you sit behind that God-forsaken desk in your study for hours on end." He stiffened. His grandmother knew him better than anyone, almost better than the Duke of Warwick. Had he acted differently? If he had, it had been because he was consumed with spending time with Anna. How to explain his behaviour to his grandmother without revealing the full truth?
"I suppose you are right."
"Good. I've invited the Mulvins to the theatre tonight, in your private box." He paused, his eyes narrowing.
"Pardon?"
She raised a hand. "I know, I shouldn't have. But the Marchioness paid me a visit upon her return to town. She said her daughter enjoys the theatre, and my offer on your behalf just slipped out." He let out a long, exasperated sigh.
"First you invited the family to Rosedown, now to the theatre. You must stop interfering."
Escorting the Mulvins to the theatre was the last thing he desired, not when Anna would be in his bed that night. He was tempted to refuse, except he knew Anna would most likely accompany Penelope as her chaperone.
"In my defence, you are my only remaining grandson, but I shall try. Meanwhile, will you take them?" "Only if you cease meddling."
"You have my word."
"And if things do not progress with Lady Penelope, I hope you will not be distressed."
She placed a hand on his arm.
"You must know that I want more for you than what your parents had shared."
A cold, loveless marriage. She did not need to say it outright. His childhood home had been empty of love and affection. He'd been shipped off to Eton as soon as he'd been of age. His grandmother sat back and sighed.
"Perhaps I was a bit too hasty in inviting the Mulvin family to the theatre. After all, You only recently arrived home from the country." His grandmother was stubborn, and he understood how hard it was for her to make that admission. He ran a hand through his hair. "I'll escort them." Rather than be happy to hear this news as he'd expected, she watched him carefully. "Whatever your intentions, my boy, I'll accept them. But decide soon. I want to see the earldom settled before I die." Chapter 28. Anna knew it was unwise for Penelope to be seen on St. James's. The street was a gentleman's domain, and could cause a scandal if a lady was even seen driving by in an open carriage. Many of the younger sons of the nobility took rooms in one of the lodgings in the west end of town. As the sixth son of a baron, the location suited Lieutenant Smithfield. They had taken a hackney rather than the family's crested coach. The conveyance was not as well sprung, and smelled like smoke and perspiration from its prior occupants. Penelope's foot tapped incessantly, and Anna suppressed the urge to reach out and place a hand on her thigh to still it. Desperate women took unwise risks, and Penelope was surely desperate. Anna's job was to ensure that the girl did not get caught. The wheels came to a stop on the cobbled street. Anna forced Penelope's gaze to hers. "Pull your hood down. Let me go first. Once the front door is opened for me by the butler or servant, I will signal for you." Penelope huffed out a breath. "Then I hurry inside the home. No need for me to wait on the porch. We have been over everything several times already." Anna ignored her charge's frustration. "Good. If any hint of scandal occurs, I will never forgive myself." "You needn't worry." But she did worry, not just for Penelope, but for herself. Intercepting correspondence was one thing, sneaking her into a bachelor's residence was something entirely different. Anna descended from the hack and made her way to the front door. On her third knock, a servant cracked the door. "Yes, miss?" He was younger than she'd expected, with a full head of brown hair and brown eyes. "Lieutenant Smithfield is expecting me," she lied. Either Penelope was right and her soldier was just as enamoured of her as she was of him, or they would be turned away. "Who shall I say is calling?" "Lady Penelope." He opened the door and allowed her to pass. "Wait here one moment, miss. I'll see if the lieutenant is up to seeing visitors." Anna waited until the butler's footsteps faded down the hall before opening the front door and waving to the hackney. Seconds passed before the hackney door opened and Penelope leaped from the conveyance. The hood of her cloak covered her fair hair and most of her face as she hurried inside to stand beside Anna. "I cannot wait another moment." Anna shut the door just as the butler returned and eyed them with a suspicious glint. "I didn't realise there are two of you." Anna was quick to speak up. "My apologies. This is Lady Penelope. I am her chaperone, Miss Gardner." He nodded once. "Ah, it makes more sense now." "What does?" Penelope asked. "He said his lady has fair hair." Penelope practically bounced on her toes. "I've waited a long time to see him. Kindly escort me to the lieutenant." The servant moved to block Penelope's path. For the first time, Anna suspected he was not a typical English butler. He may not be a butler at all. "You should prepare yourself for his injury, miss," he said. "It is not something a lady is accustomed to." Penelope spoke before Anna had a chance. "This lady is made of sterner stuff, sir." With that, the servant led them up a staircase and down a hall until they reached a closed door. He knocked once. "Enter." The door opened, and they stepped inside a dim bedchamber.
It was a masculine domain, with mahogany furnishings, an oriental carpet over hardwood floor, and a bed in the centre of the room. Penelope's blue eyes widened as she took a step toward the bed. Seconds before, she stifled a cry with her hand. Anna followed her gaze to where a young man lay with his leg elevated on pillows. His eyes were closed, and a lock of fair hair tumbled across his forehead. His chin was covered with a week's worth of stubble. Penelope flew across the room. "Timothy!" The soldier's brown eyes cracked open. He blinked up at Penelope and focused his gaze. His eyebrows knit together, then eased into an expression of relief. "Can it be?" "Yes, it's me, Penelope." "Penelope?" He raised his hand to cradle her cheek. Penelope clutched his hand to her face and sobbed. "Please don't cry, my love." Anna glanced at Lieutenant Smithfield's injured leg. It was bandaged at the thigh with fresh linen. As if reading her thoughts, Penelope asked, "Does it hurt?" Lieutenant Smithfield shook his head. "Not as much now. They feared infection at first, but the fever has passed and I'm much stronger now." He looked past Penelope to Anna. "Who is your friend?" "This is my chaperone, Miss Gardner. I trust her. She knows everything about us. To this day she's kept our secret." "Then I'm eternally grateful to you, Miss Gardner." "I wish you a speedy recovery, Lieutenant," Anna said. "The man who answered the door will not reveal your names. He is not an official butler, but a childhood friend." Anna smiled. "I guessed as much." Penelope clutched his hand, her face pale and pinched. "I was so worried when I received your letter telling me of the accident." "It's healing, but the physician said I will most likely have a limp." "I'm so sorry." Penelope lowered her head and choked on a sob. "Don't be. God looked after me, and a talented army surgeon saved my leg." He pressed 2 fingers beneath Penelope's chin and raised her eyes to his. "I cherished every one of your letters." "As I did yours." Anna felt uncomfortable standing there, an intruder watching a secret reunion between the 2 young lovers. She also felt strong empathy for the lieutenant. He may be fortunate to keep his leg, but he was much too young to sustain a life-changing injury. And her heart ached for Penelope. Her charge's blue eyes shone with love and longing that had been building for months. Anna knew it was a longing that could never be. At that moment, Oliver's handsome face formed in her mind, as clear as if he was standing before her. She recalled the longing in his own voice in the back alley of the boxing salon. Undisguised, raw, naked need. Her legs felt weak just envisioning his fierce gaze. Life was short indeed. She knew one thing for certain. She did not want to spend each day, every long, endless year, wondering what it would have been like to experience more of him. Tonight could not come fast enough. Chapter 29. Penelope's fingers twisted her skirts, and she bit her bottom lip. "Why do we have to go to the theatre tonight, Mother?" "I mentioned this to you before. We received quite a few invitations when we were in the country," Lady Morven said. Anna knew her ladyship would prevail. During their brief sojourn to Rosedown, they missed several of the season's balls and parties, and Lady Malvern was eager to attend as many roots, balls, garden parties, and plays as humanly possible in London. Unlike Penelope, Anna wanted to attend the theatre. Tonight was the night Oliver would send his midnight coach. She had been looking forward to the moment she could be alone with him. She smoothed imaginary wrinkles from her serviceable alpaca skirts and said what her ladyship expected. "Your mother is right," Anna said. "We are invited to sit in Lord Drake's private box, and we must not be late." Anna caught Penelope's desperate glance, but chose to ignore it. Their visit to Lieutenant Smithfield's residence was still fresh in the girl's mind, but she had to act as if nothing untoward had occurred. Lady Malvern already suspected her daughter's affections were preoccupied elsewhere, and she could not let Penelope take any chances. The Malvern coach waited in a long line before they alighted at Drury Lane Theatre. The brilliant actor Edmund Kean was performing Hamlet that evening, and many of the aristocracy were in attendance. Colourful gowns and priceless jewels shimmered beneath the lights of the theatre's chandeliers. After removing their opera cloaks and pelisses in the coach-room, they made their way to the private boxes. Oliver stood as they entered. A shiver of excitement coursed through Anna's veins at the sight of him. He was striking in a long black coat, patterned waistcoat, and blood-red ruby pin in his snowy cravat. His dark hair gleamed beneath the lights. "Good to see you again, Drake," Lord Malvern said. "Ladies?" Oliver nodded. He held a chair for Penelope to sit. When he moved to assist Anna, his fingers brushed her low back as he held her chair. "Miss Gardner." Anna marvelled how so light a touch could flood every inch of her body with awareness. She was afraid to meet his eyes, afraid every person in the theatre box would know every unladylike thought rushing through her head. As the group engaged in conversation, Anna was barely aware of the topic. She had a heightened awareness of Lord Drake, the deep, distinctive baritone of his voice, the way he occupied his seat, with command and confidence. His cologne wafted to her, a tantalizing hint of sandalwood and cloves. At last the play began. Anna let out a slow breath and attempted to focus on the actors as the drama played out on the stage. A group of dandies seated near the pit drew her eye. They were a raucous group, and it was obvious they were in attendance to meet with friends, converse, and show off the latest in men's fashions. She spotted Lord Moore, Lord Sutherland, and Lord Elton, the trio who had been at the Silver Chalice. Sutherland took a pinch of snuff, and Moore ogled ladies seated 2 rows behind him. The now married Lord Elton was seated in between his 2 friends, chuckling at something they'd said. Oliver had nothing in common with the trio of coxcombs that had been at the brothel that night. She stole a sideways glance at him. His profile was half illuminated by the lights of the stage. He had a firm strength about him, and she had witnessed first-hand how important he considered his duties. Her gloved fingers curled around the banister of the box. Her own emotions were a whirlwind whenever he was near. How many hours until tonight? She'd always prided herself on her strength. It was what had kept her and her brother alive after their father's suicide. Even after what little pin money she'd set aside had trickled away on food, she remained strong and found a way to survive. But that strength evaded her now, replaced with a fierce longing. Her visit to Penelope's soldier was still fresh in her mind. Life was fragile as the doomed relationship between Penelope and an injured officer. Penelope could never be with the young lieutenant, but Anna's situation was different. She didn't seek marriage. She sought a lover.
"How long until intermission?"
Penelope asked. It was a good question. Anna was beginning to feel restless in the private box. The play could last hours and go well into the late evening. Hopefully soon. "Hush!" Lady Malvern admonished. "If you are to speak, then converse with Lord Drake. Your father is dominating him."
Penelope rolled her eyes as soon as her mother turned away.
"I feel bad for father. Mother is going to scold him later."
Anna could imagine the conversation there would be on the carriage ride home. Lord Malvern had perfected the art of ignoring his wife's incessant complaining, while Anna, who hadn't the talent of feigning deafness, would want to stuff her ears with cotton. Suddenly, she longed for a moment alone with the Earl. But how? Her mind whirled with a way to send him a message. Soon after, it was time for intermission. Without waiting for Lord Drake and Lord Malvern to offer to fetch refreshments for the ladies, Anna rose. "Please pardon me a moment." She mumbled an excuse, then glanced at Oliver, hoped he understood her true intent, then hurried from the box. She found a liveried servant in the vestibule, snatched a glass of wine from a tray, and swallowed a mouthful. After a minute passed, and she did not see Oliver's tall frame descend the stairs, she set the empty glass on a passing servant's tray. Disappointment settled low in her stomach. Either he could not escape, or her message wasn't received. Just as she headed back toward the staircase leading to the private boxes, a hand wrapped around her waist, pulled her to a solid chest, then steered her behind a column. She knew who spoke before she turned. His voice, his essence was intimately familiar. "I've been waiting." "I had to detach myself from her ladyship. It wasn't easy. For a moment I was worried you'd left the theatre." She turned to look up into Oliver's eyes and smiled. "Don't be ridiculous. It would cause a scene with the Malverns if I simply up and left. Truth is, I'm glad you made a quick escape from that box."
"Oh? Why is that?"
"Because I cannot keep my hands from you." Her body ached to be closer. She boldly reached out to trail a finger down his sleeve.
"Would it shock you if I said I'm glad to hear it?"
His nostrils flared. "Oh? Are my powers of persuasion that strong?"
"Perhaps," she said. "Or perhaps I have realized the reward is worth the risk. I'm looking forward to tonight."
She licked her lips. His gaze dropped to her mouth, and he looked like he was going to kiss her. "Good God, Anna. Are you trying to bring me to my knees?" She pressed a hand against his chest where his heart beat strong against her palm.
"I worry Lady Malvern will want to stay for the entire play, and we will have less time together this evening."
His dark eyes flashed with triumph. He dipped his head to nip her ear and whisper, "Not if I have any say. Now, return to the box before I'm tempted to carry you away and ravish you now." Later that evening, Anna was restless and nervous. She counted the hours until the house was dark and quiet. She changed out of her drab, serviceable gown, then reached for a wool cloak on a hook in her wardrobe. For once, she was grateful for the oversized cloak. Slipping out the servants' entrance, she stepped into the gardens and covered her hair with the hood. A crescent moon was hidden behind the clouds, and the shadows of the hedges appeared like eerie spectres. She opened the garden gate, and the squeak of the hinges made her cringe. She froze, the hair on her nape rising. Silence greeted her. She made her way to the street, then around the house toward the mews. Just as Oliver had promised, a dark, unmarked carriage waited. The driver was on his perch. Before she reached the conveyance, a black-clad figure stepped out of the shadows. "Your carriage awaits." Startled, she whirled to see Oliver. Dressed in a black shirt, black cravat, and black breeches and hessians, he looked like a raiding pirate. She pressed her hand to her heart. "You scared me half to death." "I was the lookout."
And am I safe?
He flashed a grin. From others, not from me. A thrill raced down her spine. Wicked pirate. His lips twitched. Shall I toss you over my shoulder like booty? Trying to calm her racing heart, she released a slow breath.
Perhaps. I may like it.
A gleam lit his eyes, something shockingly possessive crossing his dark features. Then, who am I to keep a lady waiting? He opened the carriage door. Enter, if you dare. Holding her skirts in one hand, she stepped inside. Chapter 30. While the carriage manoeuvred through the abandoned London streets, Anna was highly conscious of Oliver seated beside her on the bench. I thought of little else but you all day. I couldn't focus on any of my duties, and I could barely follow along with the play. All I wanted to watch was you, Oliver said.
Oh?
The idea that she had pulled him from his work and consumed his thoughts in the theatre was thrilling. He placed an arm around her shoulders. Are you surprised? She leaned into his strong embrace, and warmth rushed through her at his heat and the steady rise and fall of his chest.
Would it please you if I admit to thinking of you on occasion? She said, her tone light.
He chuckled. Only on occasion. I see I have work to do then. He kissed her neck, nibbled at her ear. She sighed and tilted her head to give him better access. At last the carriage rumbled to a stop. She glanced outside, but it was too dark to see clearly.
Have we arrived at your home?
We will enter at the back. I've dismissed most of my servants for the evening. The 2 remaining are discreet.
It meant a great deal to her that he was taking efforts to ensure her privacy. Still another question sprang to her mind. Do you sneak women into your home often? She asked, hoping her tone appeared light.
Never. Does that please you?
It did, more than he could ever know.
He helped her out of the carriage, her skin tingling beneath her glove. She pulled her hood down and followed him into his home. A lit lamp was waiting by a table. They had entered into the kitchens, and her eyes were drawn to the long shadows of pots hanging from hooks above a wooden work table. Come. He took her hand and led her into a corridor. Holding the lamp high, she glanced into the empty rooms as they passed. A drawing room, a study, a dining room. Even in the dim lighting, she sensed the vastness of the mansion. They made their way up a winding staircase. His profile was half lit from the lamp he held high, and she felt the coiled tension in his lean frame. He wanted her, desired her, and she experienced a thrill of anticipation. As he lit candles, she took in her surroundings. Dark mahogany furnishings, a thick Aubusson carpet and a large fireplace proclaimed it a masculine domain. Nervous? He asked.
Are you?
Yes. Perhaps wine will help. As he went to a sideboard to pour 2 glasses, she removed her cloak and draped it over a leather armchair. He turned, 2 goblets in hand, then froze. Sweet Lord! Lady Scarlet had returned for the night. Anna had removed her cloak to reveal the red gown she'd worn the first time he'd set eyes on her at the Silver Chalice. Vivid memories returned in a rush as he greedily devoured the image before him. Her curves were displayed in delicious detail. Luscious breasts, slender waist, long legs encased in satin. Even her dark ebony curls were piled upon her head in a similar style.
Do you approve?
She asked, her voice a husky whisper. I like it very much indeed. He handed her the wine, a rich red, then drank deeply from his goblet. He would need every ounce of control when he touched her. A ripple of silk sounded as she came close. He watched, fascinated, as she drank, her full lips touching the rim of the glass, her slender throat contracting as she swallowed. "Delicious," she said. "Delectable," his mind answered. Like the finest wine, she was meant to be savoured and cherished above all others. He took the crystal from her and set it aside. Then she was in his arms, his head dipping to capture her lips in a kiss. Lust kicked in his gut, even more ferociously than he'd expected. She was just as eager, and her fingers traced up his arms to bury in his hair. Her nails scratched his scalp. His pulse surged in his veins. Her eager response fueled his desire. For a man who prided himself on control, in and out of the bedroom, his reaction was swift and violent. He explored the recesses of her mouth as his hands travelled down her spine to clutch the swell of her hips. A low growl escaped him. He had to gain some semblance of control before he tossed her on the bed and ravished her. Focus. He pictured his ledgers, the dozens and dozens of tiny numbers in each column, the open atlases on his study table, even the waiting correspondence that needed to be addressed in the corner of his desk. Anything. Tearing his mouth from hers, he looked into her eyes. "Anna," he simply said. She kissed the divot in his chin, then reached up and loosened his neckcloth. "You never told me why you were with those men at the Silver Chalice that night." Slowly she pulled the linen free, then let it slip from her fingers to the floor. "I was with my brother's friends to celebrate the upcoming nuptials of Lord Elton, an obligation that I resented at first, but in hindsight I don't regret at all." "Why?" "Because it led me to you." She turned in his arms. "Help me with my buttons." As each crimson button slipped free, a tantalizing expanse of smooth skin was revealed to his hungry gaze. "Why were you there?" he asked. "You never told me." The dress slipped off her shoulders, and she clutched it to her breasts as she glanced over her shoulder. "I don't know if you would believe me if I told you." He kissed her bare shoulder. "Try." She sighed. "I wanted to experience passion with a man, just once, before my 30th birthday. Do you think that's silly?" Gliding into her tight virginal sheath had been exquisite torture. "No, I will be eternally grateful." "And I was grateful you were at the brothel. If not, I don't know whom I would have chosen." Possessiveness rose in his chest. He'd never been jealous over a woman before, but the thought of Anna with any of the others, Elton, Sutherland, or, God forbid, Moore, had made his gut clench. He forced thoughts of her with others from his mind. She was here now, with him. The red silk slithered down her curves to pool at her feet. She stepped out of the pile and faced him in a black demi-corset with short chemise. Blood thundered in his ears at the erotic image. One day he'd have to send Madame Crescent a thank-you gift for the clothing. He traced a finger across the swell of her breast above the corset. She shivered, her heavy lids fluttering. "Was it everything you expected, then?" he asked. Her gaze met his. "Yes, but I was wrong." Reaching up, she relieved him of his coat. "Wrong? How?" "I thought one night would be enough to last me a lifetime." "Ah, Often a taste of temptation leads a person to desire more.
She cocked her head to the side and regarded him. Her nimble fingers eased him out of his waistcoat. "You think one more time will suffice, then?"
God, he hoped not. He kept his thoughts to himself rather than scare her away.
He turned her by her shoulders to make quick work of her stays. She lifted the chemise over her head, and it met the dress and corset on the floor. Wearing only her silk stockings, she stood before him, just as she had their first night together. Once again, her body was smooth of hair, and his gaze lowered to the apex of her thighs and the smooth skin shielding her femininity. A dark snake of heat coiled in his loins. Tonight, he would take his time, would lick and taste every secret spot, give her as much pleasure as he could.
"Lower your hair."
His voice was gruff. One by one she removed the pins, then shook her head as a pile of lustrous dark curls cascaded down her back. He hissed in a breath,
"You are the most beautiful creature I've ever seen."
She shot him a saucy look. "Your turn." Chapter 31. Anna's nerves were tense until Oliver's gaze travelled over her body like she was as beautiful and adored as the goddess of beauty, Venus. Once she'd made up her mind to be with him, she'd known it was the right decision. She would take her pleasure and not feel inhibited. She was a grown woman who made her own decisions and would have no regrets. Their second time was different. She was different. She'd come to know the man, and she'd grown to trust him, admire him, like him. His hands went to his shirt, but she pushed him aside. "Let me." Amusement lit his eyes, and his hands fell to his sides.
"As you wish."
The shirt joined their other discarded clothing. She studied the hard muscles of his chest. "You once asked me if I thought of our night together at the Silver Chalice."
"And did you?"
"Not only did I think of you, my lord, I thought of how you felt beneath my touch." She pressed her palm on his heart against his warm skin, then spread her fingers. Taking her time, she lowered her fingers down his abdomen, coming to rest at the waistband of his trousers. His arousal was evident. She reached for the placket of his trousers. His eyes were dark, his chest rising and falling. She unfastened the buttons and slipped her hand inside, her fingers tracing the thick, hard shape of him.
"Christ, Anna."
Heat coiled deep inside of her at the primal expression on his stark face. He swept her into his arms and carried her to the bed. She rose on her elbows and watched as he pulled off his boots, then removed his trousers. He stood naked and proud before her, and her gaze travelled the length of his masculine form. "You are beautiful too." She opened her arms to him.
"You have no idea how long I've waited for this."
He placed a knee on the side of the bed, then joined her. He kissed each breast, his tongue caressing her sensitive, swollen nipples as his hand seared a path down her abdomen and onto her thigh. His lips worshipped a trail down her body. She didn't have to open her eyes to know where he would kiss her next, but nonetheless she felt a shock. She gasped as he placed a kiss to the centre of her heat, then flicked his tongue over the delicate bud. She grasped a fistful of his hair. "Oliver, I
love your nakedness here. Is it more sensitive?"
His hot breath teased her most intimate flesh. She could barely catch her breath. "Very. I can feel so—"
"Let me pleasure you, Anna. Trust me."
She had no idea a man could pleasure a woman this way, but she did trust him, and when he gently eased her back on the bed, she allowed it. His skilled tongue worked her into a frenzy of need. It was wondrous and wicked, and he seemed to know every secret spot that would drive her wild. Her moans urged him on as he laved and tasted and teased. "You are all naked and lovely and glistening. For me. I could spend hours pleasuring you." His tongue stabbed and took until she was quivering with need. Hours? She wouldn't last another minute. The pleasure pulsed through her muscles, and she dug her heels into the mattress and arched into his mouth. She was his, hot and helpless beneath his erotic onslaught, her body vibrating beneath his wicked tongue. He coaxed her to the crest of pleasure, and she shattered beneath his skillful touch and cried out his name. Oliver rose above her, his dark eyes shining with triumph and fierce lust. Her gaze lowered to his arousal, thick and pulsing with need. She licked her lips. "Please, tell me what you want." "You, all of you." Her heart squeezed in her chest as she spoke the words. Did he know how he made her feel? How he made her ache? Need unfurled inside her, a deep ache entwined with a deeper longing. Longing was dangerous. She wanted to focus on the physical pleasure, but she feared there was so much more. Unlike the first time, there was no pain, only exquisite fullness as he eased inside her slickness. Her body clenched him, milked him, meeting each thrust with her own reckless abandon. "I can feel you coming," he grit his teeth. "You are making me lose control, just like last time." Control? She had none with him. She'd thrown caution to the wind as soon as she'd stepped into his carriage. Through heavy-lidded eyes, she watched his fierce and handsome face above her. Anticipation shivered through her, turning her heartbeat wild. Throwing back her head on the pillows, she reached for the stars, her body spiraling to that exquisite place until she peaked. She fell, and his strong arms were there to hold her. Oliver held Anna in his arms. Dark ebony curls curved over her shoulders and across his chest. Her eyes were closed as she caught her breath from their lovemaking. Long, dark lashes lay like delicate fans against her cheeks. Entranced, he raised a curl to his face and inhaled deeply of her scent. She looked up at him and smiled, the smile of a satisfied woman. She rested her hand on his chest above his heart and slipped a leg between his. Lust, commingled with the sense of possession he'd experienced earlier, ripped through him. In the very beginning, he'd been convinced that after he'd finally bedded her once more, the tightly coiled need inside him would ease. What a foolish thought. He'd known that was far from the truth for a while now. The need was keener than before. He wanted her again. Tonight. Tomorrow night. Bloody hell. Why did he feel this way? He told himself it was because she was a fantasy, a woman dressed in scarlet who'd enticed him at a notorious brothel. What man wouldn't want to experience her again? Or maybe it was because he'd come to admire her, enjoyed spending time with her. She was unlike any of the society ladies or debutantes who'd crossed his path, women who hunted him for his new title and wealth without a care as to who he really was. But if he were honest with himself, truly honest, he knew there was more to this need. She'd known hardship, but remained giving and loyal, and he missed her when they were apart. Her fingers traced a circle on his chest. "Tell me something about yourself." The candlelight highlighted specks of green in her eyes. "Such as?" he asked. "What about your childhood? Were you a reserved child, or a precocious one?" "More precocious," he said. "Really? You must have kept your nursemaid busy." He smiled. "She claimed I gave her all her grey hair. My mother, as I mentioned, was a cold woman and could not be bothered with me." "What of your father?" "The old Earl was no better." Was it his imagination, or did she slightly stiffen in his arms? He was attuned to the slightest change in the rising and falling of her chest, the flaring of her eyes. "My parents had a loveless marriage," he said. "They married for advantage, nothing uncommon amongst the aristocracy." It was what he'd always expected for himself. The only difference was he hoped he would like his wife, and that they could agree on a monogamous relationship. "What about your brother?" she asked. "Henry took after my father. They loved their clubs and their pleasure haunts. Neither cared for their responsibilities, only the money in the earldom's coffers." "Whereas you care a great deal about your duties." "It's who I am." "How are you so different from your brother?" "Who says siblings have to be the same? Or fathers and sons, for that matter." Her fingers ceased their caresses. Her eyes were lowered, and he could not tell what she was thinking. "No one, I suppose. But I am thankful that you turned out to be the man you are." Her words should not matter, but he was surprised how they touched him. She was a survivor, like him. Their pasts may have been vastly different, but they had both overcome obstacles. He was the second son of an earl who'd inherited the title and fortune after his brother's death. After the death of her parents, Anna had to seek employment to provide for her younger brother. He truly did admire her. Her lips brushed against his throat. His cock instantly took notice. He cradled her face in his hands and kissed her. "Let us not waste the night," she murmured. He couldn't agree more. Chapter 32. Despite the danger, Anna knew Penelope would want to visit Lieutenant Smithfield as much as possible. She put off the girl's pleas until she became afraid Penelope would sneak out of the house on her own. The following morning, Anna told Lady Malvern she would accompany Penelope on a stroll in the park. Meanwhile, Anna insisted Penelope wear the cloak and that they hail a hackney, just like their last visit. Lieutenant Smithfield was dressed and sitting on the edge of the bed when they arrived that afternoon. "You are up and looking quite dapper," Penelope said. "Good news. I feel well enough to take a short sojourn to see my family." "Good news indeed. But is it too early to leave your rooms here?" Penelope asked. "It has been over 2 months since the injury, and I am most anxious." He reached for a cane by his bedside, rose and walked around the bed. A slight flinch pinched his face, but he was quick to smile to hide his discomfort. Penelope clapped her hands. "Wonderful!" "I'm happy with my progress." Anna stood in the corner of the room. "Will you consider keeping your commission? I understand there are many soldiers with injuries in Chelsea." Lieutenant Smithfield looked aghast. "As a Chelsea pensioner? No, I do not wish to spend the rest of my life in a hospital." At his hard tone, Anna nodded. "Apologies. I did not intend to offend." "None taken. I never liked army life. My injury has only reaffirmed that belief. I'm resigning my commission and have already taken the appropriate steps." "What will you do?" Anna asked. His eyebrows drew downward, and a torrent of pain flickered in his gaze before he lowered his eyes. A knot rose in Anna's throat. He was young
and even with a limp, he could live a long life. Penelope had said he enjoyed a sporting life, and although some of those activities would be challenging at first, they may not be impossible in the future. But as for earning a living, Anna knew firsthand he would encounter difficulties. Many employers would be hesitant to offer an injured former soldier work. His eldest brother was the heir to the barony, and as far as Anna had heard, the barony was not a wealthy one. As a sixth son, Timothy would not get a reliable family allowance. By selling his commission, he would gain income. But was it sufficient to support himself, let alone a family for the future? How would he survive? When he met Anna's gaze, he appeared back in control. "I plan on gaining employment as a personal secretary. My sergeant said he would put a word in for me with a nobleman who is a good acquaintance."
"I will continue to visit here," Penelope promised. "Miss Gardner will accompany me."
Anna bit her tongue. She had no intention of facilitating future visits, but she would speak with the girl in private. Penelope was clearly infatuated and not concerned with anything other than being with her soldier. Ladies did not regularly visit a gentleman's lodgings. Anna was intimately familiar with the harsh realities of London life, and would not wish a scandal on anyone, let alone her soft-hearted charge. Anna placed a gentle hand on Penelope's shoulder. "I'll give you a few minutes alone together before we must leave." Thankfully, Penelope did not argue to stay longer. Anna left them to their goodbyes. The sunlight from a window was warm on her cheeks as she waited in the vestibule. Not more than 10 minutes later, Penelope rushed down the stairs, a desperate look in her eyes and tears streaming down her cheeks.
"Oh, Anna! Something horrible has happened."
"What is it?" Anna asked. Penelope's voice was frantic.
"Timothy told me to stop seeing him."
"What? Why?"
"He claims there is no future for us. He says it's for the best and that I deserve more than a cripple."
"Oh, my sweet darling." Anna helped her don her cloak and pull the hood over her head and led her outside to the waiting hackney. Once seated beside her, she opened her reticule and handed her a handkerchief. Penelope blew her nose and looked at her.
"It's nonsense. I've sensed his inner struggle from the first time I visited, but hoped it would pass. I know he may not be able to do everything he was able to accomplish in the past, but Timothy does not see his future as I do. His mind is sharp, and he will still be able to walk, and yet he sees himself as less of a man. He fears holding others back, of being a burden. He is too stubborn and has too big of a heart, and his sense of duty is holding him back. I refuse to accept his reasoning. Please tell me what to do."
Anna let out a long sigh. "My dearest, he may be right. Not about his injury, but his station."
"You can't believe that?"
The hackney started to move, and the iron wheels crunched on the cobbled street. "Penelope, I have been thinking this for a long while. I already told you of your mother's suspicions. You are a lady and must marry a lord. Timothy is the 6th son of a baron, a man without title or wealth." Penelope pulled away on the bench.
"You sound like my mother."
"She means the best for you, as do I." Penelope's blue eyes lit in outrage.
"No, you care only for your position."
Anna felt a stab of hurt. "That's not true."
"What about the Earl of Drake? I can see how you feel about him and how he feels about you. You want to marry him, don't you?"
"Absolutely not. I know my place in society, and he most certainly knows his duty to his earldom."
"But you still plan to be with him, don't you?"
Anna felt the hair on her neck rise.
For a heartbeat, she wondered if Penelope knew of her plans to sneak out of the house late that night to meet Oliver once more. Impossible. The girl couldn't know. Their situations were entirely different. Anna knew precisely why she was meeting the Earl again, knew it deep in her bones. The hackney came to a stop at the end of their street. It was where she'd directed the driver to drop them off, and they would walk the remaining way home so as not to arouse suspicion. If asked, they had strolled to the park. Penelope handed back a soggy handkerchief and opened the door herself without waiting for the driver.
"I don't care what you or Mother say. I'm not giving up on Timothy. Not ever."
She leaped from the hack and ran home. Chapter 33. What on earth is that contraption? Oliver eyed the newest mechanical device in the Duke's ballroom. It's a way to measure weight, Warwick said. A wooden seat was suspended by chains, and adjustable blocks of metal weights were positioned on a horizontal bar. Depending on how one considered the device, it could pass for a child's swing or a medieval torture device. The Duke of Warwick rubbed his chin as he sized up Oliver. Come, sit. I'm guessing you are 14 or so stone. Oliver tried not to gape. You stopped working on the steam pistons for this? I'm not giving up on the pistons, just temporarily shifting focus. I find it helpful for the creative mind. As for this device, it's a gift of sorts. I'm improving the basic spring scale to accommodate the weight of a person. Once I perfect these weights, I plan on delivering the scale to Gentleman Jackson's. The boxers want to know their weight. On second thought, it was a good idea. Corinthians sought to fit physique, and pugilists desired to match men of equal or similar weight in the ring. Oliver sat in the chair, and it sank a few inches beneath his weight. Well? Warwick adjusted the weights on the horizontal bar until they were perfectly balanced. 14 stone 7 pounds. Close to what I had guessed. You've been diligently working in the boxing salon. He wrote the number down in a notebook. It was true. His time in the ring helped him focus and, ironically at the same time, distracted him from thinking of Anna. How much do you weigh? Oliver inquired. The Duke was taller and more heavily muscled. More than a few of his inventions required lifting heavy mechanical parts. Warwick shrugged. Another stone. Or 2. That much? Oliver teased. There wasn't an inch of fat on the muscular Duke. Warwick smirked. I don't have the lovely Miss Gardner to inspire me. At the mention of Anna, his humour fled. Warwick was one soul he could confide in. She came to me, dressed as Lady Scarlet. Warwick set down his quill and cocked an eyebrow. Oh, I take it you were pleased? This time Oliver's grin was wide. Very. Warwick slapped Oliver on the back. Good for you. Will you tell the empty-headed trio of dandies? My brother's friends? Never. They don't know Anna's true identity, and I have no intention of informing them. Careful, friend. You are not like them. Pray, tell me how that is not a good thing, Oliver asked. They can bed a woman and forget her. I am not sure you can. Are you seeing her again? Tonight. So soon. Anna already meant much more to him than a simple liaison, but he was not ready to speak of his feelings, even to his friend. Careful to mask his expression from the intuitive Duke, Oliver shrugged. The lady agreed. Who am I to say no? That night, Oliver held Anna in his arms.
You know much about me, but I know little to nothing about you."
Anna shifted in his bed to look up at him. "My past is boring. My mother was from the Middle East, and my English father adored her. She died young from illness. My father was truly heartbroken and lost his way after her death. He drank, he gambled. He lost all our money, then he died soon after. I was left with the bills and my younger brother."
Oliver swept his hand up and down her spine. "I'm sorry for all you have suffered."
Her thick lashes lowered. "It's in the past."
"The past is what makes us who we are. Either we let it destroy us, or we grow stronger from it."
She raised her chin and met his gaze. "You think so?"
"I know you have grown stronger."
"Thank you. That's the nicest thing anyone has said to me." She pressed her lips to his in a sweet kiss that stole his breath. Her lips were soft and seductive and wreaked havoc on his senses. His body grew hot and heavy.
"I know about the evils of gaming," he said. "My father also loved to wager."
He caught the flicker in her hazel eyes, something like her reaction when he last mentioned his own family. "Did his death upset you?" she asked.
"I suppose. He died in a carriage accident. He did not die in the street, but was brought home. On his deathbed I told him I loved him, but he never said the words to me."
"Silly, but that was more hurtful than his death." She stiffened in his arms. "That's awful. He was wrong. You deserved your father's love."
"My grandmother made up for his shortcomings."
"Is the Dowager well?" she asked. "She did not accompany us to the country."
"Plants and flowers during spring and early summer make her sneeze and cough. She's aware of Rosedown's abundance of rose bushes."
"She would not do well in the conservatory."
"She might be tempted to have it torn down, but I would never allow it. Other than her aversion to the outdoors during springtime, she is well and claims she is healthy as a horse."
Anna chuckled and relaxed against him. "A horse, you say?"
"Never tell her I said that."
"Your secret is safe with me." His fingers trailed a leisurely path down the smooth skin of her arm.
"We talked about the past, but what do you want for yourself?"
A delicate brow flickered. "What do you mean?"
"A future. If you could pick your future, no matter how impossible, what would you pick?"
She shifted in his arms. "No matter how impossible?"
"Yes."
She was quiet for a while. When she spoke, her tone was far off and whimsical. "I'd be married and have a house with a fence and a dog." His heart clenched in his chest. He pictured more for her future. He pictured himself in the home with the dog, and with her.
"What else?"
She sighed. "I'd have children."
"How many?"
"At least 2, a boy and a girl." Another image rose in his mind, that of a beautiful little girl with a mischievous smile and hazel eyes.
"Ah, the girl would have dark curly hair."
Anna wrinkled her nose. "Heaven forbid. My hair is a curse, an unruly one." He reached out to finger a mahogany lock. The colour and texture still intrigued him.
"Your hair is lovely. I wanted to see it down the first time I noticed you at the Silver Chalice."
And so you have." She raised her face to his, her eyes bright. "And you, my lord? What do you envision for your future?"
He shrugged a shoulder. "What is expected of me?"
An heir and spare to the earldom?
A harsh laugh escaped him. My grandmother seems to think so.
No sense thinking about far-off futures. She slid a hand down his chest. I'd like to think of other things right now.
He arched an eyebrow. Oh? Are you using your charms to distract me?
Will it work?
Which? The truth was, she could distract him so easily. He adored this teasing side of her, uninhibited and utterly lovely. She slipped between his legs, her eyes mischievous.
I'm curious about your body.
He grew instantly hard. A gentleman would let a lady explore.
And are you a gentleman in bed?
In this instance, yes. His heart hammered as she lowered her head, her hair trailing over his chest just as he'd fantasized. His skin tightened at the light touch. She kissed his nipple, his ribs, then lower. He hissed as she placed an open-mouthed kiss on his hip, inches from his hard cock. Lower.
Madame Crescent told me about such things. I was shocked at first, but now I want to try.
She met his gaze as she wrapped her hand around his shaft, placed a kiss on the tip, and licked the crown. He nearly jumped out of his skin. If he watched, he would lose all control and come too soon. She licked the head again, then sucked.
I wonder if this feels as good as when you kiss me between my legs.
Better. His voice was hoarse.
Tell me what to do to please you.
Use your lips and tongue. Suck me. Would his base demands shock her? She was not a mistress, not a whore, and she meant so much more to him. Any worries fled when she licked him from tip to base, then took him fully into her mouth. The slick suction was the most erotic experience of his life. She was the inexperienced one, yet she took swift control. He should have known she would hold nothing back. His Anna, his lady. There was no will or control or anything but her mouth, her lips, her tongue. He longed for only one woman and the need she stirred in him, not just physical, but deeper, as deep as his heart. All too soon, pleasure built at the base of his spine. He reached for her. Anna, stop or I'll spill. She gave him a saucy look. Why stop? God save him. He was helpless beneath her mouth and fingers. He loved the way she treated his body, but he wanted more. I want you. He lifted her on top of him so that her legs straddled him and her hands rested on his chest, then penetrated her with one quick thrust. Her wet, slick heat gripped him. He lifted his mouth to her breast and swirled his tongue around a nipple, then sucked it full into his mouth until she writhed on his cock. Perspiration beaded on his brow as he fought for control. He withdrew and drove deep. Once, twice, was all it took, and she gave a kittenish outcry of delight as she reached her own pleasure. Just before the staggering climax ripped through him, he watched her, head thrown back, lips parted, breast flushed. He was home. She collapsed on top of him, and he held her in his arms. Their breaths intermingled and their limbs entwined. His heart thundered, and he pressed a kiss to her forehead. He was loath to let go of her, as if it would take all his mental and physical strength to release her. I'm a changed man.
You have changed me as well, she murmured as she rested her head on his chest above his heart. For the first time,
Oliver imagined a life without a cold, loveless marriage. He wanted to stand on the rooftop and shout his feelings, to let everyone know she was his and he was hers. His plans to marry a society heiress, a well-bred lady to live out his days amicably and separately, seemed like a cold, empty future. He could never marry and keep Anna ensconced in a townhouse as his mistress. He'd want to spend every moment with her, to wake up beside her each day, for her to bear his children. Damn his brother for dying. Oliver never wanted the earldom or the expectations of a society match associated with it. How could he ever let her go? Chapter 34. The house was dark and silent when Oliver's carriage returned Anna home. She was careful to light only a single candle as she crept upstairs and cracked open her bedchamber door, only to find Penelope in her room. Anna's hand flew to her chest. "What are you doing here?" Penelope stood from where she'd been sitting on the side of Anna's bed. "I couldn't sleep. I thought to apologize for my behavior during my visit with Lieutenant Smithfield." "It's not necessary." Penelope's jaw tightened. "You're right. I realize it's you who should apologize." "Pardon?" "You were with Lord Drake tonight, weren't you?" Anna watched her warily. "Penelope, it's for the best if we do not discuss this." She shifted her chin. "I never thought you a hypocrite." "Penelope!" The girl's shoulders slumped. "I wanted you to be with Lord Drake, and I thought you understood my desires as well. But then you told me it's for the best that Lieutenant Smithfield leave me." Yes. It was difficult to say, but Anna knew she must be honest. "Yet you are free to conduct your amorous affair." The bitterness in Penelope's tone was unmistakable. Anna debated how much to admit. Tonight was only the second time I went to him. She couldn't even say the Earl, or mention him by name to Penelope. "I have no illusions of marriage, whereas you have your life before you." Penelope stomped her foot. "I thought you understood." Anna stepped forward, her eyes imploring. "I do understand, darling, all too well. You would have to give up this lifestyle, the clothes, the jewels, the parties, the comfort of this home, and the very richness of your life. The lieutenant cannot provide that to which you are accustomed." Penelope moved away. "I don't care about any of that." "That's because you have never had to do without." Now the bitterness was clear in her own voice. If Anna was being harsh with the girl, it was out of love. "I suspect he knows it as well, and that is why he told you not to see him again." Penelope folded her arms across her chest. "Nothing you say will change my mind." Anna felt a stab of momentary panic. "Change your mind? What will you do?" "Are you worried that I shall tell my mother of your scandalous behavior?" Good grief! Would Penelope, in her anger, have her dismissed without a reference? The girl had never shown a vindictive nature before. Penelope went to the bedchamber door. "Don't fret. Your secret is safe with me. After all, I have no wish for my mother to find another companion to replace you." "You need to practice the pianoforte more often, Penelope." Lady Malvern wagged a disapproving finger at her daughter. "Miss Mannerly is proficient at music, and her mother has taken advantage by hosting musicales and inviting eligible gentlemen. She may catch a marquis her first season." "Mother, I hate practicing." Penelope stood by the pianoforte in the music room of their home. It was the day after her argument with Penelope, and Anna sat in a settee next to a harp
an instrument that, to her knowledge, no one had played since she'd started working here.
"Then you must learn to paint," Lady Malvern argued.
"I'm hardly artistic."
"Lady Longstan's birthday ball is next week, and Miss Mannerly will be one of many ladies in attendance hoping to make a successful match. You need something, Penelope. Something more."
"What about my intelligence?"
Her ladyship looked aghast. "Being bookish will not attract a man. Beauty, grace, poise, these are the qualities gentlemen look for in their wives." She waved a hand at Anna. "Ask Miss Gardner. She will agree with me." Penelope's face screwed into an unladylike expression. Anna stirred in her seat. The girl hadn't spoken a word to her since she'd caught Anna returning from Oliver's home. Even Lord Malvern had sensed his daughter's distress and had attempted to cheer her after luncheon with no success. Penelope had gone straight away to her bedchamber and shut the door. Not for the first time, terrible regrets assailed Anna. She wanted, more than anything, to make amends. Over time, Penelope had become more to her than just her responsibility. She had become a friend. Perhaps Anna had been hasty about Lieutenant Smithfield. She should have been more supportive, more understanding. Maybe she should have returned to St. James's Street to speak with Lieutenant Smithfield on Penelope's behalf. If he explained the situation more gently, would Penelope understand? Anna couldn't turn back the clock, but she could aid Penelope with her mother. She cleared her throat. "Some gentlemen like intelligence. A wife must be able to manage a vast estate, oversee the hiring and firing of the servants, and host events." Lady Malvern let out an exasperated sigh. "Yes, but they have the help of a skilled housekeeper, a steward, and competent household staff." Penelope shot Anna a glare.
"I doubt Miss Gardner knows anything. She has never been married."
Anna settled back, disappointed, and she lowered her lashes to quickly hide the hurt. Anna wanted to share her problems with someone, not just someone, but with the Earl. Ever since her social fall, she'd learned to rely only upon herself, to solve her own problems. Without a family, she'd been alone in the world and had managed to tackle every struggle with wit and sheer determination. She'd understood and accepted. But somehow things had changed. Her fight with Penelope was a deep ache in her chest, and the first person she thought to speak with about her dilemma was Oliver. He was a good listener. He'd sought her help with his tenants and took her advice to heart. He was different from any of the gentlemen of the ton she'd known as a debutante, and unlike any man she'd met since. Her mother had once said you could tell a lot about a gentleman by his acquaintances. The Earl of Drake was friends with the Duke of Warwick, an isolated eccentric, an inventor who preferred tinkering in his laboratory to attending balls and seeking a duchess. It made sense that Oliver had befriended such a man. Could he help her now? Warm water lapped at Anna's skin as she leaned back against Oliver in an oversized tub. When she'd arrived at his home that night, the bath had been waiting. 2 of his trusted footmen had filled the bath with buckets of hot water before departing. It was a luxury she couldn't resist. Steam curled from the water, and his strong arms were wrapped around her. Oliver's fingers stroked her arm. "I sense something is on your mind," he said. She sighed and tilted her head to the side. He took advantage and pressed his lips to her nape. How had he come to know her so well? She'd discovered much more than passion in his arms. He was a considerate lover who always ensured her pleasure, She'd already decided to ask his advice, and with him pressed against her, she felt confident of her decision. "I'm worried about Penelope," she said. His response was immediate. "I shall end all pretense of courting her if it makes it easier for you." "It's not that. She fancies herself in love with a young soldier who has returned from Spain."
"A soldier?"
"Lieutenant Smithfield is the sixth and youngest son of a baron, and he was injured during a training accident and recently returned to London. I've accompanied Penelope on her visits to his home where he's been recuperating. But during the last visit, he broke Penelope's heart. His family's estate is in need of repair, and the oldest brother is in search of an heiress. The lieutenant claims Penelope deserves better than an injured former soldier, dependent upon his family's meagre allowance or any limited employment."
"I tend to agree with the fellow."
"I said the same thing, but I fear I handled it badly. I should have been more supportive of her. Now, Penelope believes me uncaring and refuses to speak with me. To make matters worse, she caught me sneaking home at night." He cupped water in his hand and poured it on her chest. His gaze was riveted as beads of water dripped down her breast.
"Ah, I see. Based on our affair, she believes she deserves commensurate happiness with her young love."
"Yes. After all, she was the one who wanted us together."
"Perhaps we are to blame. Secrets never end well."
The water had cooled several degrees, and even wrapped in Oliver's arms, she felt a slight chill. For the first time, she had regrets about keeping her own secrets. Even though her steadfast rule for secrecy had kept her safe for a decade, she knew it could just as easily harm her relationship with Oliver. How could she confess her past? How could she tell him she was the daughter of the baron his father had ruined? Worse, could she admit that she blamed his father for everything she'd lost, including her dowry, her family name, and her very identity? His brother had been no better, and a blackguard. She no longer held Oliver accountable for his family's sins. Confessing her troubles concerning Penelope was one thing. Sharing her secret past was something entirely different. Yet for the first time, she didn't feel a sense of panic at the thought. She didn't feel the overwhelming need to take flight to protect herself, to protect her very existence. And that was the most frightening thing of all. Chapter 35. Lady Longstan's birthday ball arrived days later. Lord Longston stood by his wife as a line of guests waited to congratulate their hostess. Lady Longston, cheeks rouged, wore a brightly coloured pink gown, and her wig towered in an elaborate updo complete with a dyed peacock feather. Her husband was not to be outdone, with a matching striped pink waistcoat and buckled shoes. His large paunch betrayed an indulgence in too much rich food from their French chef. Soon it was Lord and Lady Malvin's turn to give their well wishes. "Happy birthday, Letitia!" Lady Malvin kissed the air alongside both of the hostess's cheeks. On the carriage ride to the ball, her ladyship had gushed about how she'd befriended Lady Longston at the girls' school they'd both attended. Lady Longston took Penelope's hand. "Is this your lovely daughter?" "This is Lady Penelope." Penelope curtsied. "Happy birthday, my lady. It is a pleasure to meet my mother's childhood friend." "Did your mother tell you all about our youthful escapades at school?" "No." Penelope eyed her mother. "Were you trouble?" "Ah! We were admonished by the headmistress on more than one occasion. But those stories are for another day."
Penelope's eyes grew wide as she looked at her mother.
Admonished? I must hear all the details.
Another time? Lady Malvern took her daughter by the arm and steered her away.
Mother, you never told me about your childhood friend, Penelope said.
Lady Malvern snorted. She's foxed and does not know what she says. Penelope met Anna's eyes and they both chuckled. An instant camaraderie returned between them. Happiness swelled in Anna's chest, and she hoped things could return to normal between the two of them. Penelope fell behind to match pace with Anna.
Do not think this changes anything, Penelope whispered, her smile disappearing.
Anna's step faltered.
Penelope, we need to talk. I fear I was not sympathetic after what happened between you and the lieutenant. It no longer matters.
Of course it does, Anna argued.
Our falling out has shown me my errors.
You are not making sense.
I'm making perfect sense, Penelope said. I have come to realize that I am responsible for my own happiness and no one else.
What on earth did that mean? Before Anna could ask, a gentleman approached and asked Penelope to dance. Penelope eagerly accepted the invitation, and she smiled coolly at her partner as they met and separated in a country set. As Anna watched the couple, misgivings formed in her gut. Something was wrong. What was the girl up to? Lady Malvern approached Anna.
See, Penelope is back to her old self. We shall find her a match yet, Lady Malvern said.
After all the time she'd spent with her charge, Anna knew the girl well, and she was less convinced. Her ladyship scanned the ballroom.
Where is Lord Drake? No doubt he will ask her to dance.
Anna looked around for Oliver, but he was not in sight. Perhaps the Earl was not on the guest list.
Don't be ridiculous. Lady Longston is a popular society hostess, and after inheriting the earldom and all the wealth that accompanies it, Lord Drake would have been invited.
The way she spoke of Oliver reminded her of one of her father's prized hunters up for auction at Tattersall's. Was that how Oliver felt after his brother's death? Sought after for his wealth and title, never for himself. Even though he'd been managing the earldom's ledgers and estates, he'd never expected to be thrown into the role of Earl. Then she saw his tall figure, dashing in navy coat and trousers. He was talking to a group of men, but his gaze scanned the crowd. Their eyes met across the ballroom, and she feared everyone could sense the current between them. Unlike the ambitious society matrons and giddy debutantes, Anna wanted him for an entirely different reason. For himself. Her breath caught. In that moment she acknowledged the unmistakable tightening of her chest, like a smattering of butterfly wings, each time she looked at him. She loved him. Her heart capitulated in her chest as she watched him. How could she have allowed herself to fall in love? For a woman whose solitary existence had kept her alive for the past 10 years, it was frightening and exhilarating at once. At their prolonged eye contact, he arched a dark eyebrow in obvious question. Anna tore her gaze away. A sliver of fear raced down her spine, and she drew in a ragged breath. She could never have him, not truly. It was a slippery slope into despair. She'd never meant to fall in love, never meant to expose her heart.
I am in need of a bit of fresh air, Anna said.
Lady Malvern's attention was entirely on her daughter on the dance floor.
Go!
Anna hurried to the open French doors and descended the steps to the gardens. She leaned against a large oak, inhaled the fresh night air, and waited. He would come.
She knew it as sure as she drew her next breath. She sensed Oliver's presence before she saw him come around the hedges. "We haven't much time," she said. His voice was husky. "Enough time for me to hold you in my arms." His cologne filled her senses a moment before his lips captured hers. She didn't try to resist. Why bother? She kissed him back, clutching his strong shoulders, her fingers digging into the broadcloth. Her problems with Penelope did not entirely go away, but the tenseness eased as she leaned into his strength. "I miss your scarlet dress," he whispered against her lips.
"Why? Does my companion garb dull your desire?"
"Never. I know what waits beneath."
Her lips twitched with the beginnings of a smile, the first one since arriving at the ball.
"You are incorrigible."
"Only when you are near."
At his light teasing, her emotional fear ebbed. She wasn't ready to confess her feelings. Not here, not yet.
"I hoped you would follow so we could talk."
"Talk? Eloquent dialogue escapes me at this moment. Besides, there is a much better use for my tongue."
She batted his arm.
"Oliver, I'm serious."
He pulled back, his dark eyes turned serious.
"What is it, my love?"
My love. It was the first time he'd ever called her such an endearment. He was dangerous to her, dangerous and utterly devastating. She stiffened slightly as her fortune from Queenie's cup reading returned in a rush. Queenie was known for her foresight and wisdom, and Anna feared the old woman had tried to warn her. Her relationship with Oliver was one that could not last. He'd eventually take a wife, a lady of quality and standing, to produce an heir and spare for the earldom. Anna could never be that lady, and she could never be a mistress, which would leave her with a raw and aching heart. It was truly ironic. Oliver may not be like his father or brother, but he would destroy her just the same. Love was the most effective weapon of them all. She lowered her lashes, suddenly feeling more vulnerable than she'd felt in a long, long time. "What is it? What troubles you? If it is in my power, I wish to fix it." Anna looked up to find him watching her, his brows knit. She shook her head, unable to voice the troubling thoughts that plagued her. She cleared her throat and turned to the one problem at hand that continued to upset her.
"It's Penelope."
Oliver nodded. "I saw her, and I purposefully did not ask her to dance. I thought that would please you."
"It may please me, but not Lady Malvern. She's like a dog after a bone when you are in the same ballroom,"
Anna said. "Is that your worry?"
She let out a long sigh and shook her head. "No. Penelope is still upset with me, but even that is not why I'm concerned. I sense she is up to something."
"Do you want my advice?"
"Yes."
"Keep an eye on her, but also keep trying to speak to her. She is young and heartbroken. It will pass, and she will realize you are not at fault for her young soldier's actions."
His words made sense. She needed patience to deal with Penelope.
"Thank you."
The corners of his lips curled in a grin.
"I can think of 1,000 other ways you can thank me, and they all start with tonight. I'll send my carriage."
Later that night, as Anna was preparing to sneak out of the house to see Oliver, there was a soft knock on her door. She froze as anxiety spurted through her. Had someone learned of her clandestine evenings with the Earl? She swiftly hung her cloak back on a hook and cracked open the door. One of the young housemaids stood awkwardly.
I'm sorry to disturb you, Miss Gardner, but this arrived for you at the servants' entrance when you were at the ball. The young woman who delivered it said it was important." She bobbed a curtsy and disappeared down the dim hall. Anna's hand trembled when she recognized the handwriting on the foolscap. It wasn't bold, dark script, but a light, flowing one. Every muscle in her body tensed as she broke the seal and read the missive. God, no. Queenie had passed. Even though Anna knew this day would come, the devastating news sucked the breath from her lungs. The note was from Adeline, the beautiful woman who had a gift with herbs. Queenie had passed in her sleep. At least she hadn't suffered long. Anna sat on her bed and clutched the letter to her heart. A raw, primitive grief overwhelmed her, and hot tears flowed down her cheeks. She wanted to share her sorrow with another. Only one name came to mind. Oliver. She'd lean her head on his broad chest, allow his heat to warm her cold heart, his strong arms to hold her. Her previous eagerness to see him was still there, but for a different reason. She reached for her cloak and slipped from the house, under the cover of darkness. When Anna arrived at Oliver's home that night, he knew something was terribly wrong. Her eyes were red-rimmed and her lips trembled. He opened his arms and she flew into his embrace. "Tell me," he said. Anna's voice trembled. "A dear family friend passed away. She was like a mother to me." "Oh, Anna, I'm sorry." His arms tightened around her. His own heart ached for her loss. He reached into his coat pocket and handed her a handkerchief. She sniffled and blew her nose. "Queenie was old. No one knew her precise age. She was unwell. I knew the day would come." Her voice was low, tormented. "But it still hurts." "Yes." He thought about what she said, and he envisioned himself in a similar position. "I will feel the same when my grandmother passes." "Hopefully the Dowager will live many more years." "Let me get you wine, and we can talk more." He poured 2 glasses of Madeira and handed her one. He watched her full bottom lip touch the crystal and her delicate throat swallow. He still fiercely desired her, but he wanted to help her more. If that meant sitting and talking about someone she cared deeply for and lost, then he was willing to listen. She set the wine aside and wrapped her arms around him. "Make love to me, Oliver." She pressed her lips to his. Passion exploded in his brain and kicked in his gut. But this was different. He wanted to kiss away her tears, make slow love to her, and ease the ache in her heart. He tamped down his own desire and cradled her face in his hands. "Anna, there is no need tonight. You have suffered a loss. We can simply talk." "I don't want to talk. I don't want to waste a moment of time with you." She tugged on his coat, stood on tiptoe and kissed him. His trousers grew painfully tight. It was always like this with her. Unbridled lust, but so much more, longing and an aching in the centre of his chest. He kissed her back thoroughly and with all his pent-up need. But tonight his plans had changed. He cared too deeply for her to take advantage. He wanted something else, something he'd planned on asking her this evening that he hoped would show the depth of his feelings for her. He broke the kiss to look into her eyes. "I want to share a meal with you." She stiffened. She made to pull back, but his arms tightened around her. "Oliver, we cannot be seen together." "There is an inn. I know the innkeeper. And there is a private room." That would not be wise. Her voice was a low whisper, but firm just the same. Frustration welled in his chest. He understood her concerns, but he wanted to escort her on his arm. If not at a ball, then somewhere. He longed to be with her, not just for their stolen moments, but more, for a simpler life that he knew was out of his reach as a new Earl. To share their happiness and their sorrows, together. It wasn't the first time he'd felt this way, but the emotion continued to grow. "No one would see us," he said. "Why the urge to meet at an inn?" "Because I want to take you elsewhere other than my bedchamber. Please think on it." His voice was rough. Their prior conversation when they talked about the futures they longed for was never far from his mind. He couldn't stop thinking of it. A home with a fence and a dog. 2 children, a boy and a girl. God, it felt as if an invisible fist tightened in the center of his chest. If only things were different. She arched an eyebrow and held his gaze. You are persistent. When it comes to you. I won't insist now, but hope you will accept my invitation. How? Leave everything to me. He took her hand. Meanwhile, tell me all about Queenie. Chapter 36. Anna moaned when a shaft of morning sunlight hit her pillow. A week had passed, and she'd been careful not to spend every night with Oliver. But the night she did made it difficult to rise the next day. Still, she would never give up their time together. He'd been honest with her, but she had kept secrets from him. Do not think about unpleasant thoughts. The dull ache of Queenie's death was still there, but the comfort of Oliver's arms had eased the loss. He also kept insisting that he wanted to accompany her to an inn for an evening, but she had concerns. Still, the invitation was tempting. To simply share a meal with him in a private room would be lovely. They could enjoy a bottle of wine and a good meal and simply talk. Her heart was a delicate organ, easily bruised. She stepped outside for a brief morning walk in the park across the street when a young boy dashed over and handed her a package. "Are you Miss Gardner?" "Yes." He handed her a letter. "You are to open it and give me a response." "A response?" The boy bobbed his head. "That is what his lordship said." "Oliver." She tore open the foolscap. "I have arranged for a pleasant meal. Will you kindly accompany me tonight? D." The bold masculine script and the message made her heart pound in anticipation. She'd have to concoct an excuse to escape the Malvern household. She feared Lady Malvern the most if she was caught. But her pulse leaped at the thought of sharing a meal with Oliver. She knew all along that she would agree, didn't she? "Tell the gentleman yes." The boy tipped his frayed hat and sped off. Anna glanced around, but no one paid her much heed on the street. After a brief walk, she was back inside the house before anyone questioned her whereabouts. She was getting good at acting as if nothing had changed in her life when everything had. Then she spotted Penelope at the landing of the top of the winding staircase. The girl's blue eyes were steady as she watched her. Then she turned and fled down the hall. "I'm glad you changed your mind," Oliver said as he led Anna into the Bull and Bear Inn. "The fare is delicious and the wine exceptional." Despite Oliver's calm, Anna was still fearful they could be spotted together. But rather than wait in the main room, they were immediately greeted by the innkeeper, a tall, thin man with straw-coloured hair. "Lord Drake, it is a pleasure to see you this evening." Oliver made the introductions.
This is Mr. Humphreys, the proprietor of this fine establishment.
The man bowed.
My lady?
Oliver didn't correct him as to her address.
I've known Mr. Humphreys for half my life. His father was my father's long-time butler. Lord Drake graciously loaned me money to put a down payment to open my inn,
Mr. Humphreys said.
I wasn't an earl then, but I can spot a good investment when I see it,
Oliver said. Knowing Oliver's character, Anna wasn't surprised that he would aid a former employee's son. In some odd fashion, he would consider it his duty, and she knew how important his duties were to him. They were led to the inn's private parlour. A table for two had been set with china, silver, and a lit candelabra. A coal brazier in the grate warmed the space and gave it a cosy atmosphere. "This is lovely," Anna said. Oliver held out her chair, then sat across from her. She'd dressed in her best gown of blue muslin. She'd left her lace cap behind, and her dark curls were loose and held back from her face by a simple braid. She was not dressed in fine fashion like the ladies he was accustomed to seeing at social events. It didn't seem to matter to him. His gaze travelled over her face and searched her eyes.
"I've looked forward to this evening. I was worried you would return my note with a rejection."
She found herself suddenly nervous. This was nothing like their nights together, and in a strange way, sharing a meal in an inn was even more intimate. "You were quite strategic to hire a young boy. I didn't want to disappoint him."
"Is that the reason you accepted? I'll have to remember that tactic for next time."
Her pulse quickened at the mention of a next time. She had no idea how long their liaison would last. Memories of Oliver talking about his future arose in her mind. Even though he had not been so brash as to say it, she knew there was no part in his future for her. His duty to the earldom required he marry a titled lady. Still, she was powerless to stop herself from imagining a different time, one before his father and brother had ruined her family, and before her father had taken his own life. Would they have met at a ball and began a courtship? Could they have married? Stop! She mentally shook herself. No sense torturing herself with a future that could never be. Her thoughts should be filled with the present. He hadn't mentioned a time frame for their affair, and she'd feared asking. The truth was, she wasn't sure herself. All she knew for certain was that her feelings for him had grown and blossomed into love. She looked forward to seeing him during the evenings she could get away, not just for the physical pleasure, although that was more than she'd ever dreamed possible, but for spending time with him, talking, laughing, sleeping in his arms. Oliver poured 2 glasses of red wine, and as she sipped from her goblet, the tension eased from her shoulders. Soon the door opened, and a maid served dinner, a hearty beef stew. Anna picked up a fork and took a bite. The meat was tender, and the stew was full of flavour, onions, mushrooms, and fennel. "This is delicious." She ate more, enjoying each forkful. As they ate, he watched her. "You eat with the same enthusiasm as you make love." She lowered her fork. "Am I unladylike?"
"Never. I love to watch you."
Her heart lurched in her breast. He liked to watch her eat? She raised her wineglass, and Oliver diligently refilled it.
"Careful, I don't want you foxed."
She tilted her head to the side and smiled. "Afraid you will take advantage of me?"
"Perhaps. Or perhaps I'm afraid you will take advantage of me. I told you that I was a changed man after last time."
He made no attempt to hide the devilish gleam in his eyes. Heavens, just a reminder of that experience made her skin prickle pleasurably. The door opened again. This time, a maid served dessert, delectable strawberries with Devonshire cream. Oliver dipped a strawberry in cream and offered it to her. She bit into the delicate fruit, and her lids slid half-closed at the sweetness. As she licked the juice from her lips, his gaze was riveted on her mouth. "I have something for you," he said, his voice hoarse.
"Other than this fine meal?"
He removed a slender box from inside his coat pocket and placed it on the table by her hand. It was wrapped in simple brown paper and tied with string.
"What is this for?"
There was an odd quirk to his lips before he broke into a grin. "Happy birthday, Anna." A sharp intake of breath crossed her lips.
"You remembered?"
She'd only briefly mentioned her birthday. She'd also confessed it was the reason she'd been at the Silver Chalice dressed as Lady Scarlet. "I never forget a date." He tapped a finger to his forehead. "It's a curse I have with numbers. My stewards marvel at the accuracy of my ledgers." He motioned toward the box. "Go ahead and open it." With the anticipation of a child, she tore the brown wrapping to find a diamond necklace nestled in black velvet. Her hand trembled as she reached for the necklace. The filigree gold chain was heavy in her hand, and a set of brilliant diamonds formed the shape of a delicate bow. Stunned, she lifted the chain and candlelight glinted off the jewels. It must have cost a small fortune. Speechless, she looked up at him with wide eyes. 30 is an important birthday," he said.
30 is not a flattering age for a woman, especially an unmarried one. There is no question as to my status as spinster."
His dark gaze travelled over her face. "You don't look like a spinster to me." She didn't feel like one, not when she was with him. She felt utterly lovely and desirable. Pressure built in her chest, and she feared her heart would burst. No one had ever given her such a lavish gift, even when her parents were alive. And since the Baron's death, no one had remembered her birthday. She lowered her gaze, worried he would see the depth of love in her eyes. It would be as obvious as if she had held up a sign proclaiming the words, "If you do not like it, I will have the jeweller make something else for you." He must have mistaken her hesitation. She looked up at him.
"No, it's not that. It's the most beautiful gift anyone has ever given me."
"You deserve more."
"'Tis a shame I cannot wear it in the Malvern household."
A companion did not possess expensive jewels. "Then wear it to sleep and dream of our time together." She already dreamt of him when they were apart. Her heart had never stood a chance with him, had it? From the first moment she'd seen him at the Silver Chalice, she'd known he was special, and she hadn't lied when she expressed her desire to Madame Crescent.
"I want him."
She still did, only more deeply than she could ever have imagined. She wondered if her love for him was evident in her eyes, her expression, her gestures. More than before, she feared telling him the full truth. Surely it would change things between them, and she dreaded the thought. He looked at her with desire, fascination, adoration, the way no man had ever looked at her before, and most likely never would again. How could she not want to hold on to the moment, to make it last as long as she could? It could wait. One more day. She would enjoy the evening, enjoy this special birthday with the man she loved, Tomorrow would intrude soon enough.
How is your progress with Lady Penelope?
Oliver set down his quill as his grandmother invaded his study with all the aplomb of a general. Oliver leaned back in his leather chair.
Is the only reason you come to visit me nowadays to inquire about my personal affairs? Should I be offended?
She huffed and settled in the chair across from him and held up a hand.
I promised not to intervene in your affairs, and I've kept my word. Then why are the first words out of your mouth an inquiry about Lady Penelope?
She looked up beneath craggy brows.
Because Lady Malvern has invited me to an intimate dinner at Malvern House, and she slyly indicated that she'd prefer for you to join us. Would you like to accompany me? How intimate would the dinner be? Don't be difficult, my boy. It's no secret you have been happier lately. Why would I not hope for the best for my grandson? You already pointed out my new-found light-heartedness. Do not seek to deny it, although you still spend too many hours hunched over those damnable ledgers. She waved a hand at his paper-strewn desk to make her point. I take offence to the hunching. I don't hunch. She tapped her foot. Will you accompany me to the Malverns for dinner, or not?
His initial instinct was to decline the invitation. He'd already begun distancing himself from the Malverns. He hadn't asked Penelope to dance at Lady Longstan's birthday ball, and hadn't called on her since their visit to Rosedown. Eventually, his disinterest would become obvious, and in his opinion, it was also the best way to avoid any hint of scandal. But he owed his grandmother more, and it was time for her to learn the truth. At least part of it.
I'm sorry to tell you that matters between Lady Penelope and myself have not evolved into anything more than friendship. I have no interest in courting her, just as she has no desire for me to do so.
A heartbeat passed, then several more before the Dowager responded.
I see. Is that all you have to say?
He expected an outburst or some kind of protest.
I believe we should accept the dinner invitation and give the Malverns the courtesy of informing them face to face.
Clearly she meant Lady Malvern. If that's what it took to end the charade, then he'd comply.
Fine, but tell me what you are thinking.
The corners of her eyes wrinkled as her gaze sharpened.
That I'm not wrong about your interest in someone. If not Lady Penelope, then who is the mystery lady?
Chapter 37. Anna's ears perked to the sound of the Earl of Drake's distinctive voice in the vestibule. Seconds later, Lady Malvern's all-too-grating trill followed. She recognised other voices. The Dowager's steady tone, Penelope's courteous, softer voice. They were first led into the family parlour rather than the more formal drawing-room. Anna knew the significance of the intimate, comfortable space, and she suspected the Dowager knew as well. Anna was well aware of the intended purpose of this visit. Lord Drake's grandmother and Lady Malvern sought to advance a courtship between Oliver and Penelope, possibly even a betrothal. She no longer worried as to either lady's plans. The Earl of Drake would not offer for Penelope. Anna was not invited to accompany them. A chaperone wasn't needed, not with Penelope's mother and the Dowager present. Still, Anna longed to see Oliver, to catch a glimpse of his face. She pressed her back against the wall and peeked around the corner. Penelope came into view first, and she looked lovely in a pale purple gown adorned with lace at the bodice and the hem. Head held high, she walked into the parlour. The dowager and her ladyship followed, idly chatting about the weather. Finally, Oliver's chiselled profile came into view. Handsome and confident, he waited until the women entered before he walked into the parlour. What was he thinking at that moment? How would he end his charade of courting Penelope? What excuse would he use? Would Penelope speak up first to reject him? How would the older matrons react? Oh, how Anna longed to be a fly on the flocked wallpaper. She longed even more to wear Oliver's diamond necklace and waltz into that room for all to see. It is me he wants, the unassuming, unattractive spinster, the chaperone. For the first time, she deeply desired to publicly acknowledge their relationship. The shock of her own selfishness was oddly disconcerting. It could never be. Why torture herself? Because your heart is no longer yours. Somewhere, somehow, she'd gifted it to him, and she was only whole when they were together. The nights, which had seemed long in the beginning, had become far too short. Meanwhile, the days dragged on endlessly, as if she walked around in a haze until the droll, dull hours of sunlight waned into the daring hours of darkness. Here she was sneaking around the house, waiting around corridors, just for a glimpse of him. It was humiliating and haunting. She stiffened her spine. If she wanted to see him, then she would have to take the initiative. She took a breath and entered the parlour. "Good afternoon, my lady," she addressed the dowager before turning to the Earl. "My lord?" Anna then turned to Lady Malvern. "Shall I send for tea?" Lady Malvern looked taken aback. It was not Anna's place to act as housekeeper or maid, but it was Oliver who spoke first. "My grandmother loves tea," Oliver answered. "Yes, tea would be lovely," the dowager agreed. "Please see to it. That will be all, Miss Gardner," Lady Malvern instructed, dismissing her with a wave of her hand. Anna curtsied. "I shall be in the music room if you need me." Would he understand? Anna stopped a maid and instructed that Lady Malvern desired a tea tray. Then she headed for the music room and slid the door closed. She went to the pianoforte, sat on the wooden bench and pressed a key. The sound echoed through the room, a lone note that matched the maelstrom of her heart. Only 5 minutes passed before the door opened. Anna spun on the wooden bench as Oliver stepped inside and closed the door. "I was hoping you would interpret my message and come. What excuse did you give?" she asked. "The ladies are waiting for the tea. I excused myself for a moment. I also want to be sure that you are not worried." Anna stood. She was worried, but not for the reason he believed. "I understand that you must do what is best for the earldom, my lord." His brow furrowed. "You cannot seriously mean for me to marry Penelope?" "Not Penelope, but another suitable heiress. There are plenty on the marriage mart." "The coffers of the earldom are rich. I do not need an heiress." "I can only assume your grandmother would not agree with your assessment." "Perhaps. Perhaps not." What on earth did that mean? Did he plan to tell his grandmother about her? Impossible. No matter how Anna longed to be with him, deep down she knew it was not possible. She had her own confession, and a stab of guilt for not telling him yet lay buried in her breast. In 3 strides he was by her side and took her in his arms. "I thought about you all day, all during the carriage ride here, and while I sat in the parlour facing the group of women. The thought of being here,
Knowing you are within reach and not being alone with you is driving me mad." His voice was gruff. Warmth followed the path of his hand, heating more than just her back. The smouldering flame she saw in his eyes startled her. All rational thought fled, and she struggled against the tug of attraction. Only 2 rooms separated them from the parlour, the study and this music room. The threat of discovery was real. She placed a palm against his solid chest. "I thought of you, too." "I need to hold you, to kiss you." Her reaction was immediate, intense. But if he kissed her, then all would be lost. "I'd like nothing more, but I have to tell you something first. Something important." "Later. The blasted tea will arrive. We don't have much time." He lowered his head until his mouth hovered over the curve of her neck. His breath was enticingly warm on her skin. Blood coursed through her veins in anticipation, like an awakened river. "My lord," she sighed, "I really must tell you." His lips brushed her neck, the scrape of his teeth against her skin sending a sharp pang of wanting through her limbs that threatened to melt her bones and all vestiges of her resistance. Her heart hammered foolishly, and she leaned closer to him, closer to his heat. She let out a low moan. "Lord Drake." "Lord Drake!" Startled, they whirled to find the dowager in the open doorway with Lady Malvern right beside her. "Miss Gardner!" Lady Malvern shrieked. Oh no! Warning spasms of alarm erupted inside her, and her nerves tensed. Neither of them had heard the door open. How could that be? Anna stiffened and leaped out of Oliver's arms, but it was too late. There was no mistaking what both women had seen. Worse, Penelope's blonde head appeared behind her mother's shoulder. "You!" Lady Malvern's tone was full of outrage as she stalked into the music room. "You whore!" The dowager gasped. Penelope placed a hand over her mouth, her blue eyes wide at her mother's blasphemy. "No, it's not as it seems," Anna said, desperation lacing her voice. "It could not have been clearer," Lady Malvern snapped. Oliver stepped in between Anna and her ladyship. "That is enough." His authoritative tone echoed throughout the music room. The dowager came forward, her eyes trained on Anna's face. "You accompanied the Malverns to my home, yet you remind me of someone else now. Have we met before?" A shiver of unease travelled down Anna's spine. "No. Yes, I believe we have. Years ago. The large caps and dowdy gowns, and even your name had misled me, but I never forget a face." Her brow wrinkled in obvious concentration. "I'm sure of it." Anna shook her head. The woman couldn't possibly remember. "No, you must be thinking of another, my lady." The dowager snapped her fingers. "The Baron! You are the daughter of the late Lord and Lady Woodbridge." Icy fear twisted around Anna's heart and squeezed like a fist. Oliver's expression was one of disbelief. "You are mistaken, grandmother." "Am I?" The dowager shook her head. "I don't think so." "Why don't you ask her?" Oliver turned to Anna, his dark eyes full of questions. "Tell her she is wrong." Pure panic rioted within her. She had planned to tell him the truth, but not like this, not in front of these women. Her lips parted, but no sound came out. Like an animal caught in a hunter's trap, the more she squirmed, the more she exerted energy to escape,
the more the snare tightened. At her hesitation, his gaze sharpened.
"Unless it's true?"
"My lord, I... Her courage failed her. His voice hardened, a tone she'd never heard from him before.
"Tell me."
For a heart-pounding moment, she considered lying, denying everything just as she had for a decade. But time, like her luck, had run out, and she couldn't deceive him any longer. She took a deep breath, her gaze imploring him to understand. "Yes, it's true. I am the daughter of Lord Woodbridge. My father lost Rosedown to your father over a gambling debt." His eyes flared with shock, then confusion, and his brow furrowed.
"Did you know about this, Lady Penelope?" the Dowager asked.
Anna spoke up in her defence. "No, my lady. Penelope had no idea about my past." She did not wish to involve the girl, and Anna saw no reason to let Penelope's mother or the Dowager know about her involvement. "I had no idea." Penelope's voice was soft. She didn't look angry or satisfied at Anna's confession, rather sad.
"Of course my daughter did not know," Lady Malvern insisted.
Her eyes narrowed to slits as she looked at Anna.
"Not only did you betray me and Penelope, but you lied about everything, even your name. It's a trick as old as time. You thought to trap his lordship into marriage. You fool!"
"My lady, I never—"
"You are dismissed. Leave at once. Your belongings will be packed and sent to you. I do not trust you not to steal the silver on the way out." She pointed a finger at her. "And do not think to seek a reference from me for the future."
A nauseating sinking of despair settled in Anna's stomach. She understood her employment was at an end, but still, she turned to the one person in the room who she prayed would understand, who would give her a chance to explain. Anna's eyes were imploring as she looked up at Oliver. "No. What she says isn't true. I had no intention of using you. I planned to tell you everything, my lord." A muscle ticked at his jaw, and his dark eyebrows slammed down.
"When? You had ample opportunity."
Trapped in her own lie, she was defeated. "Today. Now. I swear."
"Do not believe her!" Lady Malvern shouted. "Your machinations speak for themselves. You were paid as my daughter's companion, and all along you were seducing the man intended for your charge."
Oh, God, the woman's words, no matter how wrong and spiteful, made her look like the worst kind of person.
"Was it revenge?"
Oliver's voice, even though low, seemed to thunder through the music room.
"Did you seek justice for what my father did to yours?"
The initial confusion in his gaze turned to another emotion, the most heart-wrenching emotion of all: betrayal. She shook her head, tears forming in her eyes. "No, that is even further from the truth."
"Is it? I can only imagine how you felt returning to Rosedown after all those years, strolling the grounds, knowing it should belong to your family instead of mine. You never said a word."
The damage from her lies seeped between them like poison. The words were stuck in her throat. "My lord, I... Lady Malvern pointed to the door.
"Out! No one wants to hear more of your excuses."
Tears burned behind her lids like shards of glass, but she refused to cry. Lady Malvern's hatred was expected. Penelope's acquiescence was upsetting, yet understandable in the face of her mother's wrath. But Oliver's reaction was the worst kind of rejection. The distrust in the eyes of the man she loved was like the sharp stab of a knife to her heart. "Do not cry. Not here. Not now." By sheer will, she straightened her spine, raised her chin, and walked out of the room. Queenie's fortune-telling had been right all along. Falling in love with Oliver had ruined her. Chapter 38. Oliver was aware of the sudden silence in the music room, utterly devastating and destroying at once. Anna had looked pale as parchment as she'd passed him on her way out, and he was more of a fool than he'd thought because he desperately wanted to reach out for her. Instead, he stood stock still, struggling to understand how his entire world had shifted on its axis. One moment Anna was in his arms, and the next she was revealed to be Lord Woodbridge's long-lost daughter. Inner torment gnawed at his gut, and every muscle in his body tensed. How was it possible? He'd searched for her to right his father's dastardly deed, but had not been able to find her. Because she'd changed her name, her very identity. Had she known who he was when she'd first approached him at the Silver Chalice, dressed in seductive scarlet? Lady Malvern had accused Anna of attempting to trap him into marriage, and the notion had caught him off guard. Another reason was just as disturbing. Good God, had revenge been part of her plan all along? To make the son of the man who'd stolen from her family fall for her charms, then destroy him in one damning, devastating moment? If that was her intention, then she'd succeeded. "My lord." At his grandmother's voice, his gaze dragged from the now empty doorway to the trio of remaining women in the music room. His grandmother, Lady Malvern, Lady Penelope. He wanted nothing to do with them. Rather, he wanted a full bottle of scotch, a glass, and the solace of his study. But the bothersome women remained. "I'd like to speak with my grandson alone," the dowager said, her voice full of authority that one could only garner with age. Thin-lipped, Lady Malvern took Penelope by the arm. "Rest assured, Miss Gardner, or whoever she really is, will be punished. No one will have that tart in their home now." She ushered her daughter from the room. The woman's cruel comment caused his fingers to fist at his sides rather than ease the tension in his stomach. He was truly a fool. "Oliver." He turned his attention to his grandmother, and he asked the first question that came to mind. "Did you know who she was before? Today is not the first time you saw her." "No," the dowager said. "Like I said, I didn't recognize her at my needlepoint gathering. She looked different just now. So did you." His eyes narrowed. "What does that mean?" "I was foolish to think someone as young as Lady Penelope was the reason behind your recent happiness." He ran his fingers through his hair and glared at her. "It had nothing to do with the girl. As for my recent happiness, it was all based on lies." She walked forward until she was within arm's-length distance and met his hard gaze. "I suppose. From what I recall, you searched for Miss Gardner after your father lured her father to the gaming tables. It was easy for him to fleece Lord Woodbridge." "I did search for her, but she made it difficult to find her, didn't she?" Christ! The more he thought about it, the more he realized how Anna had duped him. She had plenty of opportunities to tell him the truth. Their nights together seared his mind, his thoughts, his very being. "Tell me about your family." She whispered the request as seductively as a siren after they'd made passionate love. Oh, he'd told her all right. Told her all about his lonely childhood, a little boy desperate for his mother's affection and his father's approval. She'd stiffened in his arms when he'd first mentioned his father, and even his brother, and he'd sensed an unease about her. But he'd thought her reaction was simply sympathy for him. "I want to learn every inch of you." Oh, how he'd craved her exploration of his body. She was eager and focused, a quick learner. The trail of her luxurious hair across his chest, her teasing lips searing a path down on his abdomen, then lower and lower until he burned with desire. And more. So much more. He admired her bravery, her courage, and had cared deeply for her. Meanwhile, she'd never uttered a word. Was it all an act? "She is the worst kind of liar, one who manipulates for the sole purpose of revenge." His voice sounded cold to his own ears. The dowager let out a huff. "I'm not so certain that's true. I caution you not to act rashly. It no longer matters. Of course it does. What will you do?" "What I should have already done. Choose a bride based on pedigree. Produce an heir. Live separate lives precisely like my own parents. What else is there?" There was only one place Anna could think to go. She knocked on the door of the respectable-looking building and prayed the proprietors would be home. A young woman opened the door. From her demure blue dress and hairbandeau and a smudge of dirt on her cheek, Anna suspected she was cleaning. "Yes, miss?" "I need to see the madame. Please tell her Miss Anna Gardner is here." "Are you in trouble, miss?" Trouble? More than the girl standing in front of her could ever understand. Her life had been upended in a flash. Her employment, her security, her brother's future at school. Her heart. "Yes, I'm in trouble." She was led into a parlour and settled on a striped sofa. Once she was alone, she bent over, clutching her stomach, as pure misery settled into her heart, her head, her very bones. Her mind was sluggish, and she still could not comprehend everything that had transpired. She could not even go to Queenie since the dear lady had passed away. "He will either be your salvation or your ruin." Considering her current dire situation, the latter had come true. Madame Crescent sailed into the parlour, looking exquisite in a blue silk morning dress with sapphire necklace. She took one look at Anna and settled her hands on her hips. "What's amiss?" The words came freely. At least here she wasn't worried about judgment. "I was discovered in an intimate embrace with Lord Drake. Lady Malvern dismissed me on the spot." "I see. And how did Drake respond?" "Not well. He thinks I used him in the worst way." "To trap him into marriage?" "For revenge against his family." The tears she'd been holding back came in a rush, and she covered her face with her hands in humiliation and pain. Madame Crescent sat and patted her hand. "Every woman is entitled to her secrets," she said, her voice gentle. Anna looked up. "You already know my secrets. Most likely they are worse than any of the women that work here." The woman cocked a brow and gave her an "I don't think so" look. "Oh, you would be surprised." Anna's throat ached with defeat, and a stifled cry escaped from her lips like that of a wounded animal. Madame Crescent withdrew a silk handkerchief from her skirt pocket and handed it to Anna. "There, there. Tell me everything, and then we will see about planning your future. Chapter 39. Oliver reached for the whiskey decanter, then cursed as he realised it was empty. The springs of his chair squeaked in protest as he pushed it back and rose in agitation. He wrenched open the study door. "Burke!" The butler appeared. "Yes, my lord." Oliver raised the decanter. "More whiskey! Now!" The look of concern on the proper butler's face grated on Oliver's nerves. It had been a week since the awful affair at the Malverns' home. A week since he'd numbed his mind, his body, his senses with alcohol. For the first time he understood why his brother's friends indulged on a daily basis. "Perhaps you should hold off on more," Burke said. Oliver rubbed his chin, his whiskers scraping his palm. He hadn't shaved in a week. He'd discarded his coat and waistcoat and was dressed in his shirt sleeves and a limp cravat. "What the devil for? Need I remind you that I pay you well to fetch me things?" "Do not be an arse." The unexpected female voice which sounded behind his butler had the effect of nails grating on a chalkboard. "Good grief! She's here!" Oliver's tongue suddenly felt thick in his mouth. His butler did not say a word as the much shorter dowager appeared from behind the man. "Yes, I am here." His grandmother's keen gaze raked him from head to toe, before turning back to his butler. "Forget the whiskey, Burke. Bring strong tea." "Yes, my lady." Burke bowed and sprinted from sight with the speed of a man half his age. His grandmother marched inside the study and shut the door. Her eyes narrowed and her lips pursed in disapproval. The same look of disapproval that she'd given him when he'd filled his brother's best riding boots with sand after one of their childhood brawls. "You look awful. Has your valet left you?" "Have you come to insult me?" Oliver returned to his chair behind his desk. Best to put some distance between them. Undeterred, she marched into the room. "It's been a week, and I have not heard from you. I thought I'd never see the day that you would behave in a similar fashion to your father and brother." Oliver stiffened. It was the worst insult she could give him, and had the same reaction as a slap in the face. He knew he'd drunk too much, but he had an excuse, damn it. A good one, and if she didn't understand, then he was best left alone. He lifted his glass to his lips, then grumbled when he remembered it was already empty. "You are frightening the female servants and agitating your butler," she said. "Leave, then." "Why? So you can sulk in misery." He slammed down his glass on the desk. "I'm not sulking. I never sulk. Why must you insist on insulting me?" Harumph! His grandmother approached his desk like a vulture ready to scavenge off what she'd aptly named his misery. "I take it your sudden change in behaviour is due to Miss Gardner, or Miss Woodbridge," she waved a hand, "or whichever name she prefers." He did not want to talk about Anna. A nagging guilt burned in his chest and left a sour taste in his mouth. For as long as he lived, he'd remember the look of despair on her face as she turned to him after she'd been dismissed from her position. He'd been convinced of her subterfuge and had not believed her. "I know you tried to search for her years ago. You have a good heart, my boy. You always have." "It does not matter now. I never found her." Oliver let out a held-in breath. He never approved of his father's lack of morals. If he had found Anna all those years ago and tried to right his father's wrongs, would things have been different between them? The dowager sat in a chair across from his desk and pursed her lips.
Life has a strange way of throwing the past into our present. Perhaps God made her Lady Penelope's companion for a reason. God had nothing to do with it, he snapped. He hadn't met her through the Mulvens, not initially. He'd first set eyes on Anna at a notorious brothel. It wasn't something he'd discuss with his grandmother. He'd thought about that first meeting 1,000 times over the course of the week. Had Anna known he would be at the Silver Chalice that night? The more he thought about it, the more he'd come to the conclusion that it was highly improbable. Even he wasn't sure he'd accompany his brother's friends until the last minute. And even more compelling, Anna's reasoning to be at the brothel and to dress as Lady Scarlet had nothing to do with his presence there. She wanted to experience passion before her 30th birthday, she'd said, and he'd been lucky enough to be the one she'd chosen to accomplish the task. She couldn't have planned that encounter. You may not agree with me that fate put her in your path, but does it really matter how you two became acquainted? The Dowager asked. It mattered if, once she'd learned his identity, she had agreed to an affair for the sole purpose of revenge. God only knew she had sufficient motive to hate his father, his brother, and himself. He'd been ignorant the entire time Anna had been at Rosedown. What must she have thought, have felt, to revisit her home yet not be the mistress there? He'd even taken her to the greenhouse. Looking back, no wonder her eyes had been full of longing and adoration as she'd identified each rosebush, each exotic flower. She wasn't taken with the greenery. She was reminiscing about precious time spent with her mother. Fate was a cruel bitch. He rubbed an ache in the centre of his chest. He needed more whiskey. Now. I may have been at fault. His grandmother circled the room, then sat on the chair across from his desk. How? In my ambition to see you settled as the new Earl, I overlooked your happiness. I admit I desired an heir to the earldom before I died. I still do. But I do not want you to repeat your parents' mistake of a loveless and empty marriage. I do not blame you. I know you meant and still mean well. Then you should know that I saw love in Anna's eyes. Oliver's fingers tightened on the edge of the desk as he looked at his grandmother. You are mistaken. She rose, pressed her hands on the surface of the desk, and met his gaze with one of ferocious intensity. No, Oliver. I am not mistaken. You may believe me old as a dried turnip, but I loved your grandfather. Our marriage was a rare and passionate match, unlike your parents'. I know love when I see it. His chest tightened, as if a giant hand reached inside and squeezed his heart in a vice. Had Anna told the truth? Was she about to confess all when they'd been interrupted in the music conservatory? Did she love him? He was miserable, and the harder he tried to ignore the truth, the more it persisted. He loved her, truly loved her, and that was the most fearful emotion of all. For a man who'd sworn duty was more important than the foolish notion of love, it was frightening. A man who'd never viewed marriage as anything more than a required nuisance and a business-like affair. Anna had turned his world upside down, and the thought of losing her was unbearable. He needed to see her, to explain, to apologize. Even though she was disguised as a companion, she is the daughter of Lord Woodbridge. A true lady, the Dowager said. A lady. He understood the implication. Was his grandmother encouraging a match between them after all that had occurred? She read his mind as she rose and went to the door. "You must make your own decision, my boy, but do not waste precious time drinking whiskey. Need I remind you that the lady has a knack for disappearing?" A knock at the study door rudely interrupted Oliver's response. "Ah, it must be the tea," his grandmother said as she opened the door to find the Duke of Warwick standing in the doorway. "Impeccable timing, Your Grace. I was just leaving. I hope you enjoy tea, because my grandson needs it," she said on her way out. "Good day, my lady." Warwick's lips twisted in humour as he waved, then shut the door. He then turned to eye Oliver. "You look like dung." Oliver cringed, but knew it was true. His grandmother had already pointed out his appearance, although she'd phrased it a bit more eloquently than the Duke. "Why are you here?" "It's our afternoon to meet at White's, remember? I was going to tell you about my newest inventive success." That felt like a lifetime ago. "There have been complications." "By complications, I can only assume it involves your lady. Whatever it is, I do believe I predicted the outcome." His throat was as dry as if he'd sucked on cotton. He groaned and leaned over his desk, his head in his hands. "Not exactly. Anna and I were discovered together by Lady Malvern and my grandmother. Turns out Anna is the long-lost daughter of Lord Woodbridge. She was dismissed from her position." "Lord Woodbridge's daughter, you say? Well, that explains the whiskey. How much have you consumed?" He glanced at the empty decanter on the corner of his desk. "Too much. I need to sober up and find her." "The Dowager talked some sense into you, has she?" "Don't tell me you're here to do the same." He looked up and scowled at the Duke. Warwick chuckled. "From the looks of you, I don't need to punish you. You have succeeded in making yourself miserable all on your own." Oliver pushed back his chair. "What are friends for? Now, if you really want to help, I need to find Anna. I have no idea where she ran off to." "Luckily, I'm here, then. I ran into the trio of idiots while waiting for you at White's," the Duke said. That got Oliver's attention. His eyebrows drew together in a frown. "My brother's friends?" For the first time, their endless gossip turned out to be valuable. "They say there is a new croupier at the Silver Chalice. You're Lady Scarlet." Chapter 40. It was a busy night at the Silver Chalice. The brothel had a private gambling room where men could take their chance at card tables, while scantily dressed ladies served drinks and entice gamblers to spend their winnings in the private rooms upstairs. The more Anna watched and learned, the more she admired Madame Crescent's shrewdness as a businesswoman. As a croupier, Anna's gown had a shockingly low bodice. Her dark curls were pulled to one bare shoulder and tied with a ribbon. She'd been trained to greet each man with a seductive smile, to get him to spend his coin at her roulette wheel, then let the other women lead a winner upstairs, where different pleasures took place for a price. A short, portly man with a pox-marked face approached her table. "You're new here?" Anna smiled and gave a slight nod as he placed his chips on the table. The little white ball spun and spun, and the other men who had placed their bets watched in heightened anticipation. The wheel stopped, and the pox-faced man won. "Red 18, congratulations," Anna said. "Would you like to place another bet?" "I'd like to place a different type of wager." His hand snaked out across the green baize to touch hers. She resisted the urge to pull her fingers from his grasp. Instead, she leaned forward and with effort
forced her painted lips to curl in a smile. "I'm busy here, but there are others who will be more than eager to oblige you tonight." His beady gaze was focused on her face. "I don't want one of the others. I want you." Fortunately, one of the girls spotted the trouble before Anna could motion to the guards at the door. The red-haired courtesan sidled up to the man, brushed her voluptuous breasts against his arm, and whispered something into his ear. Her charms worked effectively to distract him, and she took his hand and led him off. Anna let out a slow sigh of relief. This was not the first time a lewd gambler had positioned her. The croupiers were not whores. They were too valuable to Madame Crescent in the gaming room. However, once in a while, a man would offer a small fortune and could convince the proprietress to spare one of them for a night. Anna's agreement with the Madame was clear. She'd work the roulette wheel as Lady Scarlet, nothing more, until she could find employment elsewhere. The problem was, she had been unable to find employment. Without a reference from Lady Malvern, no one was willing to take her on, and London was not large enough for her to escape the lady's influence. It was also best if a governess or nanny was older and unattractive, so as not to tempt the lord of the manor or his sons. So she stayed at the Silver Chalice and slept in a small room Madame Crescent had assigned to her. Night after night she tolerated the male patrons and prayed her luck would change. The gambling room bustled with activity, and for the hours she worked, she was able to hide a broken heart behind false smiles. But the time after her shifts were over was different. The facade would crack like shattered glass, and she'd clutch a pillow to her chest to attempt to ease the ever-present ache in her heart as the tears flowed freely. The horrid evening in the Malverns' music room could never be erased from her mind. Oliver had stood silent as her world crumbled around her. He hadn't believed her when she'd claimed she planned to tell him everything. Instead, he thought she was the worst kind of woman, a woman who would sleep with the son of a man she had reason to despise, for revenge. She'd read it in his expression, in the flash of doubt in his eyes, then his fury. Could she blame him? She'd kept the secret to herself for so long, unable to risk trusting someone with it. That lack of trust had kept her alive for over a decade. But the problem was that she had trusted, and she had madly, desperately fallen in love. Worse, she'd foolishly longed for a life she could have had with Oliver if their pasts had been different. Her punishment was worse than she'd thought. Her dismay had grown as her funds were nearly depleted, and she needed to provide for her brother. The old Earl of Drake was responsible for her father's ruin. Now, the son was responsible for hers. From the corner of her eye, she spotted Madame Crescent approach. Thank goodness for the proprietress. Who would have thought a brothel owner would have come to her rescue? You are an exceptional croupier and know just how to handle the advances of a besotted customer. Will you stay? The Madame asked. Anna shook her head. I'll always be grateful to you for offering me sanctuary in my time of need, but I plan to leave London for the country. No one will know me there, and I hope to find work. Madame Crescent cocked her head to the side, and her expressive eyes watched her like a rare item in a curiosity cabinet. I will be sad to see you go, but not as sad as the gentleman who just walked through the door. Anna's eyebrows snapped together. Who? She whirled to the door. Then she saw him. Oliver. A burst of joy jolted through her chest at the sight of him. He'd not yet spotted her, so she drank in his angular jaw, aquiline nose, and chiselled profile. Then reality and a shimmer of panic set in. Why was he here? Was it a coincidence, or had he come searching for her? Had he shown up to punish her further, or for some other purpose? Either way, she could not face him. Not now. She wouldn't survive it. Her emotions were too fragile, and she feared she'd scream, or faint, or both. He turned. Too late. Their eyes locked, and her heart slammed in her chest. She bolted from behind the wheel toward a back door, but no matter how fast she was, he was faster. His powerful frame blocked her path, his broad shoulders looming over her. He didn't touch her, but wedged between the table and his body, she was trapped. Anger and frustration bubbled inside her as she raised her chin and met his dark eyes. "Step aside. I was just leaving." He shook his head. "Not yet. I'd like one last spin on your wheel, Miss Woodbridge." Chapter 41. Miss Woodbridge. At the sound of her true name from Oliver's lips, Anna's stomach dropped. At one time in her life, the name meant family and gave her standing and power. Now it gave him power. She was slow to tear her eyes from his and take in his appearance. His cravat was loosened, his eyes red, and his hair unruly, as if he'd repeatedly stabbed his fingers through it. It looked like he'd hastily thrown on his coat and waistcoat. For a man who always took care of his appearance, not because he was a connoisseur of fashion, but because it was expected for a man of his title and wealth, it was surprising. "What do you want?" she asked. Oliver sat at her table and folded his hands before him. "I told you. To place a bet." After the unwanted pox-faced man had left, no other men had returned to her roulette wheel, and she found herself alone with Oliver. It was unusual for a busy evening. Had Madame Crescent had something to do with it? She lifted her chin. "You are not a man who gambles, my lord. Duty is your utmost concern." "I've changed." "Men do not change." "I want to talk." His masculine scent filled her nose. She took in his tall frame and infuriatingly handsome features and scowled. She didn't want to talk. She wanted to be left alone with her misery. "I'm working." "I refuse to leave until you speak with me. Will you take my bet or not?" He spoke like a man used to people obeying his commands. She was no longer one of them. What did he want from her? A part of her wanted to know. Did he regret his silent cruelty that had left her no choice but to work in a brothel? Or was he still angry at her subterfuge? "Fine. Place your bet." Her fingers drummed on the table. His gaze held hers, and he barely looked as he tossed the chip on the baize. She spun her wheel and was grateful to have a reason to look away from him. She peeked up from the white ball to find that he was focused on her, not the wheel. The ball finally settled. "Black 17. You have lost." He stayed in his seat. "Please, Anna. I'm staying right here until you talk to me. 5 minutes is all I ask." "Why? There is nothing left to say." He seemed to suppress a wince. "I was taken by surprise, and when I discovered the truth, the full truth, I thought you had used me. You have to understand." "Oh, I understand only too well, my lord. The truth was shocking, and you believed the worst, that I had used you for revenge for all I've lost,
due to your father and brother's greed. What else were you to think? She placed a hand on the wheel. Now if you will choose a number, we can get on with your next wager. He tossed down another chip.
I searched for you for a full year. A full year after my father won Rosedown.
The words, spoken softly, affected her more than she let on. She couldn't meet his eyes. Wouldn't. She spun the wheel, struggling to ignore him.
You changed your name and your identity. Despite my best efforts, I could not locate you. Now that I know your love for the roses and flowers at the estate's conservatory, I understand why you chose the name Miss Gardner.
She looked at him then, couldn't help it. His dark eyes, so compelling, so tempting, so him, were nearly her undoing. Her heart seized, tumbling painfully. She couldn't fall beneath his spell once more. She was stronger, smarter. "Is your confession supposed to make up for the other day?" she asked in a shaky voice. "If you believe so, then you are mistaken."
I want you back. I miss you. Please talk to me. Tell me everything.
Did he honestly believe she could forget what was said, what was done, and she would return to his bed? "None of it matters. Madame Crescent was gracious enough to offer me employment. You see, Lady Malvern was right. No one will employ me in London now."
"Let me help."
The words struck her hard, like a fine-honed knife cutting through the scarred knot of muscle in her chest. The rough laugh that came from her lips surprised even her. "You have done enough, my lord. Do not feel guilty. I will be leaving London soon." His shoulders stiffened.
"What do you mean? Where will you go?"
"Shropshire, Gloucester, Bath. Anywhere Miss Gardner is not known. Anywhere a companion, nanny or governess is needed. I'm even willing to work in an orangery or hothouse, as long as the salary is sufficient."
"Anna, you cannot. Please allow me to assist you."
"Why?" Their gazes met and clashed with unspoken words. She wanted to cry out that he'd broken her heart by not believing in her, by not standing up for her. Helpless, the words caught in her throat. To be fair, she understood she was at partly fault. She had lied to him. Even though her initial reasons were for her own protection and survival, she should have told him the truth sooner. Instead, he'd discovered her past in the worst possible way. Lady Malvern's cruel words had a ring of truth to them, and the evidence looked damning. Yet nothing eased the hurt in her heart that Oliver had never considered the other possibility, that she'd never intended to use him as a means for revenge, but instead she'd fallen deeply and madly in love with him.
"Lord Drake!"
They turned at the shout to see the Duke of Warwick standing like a towering spruce in the casino doorway. He barreled through the crowd, his focused green gaze taking in the two of them together.
"What is it?"
Oliver asked when he reached them.
"Lady Penelope is missing. One of the Malvern servants came to my home searching for you."
"Penelope's missing?" Anna asked. The Duke turned to her.
"She's been gone for a full day already. Lord and Lady Malvern thought she may have gone to find you, Miss Gardner. And when they could not find you, they thought to ask Lord Drake if he knew of your whereabouts. No one else knows she's missing." "I do not know where Penelope has gone,"
Oliver said. Icy fear pierced Anna's chest. A full day. If Penelope had simply visited Timothy, she would not be gone that long. It was well past midnight now, which could only mean... "Oh, my God! I know where Penelope went."
"You do?" His Grace asked.
"I have a good idea, but I must hurry if I am to stop them."
"Them? Who's them?" Oliver asked.
"Penelope and Lieutenant Smithfield."
He frowned. "The army officer you told me about?"
"Yes, time is of the essence if I am to prevent them from doing something even worse. Only family and a few others know she is missing. If word gets out, her reputation is at stake."
Anna moved from behind the roulette wheel, intent on heading out the door. She needed to find a hack who would be willing to leave the city at this time of night. Oliver reached out to grasp her arm. "Oh, no, you don't. You are not going alone. I'm coming with you." She gave him a scolding look. By the stubborn set of his jaw and his firm fingers wrapped around her arm, she knew better than to try to dissuade him. Besides, she needed to move quickly, and could not think of herself, only young Penelope.
"Fine," she said, "but we must hurry."
"Take my carriage," the Duke said. "I've worked on improving the friction of the axle. It's the fastest conveyance in London."
Chapter 42. The Duke of Warwick was right. The luxurious ducal carriage was not only well sprung, it was swift. The wheels positively flew over the North Road.
"You think Penelope and her soldier intend to marry?" Oliver asked.
Anna's mind churned as she thought of possibilities. Gretna Green in Scotland. A country clergyman ignorant of Penelope's age and family connections. Someone who would be willing to conduct a ceremony for enough gold coin. If Penelope and Timothy failed to wed and had spent the night together at an inn, Penelope would be ruined, and they'd need to marry anyway. What a bloody mess. She should have noticed the signs. Penelope was warm and caring, and her change in demeanour hid wounded feelings and made her vulnerable. Still, to run away together, to completely defy her parents and risk the worst kind of scandal was drastic, and Anna had never suspected Penelope would go so far. Anna wasn't ignorant of her own predicament. She was ensconced in a carriage with Oliver. His broad shoulders seemed to dominate every square inch of the space, and the scent of his shaving soap released a slew of unwanted memories. How had she ever thought she was stronger? She involuntarily responded to him in the close proximity.
"Anna, have you thought of what we should do when we find them?" he asked. The question took her mind off other disturbing thoughts.
"We have to stop them."
"Why?"
This simple question, asked in a forthright manner, made her brows pinch together. "Because she is the daughter of Lord and Lady Malvern, and Lieutenant Smithfield is
what? A man beneath her station?"
"Yes, an untitled younger son of a family in dire need of an heiress. Her parents wouldn't approve of the match."
"They love each other."
His voice was a velvet murmur. His words made her chest tighten like a hand had reached inside her chest and squeezed. She stayed silent.
"He makes her happy. Don't you wish her happiness?"
She whirled to face him. "Of course, but I also understand the harshness of living without means."
His broad shoulders stiffened beneath his coat, and a flicker of anguish crossed his features. "I can only imagine how you suffered after everything was taken from you. I regret all of it. If you allow me, I want to remedy it now."
"I want nothing from you, my lord."
"It's Oliver. Before I met you, I believed marriage was meant as a business arrangement, a means to an end. My requirements were simple. I wanted a wife who would be an adequate hostess and bear an heir and spare. Nothing more. Affection was not a requirement. It was a duty that the earldom required, and one that I wasn't even remotely interested in dealing with any time soon."
"How very aristocratic and cold."
"I knew nothing else from my youth. But then you walked into my life, dressed in a scarlet gown, and everything changed. I changed." She refused to fall under his spell. Her life had taken another unexpected turn, and she would survive and find a way, just as she always had.
"We both knew our time together could not last."
He'd mentioned regret for his family's sins, not love. She'd fallen helplessly in love with him, and she would settle for nothing less than true love in return. If he devastated her once more, she had no one to blame but herself. "Anna, please listen." She'd find another man, a husband who would give her children. She deserved more than secret meetings at night with a man who could never offer her marriage. It may be a fantasy, her fantasy, but something to give her hope when her future looked bleak from heartache. A shout from the driver alerted them to activity outside. Anna lifted the tasselled shade to look out the window. She spotted an inn with a conveyance parked outside. But it was a man with a tumble of fair hair who walked inside the inn with the aid of a cane that caused her to reach out for the door handle.
"That's Lieutenant Smithfield," she said. "Penelope must be inside."
Anna burst inside the inn with Oliver right behind her. An innkeeper was serving tankards of ale to a group of workmen dressed in corduroy jackets.
"We are looking for a young couple," Anna said. "A blonde woman and a fair-haired man."
"Newly married?" Anna's eyes widened. She had no idea, but if Penelope and Timothy had spent the night together, then it was best if people believed they were married. She nodded. "Upstairs. My only occupied room tonight. Will his lordship need a room?" The innkeeper looked from her to Oliver. Despite his dishevelled appearance, the Earl's dress and manner proclaimed him a lord of the realm. Did he think she was Lord Drake's countess, or his lover? It didn't matter either way. Anna was halfway up the stairs and did not hear Oliver's shout. She rapped on the wooden door and called out, "Anna, wait!" Oliver's booted footsteps sounded close behind. She pounded once more, and the door swung open. Timothy blocked the doorway. "What in God's name?" He stopped short when he spotted her. "Miss Gardner, how did you—" Anna ignored him and craned her neck to see Penelope sitting on the edge of the bed. She pushed her way past the young soldier to burst into the room.
"Penelope! We have been searching for you. Everyone is frantically worried."
Anna whirled to the soldier.
"Lieutenant Smithfield, what on earth were you two thinking?"
Penelope rose from the bed, dressed in a simple blue day dress with her blonde hair tied back with a ribbon. She looked impossibly young.
"It's too late. We have been unchaperoned for hours in the carriage, and most of the evening here. Even my mother would consent."
Anna's eyes closed as all manner of thoughts crossed her mind. Was there a way to save the girl? What story could they concoct on short notice to salvage her reputation? Anna clasped her hands in front of her, hoping to convey a calmness she did not feel.
"Lieutenant Smithfield, I'd like a word alone with my charge."
The soldier's gaze met Penelope's. She must have given him a reassuring nod, because he turned to Anna. "Yes, miss." Before he could leave, Oliver's form filled the doorway. "I'd like a word with the young man while you two speak." Any objection the lieutenant would have voiced was silenced after one glance at the Earl. Anna almost felt sorry for the younger man. The door closed, and Anna was finally alone with Penelope,
Everyone is worried. Penelope folded her arms across her chest. You mean my mother and father? And me? It's too late. I'm ruined. No man will have me now. Anna's gut twisted. Maybe Penelope's determination had succeeded. I thought Lieutenant Smithfield had ended things between you two. He had, but I was determined to take matters into my own hands. I needed to show him that he was not less of a man because of his injury, and that nothing could stop me from loving him. I also knew he did not mean what he said. So I slipped out the back door when my mother was busy with household matters and visited him at St. James's Street. I was right, and Timothy proposed. Her gumption was incredibly foolish, but also admirable. If it was under different circumstances, Anna would have been proud of her. Did you two marry? Not yet, but we plan to. Since I'm underage, no clergyman will perform the ceremony, even in the country. We are off to Scotland first thing in the morning. Rather than argue with Penelope over such a rash decision, Anna studied her delicate features. Her fair complexion appeared a shade paler. Was it the excitement or something else? Anna was almost afraid to ask. Penelope, are you well? Penelope's bottom lip quivered. She unfolded her arms and rubbed her temples. I thought intimacy would be more pleasurable. Oh, sweet heaven. My darling, a woman's first time can be difficult. She thought of her first night with Oliver. It was awkward at first, but Oliver had taken his time with her and ensured Anna had received pleasure before seeking his own. The second time, and the times thereafter, had been even more fulfilling. Don't think about those times now. Penelope shifted her feet. I'm unsure if I want to try again. If you love him, it gets better. I promise. Penelope looked at her. Just as you love Lord Drake. Anna's breath stalled in her lungs. She did not want to talk about her relationship with the Earl of Drake. Just thinking of Oliver was painful. I worry for you when we return to London, Penelope. She blinked. Me? You should worry about yourself, Anna. My mother is not the forgiving kind. You are right, but she is not my mother, darling. She's yours. Penelope covered her face with her hands and choked on a sob. I wanted this badly, but now that it's done, I'm afraid. Anna led her to sit on the edge of the bed and sat beside her. Hush. It will be all right. You think so? Penelope leaned on her shoulder and cried. Timothy loves you and you love him. Everything will come in time. And Oliver said the same thing to her about the young couple in the carriage. The girl sobbed louder. I'm so sorry, Anna. I was mean to you, horribly mean. You meant to protect me, to do the best for me. I realize that now. I should have stood up to my mother and told her about Timothy. You still can. You believe I have the courage to face my mother? Anna smiled. You ran away with a man. I'd say you have ample courage. Penelope chuckled, then rubbed her eyes. You're right. I vow to face my mother from now on. Anna handed her a handkerchief from her skirt pocket. I will stand by your side if you need me. You are a true friend. Penelope dabbed at her eyes. You came for me with the Earl? Yes. Truth was, she wouldn't have been able to find Penelope and the lieutenant without Oliver's help, and the Duke's modified carriage. Penelope's eyes were red-rimmed, but her gaze serious. Lord Drake loves you. You must see it too.
Anna let out a sigh. Penelope, it's complicated. No, it's not. If there is one thing I've learned from my experience, is that you must forgive and understand. Lord Drake was shocked to learn of your true identity, as was I. I'm sorry I never told you. Penelope reached for Anna's hand. After the shock had ebbed, I understand why you did not. But Lord Drake is different, and your families have an unsavoury history. You must not judge him too harshly. After all, would you have acted differently in his position? Would she have? It was a good question. One she had initially refused to consider or face for fear of the answer. She was honest enough with herself to acknowledge the truth now. If she'd learned Oliver had kept a secret about their family's pasts for the entire duration of their relationship, she would have felt betrayed. Penelope's grip on her hand was surprisingly strong. Do not let your pride get in the way of your own happiness. Go to him now, Anna. What will become of them? Anna watched the two young lovers as they sat at a table in the inn's main room, with tankards of warm ale and a hot meal. Oliver had paid the innkeeper for their night and the food, and informed everyone that they would return to London in his carriage. Meanwhile, Anna sat in a corner with Oliver. Her own tankard and bowl of stew sat before her. Oliver lowered his tankard. I suspect Penelope's family will seek a quick wedding, perhaps even obtain a special license to avoid scandal, he said. Anna nodded. I suppose it's the wisest course of action. I've thought of the young couple's predicament during our ride here. Anna blinked. You have? The earldom has many estates, all of them entailed. But there is one that is not. One I'd like to give to the young couple as a wedding gift. One which will allow Penelope to continue to live as she always has. One which will allow them never to have to worry about money. He leaned forward to gauge her reaction. But only if you approve. The implication was astounding and astonishing, one she would never have thought of, and one in which she was irrevocably and emotionally attached. Rosedown. Because the estate was won over a game of chance, it was unentailed, and Oliver was free to gift it to whomever he desired. Yet he was asking her permission. Her voice was a faint whisper. You mean Rosedown? Yes. A lump rose in her throat. Rosedown was her home, her one place of happiness. Not true. It hadn't been her home in a decade, a long period of time in which she hadn't slept in her childhood bed, hadn't frolicked in the gardens, hadn't toured the glass and iron greenhouse with her mother. It had been forever since the humid heat curled her hair and caused flushed cheeks as she learned the names of every rosebush and exotic plant. And years since she'd helped her mother with the plants, feeling the earthy, potting soil beneath her fingers while smelling the unique perfumed fragrance of the flowers. Lovely, cherished childhood memories of long ago. Funny how the past had a way of creeping into your head, your chest, your belly, and grow like clutching vines around your heart. It was time to let go. She had no legal right to the property, and if Rosedown could save someone she loved, someone like Penelope, then the sacrifice was well worth any lingering ache in her chest. I'm shocked you thought of it, she said. The estate will provide for them all their lives, but only if you agree. Why are you asking my permission? His smile was slow and heart-wrenchingly tender. Rosedown is your home.
If you do not wish for me to gift it to Penelope and Timothy, then I will gift it to you."
He was offering to return her home to her. An impossible choice. She knew the answer before the words left her lips. "Was, my lord. Rosedown was my home. It hasn't been mine in years."
"Perhaps, but I still seek your consent."
"Then my answer is yes. You helped me find my charge. Now please help Penelope and Timothy once more."
Oliver wasn't surprised at Anna's generosity. Her kindness, her shimmering essence, had captivated him from the beginning. If only he could go back and make things right. But deep down, he knew their past was the only way to their future. A future he prayed would end the way he desperately desired. He was suddenly nervous, like a man risking his heart on his sleeve. "I have something for you as well." He reached inside his coat and withdrew a small box. It reminded him of the time he'd gifted her the necklace in a private room in a different inn. It seemed long ago. So much had happened between them since that wonderful evening. He was aware of the few occupants in the room, the innkeeper and his wife, a pair of drunken men, Penelope and Timothy. He was aware and did not care. He pushed back his chair and lowered to one knee, then opened the box to reveal an emerald ring surrounded by diamonds. "Anna, will you do me the honour of becoming my wife, my countess?"
Her eyes flew to his. "Oliver,
It is my mother's ring. I want my wife to wear it. Unlike my own parents, my grandparents had a loving marriage. I have no doubt that our own lives will be full of love as well. Please forgive me for doubting you. All that I have, I will happily share with you as my countess. I do not deserve you. I love you, Anna."
He waited, his chest tightening with anticipation. Her lips parted and her hazel eyes were wide. "You love me?"
"When I said I wanted to do right by you, I lied. My thoughts are selfish. I need you in my life. Without you, I see only a future of unhappiness and loneliness. I love you with all my heart." Tears welled in her eyes, and she pushed back her own chair and threw herself into his arms.
"I love you, Oliver. Have loved you for so long." She kissed him.
Relief and joy squeezed his heart. His arms tightened around her and held her close. "Is that a yes?"
"Yes."
The clapping in the inn was drowned out by the singing in his heart. Epilogue. "There is nothing to worry about, my dear. Society loves gossip, and there is nothing better than a love story about a long-lost heiress who marries an Earl of the realm," the dowager said. The carriage they were riding in was part of a long line of other conveyances that wound their way up the drive. "She's right, Anna, and I'm happy to be by your side." Anna's gaze was full of adoration as she turned to her brother.
"Oh, Adam," she hugged him. "I'm glad that you're here to spend this evening with me."
He grinned. "What are brothers for?" Her heart leaped, and she clung to him. She still could not believe Adam was here. It had been so long since she'd seen him. He'd often go home on holiday with a school friend. Lady Malvern had never learned of her brother, and Anna had lacked the finances to house her brother in town for holidays. But things were different now that she was betrothed to the Earl of Drake. Anna had been staying with the dowager until the banns were read and they could marry at St. George's Church. Over the past several weeks, she'd grown close to Oliver's grandmother.
The dowager's hospitality had extended to Adam, and he had been staying in her home as well. Adam had grown quite tall, taller than Anna. At 15 years, he was handsome, with dark hair and rich brown eyes. His shoulders had broadened, his chest had widened, and he was all sinewy youth. Dressed in a navy coat, white cravat, and striped waistcoat, her brother cut a handsome figure. It would not be long before young ladies flocked around him. She pushed back a strand of wayward hair from his forehead. "You look quite dashing." "Lord Drake took me to his tailor." Oliver had taken Adam under his wing. They had gone riding in the park, to a boxing match, and to Adam's excitement to Gentleman Jackson's to meet the champion himself. Adam had spoken about the day non-stop. The carriage took a turn on the drive, and Anna's gaze returned to the window and the line of carriages waiting to depart. Her stomach dropped as her nervousness returned, and she bit her bottom lip. "Other than as a chaperone, I haven't set foot in a ballroom as a guest for years." "Tonight is different," the dowager said. She was right. The large emerald ring on Anna's finger and her engagement to the Earl of Drake was enough to cause the magpies to gossip for a full year. There was prejudice. Some of the members of the beau monde, not all, disapproved of her mixed blood. Her mother's Middle Eastern roots were considered inferior. Whispers of her father's suicide, a scandal and sin by the church, also resurfaced. The cruelest of those claimed her father had killed himself, not from losing his estate, but due to regrets about his choice of wife. Anna was eternally grateful for the support of Oliver's grandmother. The dowager gave her the strength to snub those who were blatantly prejudiced by ignoring and looking down on them. The dowager also possessed a shrewdness and power that came with age, and she'd arranged for Lady Jersey, one of the most powerful society matrons and a patroness of Almack's, to introduce Anna back into society. Many ladies and their young daughters were green with envy. The invitation to the ball had arrived on embossed paper with her full name, Miss Anait Woodbridge, and she had traced the letters with her forefinger, with tears in her eyes. Their carriage came to a stop outside a London mansion. Anna alighted, taking in the sight of a dozen footmen scurrying about to assist the well-dressed and jewelled guests. Torches lit the outside of the stone structure. Adam offered one arm to Anna and the other to the dowager as the trio took the steps inside. Anna smoothed the skirts of her pale green silk gown. With a lovely heart-shaped bodice and ruched hem, it had been designed by the latest French modiste on Bond Street. Her dark curls were upswept and held away from her face, with pearl combs. She hadn't felt this beautiful in public in a long time. What would Oliver think? She glanced behind her for a glimpse of a tall, dark-haired man. Suddenly, she was anxious to see him. She still couldn't believe her good fortune. The night at the inn when Oliver had proposed to her was one she would never forget. He'd confessed that he had the ring in his coat pocket when he'd shown up at the Silver Chalice. He'd intended to propose to her then. If she'd chased after Penelope and Timothy on her own, would he have had the chance? Happiness was so fleeting. The thought made her think of another. "Will Lady Malvern be in attendance?" Anna asked, attempting to keep her voice light. As expected, the Malverns had no choice but to accept the match between Penelope and Timothy in order to avoid scandal. Lieutenant Smithfield had since resigned his army commission and was now Mr. Smithfield. Since Penelope was underage, parental consent was required, and the reading of the banns had taken place.
The daughter of a marquis and the sixth son of a baron was not uncommon, even though Penelope was an heiress and Mr. Smithfield's family was not in a position to provide for an allowance for the couple. "Do not fret about the Malverns. Lady Malvern sulked until Lord Malvern pointed out that their daughter did quite well for herself. Rosedown has a new master and mistress, Mr. and Mrs. Smithfield. Last I heard, they were well received in Hertfordshire society, and the stallions from their stables were in high demand at Tattersall's." Anna was happy for Penelope and Timothy. They would never have to worry about finances, and they had each other. Penelope had invited her and Oliver to visit Rosedown as often as they wished. Penelope also assured her the roses in the conservatory would always thrive under her care. As for Adam, Oliver had already decided to gift the young man sufficient money to purchase his own estate. The earldom was rich, and Oliver was generous. Adam had inherited a barony, and would now have his own manor and lands. They were close to the large gilded doors now, and she could hear the sounds of conversation, laughter, and the tinkling of glasses. Anna's nerves tensed. Facing the announcement from the major domo was akin to facing a firing squad. She could imagine the whispers behind fluttering fans, the judgment in the men's eyes. It wasn't just her pride that she was worried about, but any damage to Oliver's good name. What would society say? Adam grinned. "Don't be nervous. I'm not." Anna elbowed him discreetly. "That's because you have no reason to be." The dowager chuckled. "Nevertheless, he's right. Chin up, Anna. You will be by our side, and my grandsons. Most will accept you as the Earl's betrothed, and we need not care about those who choose not to." Oliver. Yes, she needed to see Oliver before she became frozen with panic. He was arriving in a separate carriage, and she hoped he'd come before they entered the glittering ballroom. As if he'd heard her silent plea, booted footsteps sounded from down the hall, and Oliver came into view. Anna's relief was overwhelming. He looked as dashing as ever in black evening attire, but it was the pride and love in his dark eyes as he gazed upon her that eased the tight knot in her stomach. "You look stunning, Anna." He kissed the back of her hand. She longed to run her fingers over his coat, to touch his lips with her own, and simply have him hold her. Oliver turned his attention to Anna's brother and winked. "Hello, Adam. Thank you for taking care of these two lovely ladies until I could arrive." Adam nodded, his eyes twinkling. "As you asked, although please be aware that my sister looked like she was going to bolt until you arrived." "Adam!" Anna admonished. "I promised to put her at ease and take the utmost care of her." Oliver's gaze travelled over Anna's face. The dowager let out a long sigh as she watched them. "How had I not noticed this entrancement between the two of you before?" Oliver grinned. "And you look just as lovely, grandmother." "Oh, posh!" His brows drew together. "Grandmother, are you crying?" The dowager waved his words away. "Do not be foolish. I never cry, my boy." In contrast to her words, she dabbed at the corner of her eyes with an embroidered lace handkerchief. "Then it will be my honour to escort my grandmother inside. Adam, will you do the honour of escorting your sister?" Oliver asked. Anna understood. Oliver wanted to involve her brother and show that he had a future role in the family, that he would not be left behind or forgotten. Adam's chest puffed with pride. "All of us together, then." Oliver nodded. "Together." Anna placed her hand on Adam's right arm again.
Oliver stood next to Anna, with the dowager on his left. With a deep breath, Anna raised her face, straightened her spine, and swallowed her misgivings as they entered the ballroom. The orchestra struck up a waltz, and Oliver swept Anna onto the dance floor. "I told you that you had nothing to worry over," he said. Anna's smile was radiant. "You have an abundance of arrogance." "I rather believe it is my obvious love for you that won everyone over." "Oh, posh!" Anna repeated his grandmother's words. He threw back his head and laughed. God, how he loved this woman. Oliver knew that his grandmother was a formidable society hostess herself, and her acceptance and tutelage helped pave the path for Anna. Even Lady Jersey had been gracious and had greeted Anna with a smile. No one gave Anna the cut directly that he'd seen, and many clamoured to meet her. Those that wished to avoid her were fewer than he knew Anna had feared. Good. He would not let them ruin her evening or their future happiness. He was conscious of Anna's small hand in his larger one as he spun her around the floor. "You should know, my lord, that I considered wearing red this evening." Her mouth curved in a compelling fashion, one that hinted at seductive nights and long, lazy afternoon strolls. His body tightened accordingly. "Anna, you have captured my heart no matter what colour you wear." "When did you become so charming?" He leaned an inch closer to whisper in her ear. "My grandmother claims I was born this way, but I know better. You bring out the best in me." "I am happy to take the credit for your agreeability." He spun her on the dance floor. "Now I can court you as I should have all along. I plan on flowers, poetry, and chocolate." "Heavens, you write poetry?" People were watching them, but he didn't care. Her gaze was riveted upon his face, and he intended to keep it there so that he could remain lost in her eyes. "For you, yes. I also plan long walks in the park and to dance with you at every ball." She shook her head slightly. "You will spoil me, surely." His hand tightened at her waist. "I have much to make up for. You must get accustomed to it, my lady." "I shall never simply grow accustomed to you. I believe I will look forward to our evenings alone the most." He lowered his head, and his lips brushed her ear. "You are a temptress. As for this evening, how long must we stay? Adam will return home with my grandmother. Meanwhile, I'd like to whisk you away to Drake Hall. It's soon to be yours." She shivered in his hands. "The ball is in our honour. We cannot be rude." He couldn't wait to have her shivering under his touch in his bed, naked. Because she was staying with the dowager, they hadn't been together intimately in weeks. That was far too long for his liking. He gave a dramatic sigh. "Have it your way. But I do believe we have one stop tonight before I return you to my grandmother's oversight." "Oh? Are we taking a tour of the city and then returning to your home?" His body hardened at the eagerness he detected in her voice. Did she mean for them to slip inside through the servants' entrance, like they had in the past? No. The Silver Chalice. She blinked in surprise. "You want to relive our first night together?" "As much as I'd love to, that was not my plan." Although at this rate he may need to rethink the plans he'd made for the evening. "Then why?" "I thought to thank Madame Crescent. If it wasn't for her acceptance of your proposal, we would have never met. I owe the Madame a debt of gratitude that I can never repay." "Madame Crescent is quite remarkable. But knowing her, She would offer us the same room we shared that first night. We cannot disappoint her, can we?" He moaned. Yes, he would definitely be rethinking his plans. "You are temptation in itself. I love you, Lady Scarlet, or Miss Gardner, or Miss Woodbridge, whichever name you prefer." She gifted him with a smile, then brushed her lips against his. "I prefer my soon-to-be title of Lady Drake." Author's note: I have always wanted to write a historical romance with a diverse heroine. History is full of diversity, and my research revealed that England was rich with people from different lands. Greek relics have been found in Cornwall dating back to the 13th century BC. Others arrived with the Romans when they had occupied the land in the 1st century AD. Greek tablets are on display in the Museum of London. Evidence of Lebanese traders dates to the 7th century. During the 16th century Elizabethan England, Muslims openly lived, worked and practiced in London. Christian Armenian merchants and textile traders sold goods to Londoners by the early 1800s. By the time of the Regency, London was the home of blacks, Jews, German, Irish and many more. As for my own story, my mother was born in Aleppo, Syria, and spent summers in Lebanon. I'm a first-generation Armenian American with strong ethnic roots. My family lived the American dream and owned a restaurant in southern New Jersey for 30 years. My mother was a talented cook, and the grapevine in our backyard was more valued than any rosebush. I'd often come home from school to the delicious aromas of simmering grape leaves stuffed with meat and rice and shish kebab, and baklava is still my favourite dessert. In contrast, my husband can almost trace his roots back to the Mayflower. We have 2 young daughters who have the best of both worlds. I enjoyed writing this book, and I'm happy to share our family's baklava recipe with you. Happy reading! Tina Gabrielle's baklava. 1½ cups of sugar, 1 cup of water, 1 teaspoon of lemon juice, 3 cups of finely chopped walnuts, 1 tablespoon of ground cinnamon, 1½ cups of clarified butter, 1 pound of phyllo dough, 9 by 14-inch sheets. Combine walnuts, cinnamon, and 1/4 cup of sugar in a small bowl and set aside. This is the walnut filling. Melt the butter and coat a 14 by 10-inch baking pan. Layer 7 sheets of phyllo dough in the pan, buttering each sheet with a pastry brush. Spread half of the walnut filling evenly over top. Layer another 7 sheets of phyllo dough in the pan, buttering each sheet. Spread the remaining walnut filling evenly over top. Cover with the remaining sheets of dough, buttering each sheet. Bake in a preheated 325-degree oven for 40 minutes. Cool baklava before cutting it. Simple sugar syrup. Boil together 1¼ cups of sugar and 1 cup of water for 10 minutes. Stir often until the sugar dissolves in the water. Add 1 teaspoon of lemon juice. Turn off the flame and set syrup aside to cool. Pour the cooled syrup on your baklava and enjoy. This concludes One Night with an Earl by Tina Gabrielle. Narrated by Gabrielle Baker. Copyright 2021 by Tina Sickler. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Entangled Publishing LLC and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.